Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Friday? It's Friday today, isn't it? Hope you're having a good day so far. First one in today, none other than Jin. How you doing? Second place, we have Spectacular, and third place, we got none other than Strom. Doing amazing today, glad to hear that, man. Do you guys have anything special planned for the day or for the weekend? I'm doing quite good. I have, as some of you might have expected, I've been working my bloody ass off. That's what I've been doing. Been sorting out a bunch of stuff in before the localization of the Steam demo. So far so good, to be honest. I've sorted out all of the different sheets and stuff so we can start sending them to people. I do have a little bit of a nice announcement, which is that Shroud of Gloom now has French localization. We had Joyan very kindly got through the entire sheet yesterday, so Shroud of Gloom is now and will be playable in French. So that's pretty neat. We also have a few other languages on the way. I think we have like 3 more languages on the way. Let's see, we have German, we have Russian, and we have Czech. No, we have 4 because we have Spanish as well. I did manage to get someone for the Spanish localization, and we potentially have Polish coming as well. The main issue that we have at the moment is basically the big 3, the classic, Asian languages. That is where we are lacking. I don't think I've had a single application, and I can't say I know anyone off the top of my head that speaks Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. To be fair, Japanese and Korean would be really good to have as well. The main one, though, is definitely simplified Chinese. Like almost a quarter of Steam is using simplified Chinese. That is a massive market. And as far as I'm aware, I actually think that point-and-click games inherently are a little bit more popular in China as well. So I definitely need to find someone that can localize the game into Chinese. I started looking a little bit, on like Fiverr and stuff, but it's so difficult, man, because, obviously the nice thing about Fiverr is that you can usually get pretty cheap deals. But then the issue, of course, is the fact that it's so difficult to know the quality you're gonna get, which makes sense, in some regard you get what you pay for, right? Frosten, welcome in. But that makes me a bit hesitant. So if I would pay for Chinese, it's probably gonna end up being like 100 quid or something. If I need to like actually hire someone to do it. It's, I don't know, it's somewhere between like 50 and 100 quid, depending on the rate, I think. Which is, it's a fair bit of money. It's not super expensive. Like, of course, they, like some people are doing this professionally. Of course, they should be paid, right? But at the same time, it's like, obviously, I'm not in a position to be throwing money in all directions. Like, if I would hire professionals for all of the different languages that I want to localize for, it could end up costing me like 800 quid or something, which is probably worth it in the end, at the very least for the big ones, because let's be honest, and it's an investment in the game, right? But yeah, it's risky in case it doesn't pay back. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Repasting my GPU in a 20C temp drop, no more power throttling, and can actually play games again without crashing. Unity is working so much better now. Nice, man. Glad to hear that. I caught you sneaking up on me in the localization sheet, you weirdo. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Give me a few days, I'm gonna boot up Duolingo. Oh, that's a good one. I have been jumping back and forth through the sheets though, because I added a few extra things. I figured a few other keys that might be good to have, like just future-proofing. Like, for example, in case a language would have like different terms for like trailer, official launch trailer, stuff like that. So I thought, you know, if I'm gonna have people translate the game, they might as well look over that kind of stuff as well, so that we can have all of the, like when we post the trailer to YouTube, we can basically have it fully localized as well, which I think is a good thing to have. Also been thinking a little bit about localizing the actual title of the game, which is something I'm considering for maybe a few languages. I don't think it's something you necessarily need to do for like the majority of the West, as far as I'm aware. But potentially for languages such as, I don't know, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, maybe even Russian. I don't know, does Russia... I wouldn't be surprised if Russia localized a fair bit of game titles, but I'm not sure. How is it in for you, Spectacular, as a Czech speaker? Do you know, is it common to see games have localized titles in Czech? I mean, I suppose that it depends though as well, because if you have, I don't know what language you have like Steam set to. If you have Steam set to English, you wouldn't see them be localized anyway. If you have it in Czech, they should show up in Czech if they localize titles. Because I don't know about, like, you know, like Hollow Knight. Did they localize their name in Russian? I don't know. Just got back from the vet, I can finally relax. I am lying to myself. I have much to wash today. Gotcha. Hamster Hammer, welcome in, man. Good to have you back. Slayton, good to see ya. So, when are we co-working? We're gonna do a bit of co-working today. We still have quite a bit of stuff to sort out in before the demo. Still need to, like, fine-tune the tutorial a little bit. Also, something that's gonna be important is to playtest the game in the localized versions and make sure that like UI and text stuff like fits everywhere, because that could turn out to be an issue. I think I have one thing we're gonna need to change pretty much immediately, which is the item descriptions and like the descriptions for like the map markers, because I made a fairly small box and there's no way that box is gonna fit for every language. I don't even think it does now. I think there are some phrases in like Portuguese that end up too long, because they don't do possession the same way we do in Germanic languages, where you say like person's thing or whatever it might be. They would say the thing of the person, you know, so it tends to, especially when it's like possessive stuff, it tends to get a bit longer. Nowadays I see a lot more localized games than it was before, but I meant more so specifically for the title of the game, like the actual name of the game, like whether they localize that or not. Because I think localizing the like content of the game is popular. I don't know, I think it's less common to localize names and at least in a lot of languages in like Europe and the West. I think potentially like China could be a market where you might actually earn on localizing the name, like basically making up a new name in Chinese for the Chinese market. And kind of the same thing for, I don't know, potentially Japanese and Korean as well. And I'm curious about Russian. It would be interesting to see stats. I don't know how often games localize their titles in Russian. I don't know if that's a thing. I think definitely Chinese would be the big one where I would consider doing it. Now titles are never localized? Okay. Yeah, just we wouldn't in Sweden either. Like it would be fairly uncommon to see a title of a game be like fully localized. I think most games keep the title in English for trademark reasons. Yeah, that's probably a good shout as well, but I know that Hollow Knight has some localized titles where it's called like the Knight of the Veil or something in some language. I'm fairly certain. Hollow Knight localized titles. I don't remember if that was some romance. No, it does not have load. I'm so sure I read something about it. Because technically speaking, even if you have a localized title in a specific language, it shouldn't really affect the trademark you have, right? Because as long as you're still using the other name and stuff for the other audiences, I assume that you still would have the same kind of right to your trademark. That's what I'm assuming, at least, but I don't fucking know. I'm not a lawyer. Maybe I'm mixing up games or something. We'll see. This would be good to check with specific audiences how common it is. I think it depends a lot on the language. Like I said, I do think that potentially Chinese could be a audience that it might be worth localizing even the title for. But we'll see. I shall do a bit more research into it. Also, I am a little bit tired today. I'm drinking coffee way too late here, but oh well, that is what it is. I don't know. I've been slaving away for this fucking localization stuff, so let's just say that I have potentially not been sleeping at the best fucking hours. We have been up pretty fucking late, but don't tell Miss Chirpy, and we're all good. Okay, should we get to work, ladies and gentlemen? Figure out what more we need to do. I still feel like we are pretty much on time for the demo release. So far, I'm not too stressed out. I just feel like there is a lot to do, but it feels realistic that we would be able to make it on time. "2025, everyone needs tutorials now. Don't think my game will have a tutorial." I don't necessarily think every game needs it. It depends a lot on the game, though. Like, if your game, if it's simple enough for the player to learn the game as it is, straight off the bat, then, like, the first Super Mario didn't really have a tutorial, right? And that kind of worked. However, you gotta keep in mind, that was on, like, the Nintendo with a very limited amount of buttons, like brute forcing to figure out what to do was fairly simple. But they never told you to go to the right side. But it's kind of the only thing you can do, so the player will naturally do it. However, I would say that generally speaking, it is a risky thing to do, because what I've come to realize more and more, the longer I've been, doing the game dev stuff, is that it is very easy to overestimate how intuitive something is. I might make something and think, yeah, this is so obvious, everyone is gonna get that this is, the way I'm thinking here. And then you realize that there's like 57 other ways you could misinterpret that thing, and you're like, okay, I need to be a bit more clear. I know it's a very common thing to say that, everyone hates tutorials, but at the same time, I think most people actually hate the game they cannot learn more. Do you know what I mean? It's very easy to overestimate the player's intelligence. I don't necessarily think it's about intelligence. If anything, it's almost more so questioning my own intelligence. Because what I'm saying is that I think that the stuff I make is intuitive, but I think that is the issue. Like, it's easy to... Because you know the thing you're making, right? And like, you know every in and out of it. So of course it is intuitive for you. So it's not that I go like, oh yeah, the player is dumb because they don't get it. It's more so that I think we as game developers, we say it is intuitive, but in like practical reality, it just isn't. Because if 80% of players don't get it that quickly, then it's not intuitive, right? It doesn't matter if it seems intuitive to you. Do you know what I mean? You're making me question if Silpson had one or not? Yeah, I have no idea. I think, though, there is an argument that the best tutorials are kind of the ones that you don't really notice, where it feels like it's just, you know, like you don't realize you're in a tutorial until you're already out of it, kind of thing. Okay, so like I said, we do have some good stuff going on here. First and foremost, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go on wishlist Shroud of Gloom on Steam, would very much appreciate it. I mean, what can you do wrong in your game? You click items and you have a key for a map and for a flashlight. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's very easy to assume that everything is going to be intuitive, isn't it? But there's thousands of like small little things spread alongside the game that you might think is intuitive but might not be for others. For example, when you charge the flashlight, this is one thing we figured out recently. Do you click on the battery and then click on the flashlight? Or do you grab the battery and do you drag it to the flashlight? Because I picked one of those, and in my head, that was intuitive. But that wasn't intuitive for everyone. Similarly, what else do we have? Like, that's another thing, even the fact that you can charge the flashlight. I'm not necessarily telling people that they can charge the flashlight, because there's no like actual tutorial that says this is how you charge the flashlight. And I have been surprised at the amount of people who've played relatively far into the game without ever charging the flashlight. Like, they'll be 10 minutes into it with like 15% battery left. They can see like this much in the room, but they don't charge it. And I think that's, once again, is because I think if anything there's a mistake on my end where maybe I even would need to kind of nudge them a little bit to charge the flashlight. And you know, there's a thousand more like small little things like this that you notice when playtesting. Like, the best thing you can do is really to have someone play your game and either record it or have you literally be there and watch them play it, because you will notice like hundreds of small little things they do where you go like, oh shit, I didn't think anyone would try that, but oh shit. Another thing in the Game Jam version, for example, you know, people would be clicking like spider webs up in the ceiling and stuff, looking for interactions, which I was like, well, that was just supposed to be a decoration. I didn't expect people to think that would be an interactable object. And that's where we got the highlight system, to make sure that, you know, we highlight stuff that is interactable, so you don't end up just running around clicking on everything. Another thing that wasn't fully intuitive, how to even use items. In the first version of the Game Jam, I never taught the player how to use items. Like, you would pick up an item, and then you would see it in your inventory. A small amount of people thought that just having the item will trigger the interaction, so if I pick up a key, have it in my inventory, and then click on a door, that should unlock the door. Which, you know, is logical, because there might be quite a few games where it would work that way, right? Where as long as you have the item, you will automatically unlock it. But in my game, you have to actually you have to select the item you want to use and what you want to do with it. Just one more example of something that I thought would be intuitive, but proved to not be. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. If we now boot up Shroud of Gloom, we can actually play this in French. Isn't that pretty fucking cool? So far it looks good. It does have the same issue as Swedish though. This is a pretty big one, which is that apparently the font I'm using does not like apostrophes whatsoever, which I find a bit weird. Like, maybe I get that they won't like the Swedish characters, like or, potentially even this one with like the circumflex thing. But like this apostrophe or this one, I definitely thought would have been part of this font, but maybe I fucked up the settings somewhere, because if you look closely, you can clearly tell that one of these is not the same font. It gets like, it has some fallback to a default font or something. So that is something we're gonna need to fix. Especially for these, like, you know, the Romance languages and the Slavic languages that doesn't, the ones that don't use Cyrillic, that is like Polish and Czech. Just they have a lot of apostrophes, and this, it does look a little bit weird. But I'm hoping that maybe I've just messed up the like font import settings. Because otherwise, it might end up being like almost English being one of the only languages that actually has this font. At that point, I almost feel like we should just change the font in the entire game instead. To make sure that we have something that works in at least most of the languages that use the Arabic or Latin, whatever you want to call it, alphabet. Because obviously there are some, like for the languages they use like Cyrillic or, you know, the Chinese characters or Japanese. Like obviously I think I'm gonna have to get new fonts for those. But it would be kind of annoying if even something like French can't use the same font. Liomatech, how you doing? Welcome in. How you doing on this Wednesday? Yeah, you have to check fonts for all different languages? Yeah, indeed. But I'm surprised, because this is like a big old Google font. Like, should this really not be able to do a normal apostrophe? That feels odd. Moonis, the one and only. How are you doing? Welcome in, man. Good to see ya. Big shout out to yet another Swedish developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know as per usual. And for anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I do my Mad Sherpy and we're working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Been adding a bunch more localization to prepare for the demo. If you want a better idea what the game is like though, here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it, game is available on Steam for wishlists and we do appreciate those very much. Red Cabin Games, good to see you as well, hope you're doing good. Give us words on stream, we'll see, I think we're gonna perhaps end up sticking to focus mode for a little while going forward, because we only have like a couple of weeks to get this demo out, so gotta try and make the most of it. Apostrophe? Yes indeed. I always wanted to say apostrophe, but then I realized I was just being Swedish.
Apostrophe.
It's apostrophe. Unintuitive as a Swedish person, but that is... parenthesis is another one I hate as a... parenthesis? Parenthesis. Like, that's singular and plural. I fucking hate that word. Messes me up every time. Hope you're doing good, guys. Nice trailer. Not sure I saw it before. Yeah, it's fairly new. We still want to... This is the one we're gonna publish with the demo, but there are still a couple of small little tweaks I want to do before we, like, push it to YouTube and so on. But yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. Also try variable. Wait, what you mean, Leomotech? Parenthesis. Yeah, that's the thing, but it's different for singular and plural, right? Because I think parenthesis is singular, right? And parenthesis is that how you do it plural? I think it's something like that. Bloody hate that word. Oh, pronunciation? Variable. I do the very kind of Cockney British thing I've started doing though, which is the fact that I go boo instead of, like, I don't actually pronounce the L in this when it ends with an L.
Variable.
Bull. Yeah, I go boo. Variable. TP man, how you doing? Welcome in. So I missed the last 3 streams? No worries, man. Good to see ya. See, there is a title screen now. Yeah, we've had it for some time, but started adding a bit more localization. So yesterday we sorted out French. We are currently waiting for Spanish, Russian, Czech, and what else? German. Did I say German? I don't know. Very exciting. Good shit. Damn, look at that. Back-to-back raids. Pons, the one and only, welcome in. How are you doing? Josh as well. Ponce raid. Taco loving respawn dev. How you doing, Josh? Welcome in. Big shout out to Pons as well. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy and we are working on the demo for my game Shroud of Gloom, which you can check out on Steam right about here. I think we need to test out some of the new localization, because I think my descriptions in the game are gonna be messed up. I'm fairly certain that's the case. GG, got a raid and run, no worries, Pons. Thank you very much for the raid. Go and get some rest, take care of yourself, man, and I'll catch you later. Yeah, because I found this as well. This is the languages that are the biggest on the platform, on the Steam platform. So, in the very top we can clearly see English and simplified Chinese. Which, this, I need to find a localizer of this. Anyone who's coming in who knows how to write simplified Chinese? Maybe. Just yeah, Russian is on the way, Spanish is on the way, Portuguese I've done myself, I just need someone to double check it. Korean would be good, German is on the way, Japanese would be good, French we have, Polish we might get, Czech is coming, Portuguese from Portugal we have, I think we're gonna get Dutch as well, we've done Swedish. Yeah, really the absolutely biggest one is I need to find or hire someone who can localize it into Chinese. Yeah, Polish is top 10, very true. I mean, Polish is fairly big though. Isn't it like 40 million speakers or something? Yeah, 30, what did you say? 39.7 million? 40 million 2021. You know, it's like 4 times larger than my language. Klingon, that would be a fun one. If you localize it for me, Jin, we'll add Klingon as well. Try looking gamedev community, maybe on Twitter. It's difficult with Chinese speakers though, but not impossible. I don't even have Twitter. I guess I should check on Blue Sky, I suppose. I could also check with my... I mean, most of my audience on like Instagram and TikTok are actually from, you know, all of my language content, not necessarily from game dev. So it's very possible that I might have some follower on Instagram or TikTok who maybe could be interested in helping out. Something worth looking into. Nacho Tyler, how you doing? Good to see you again. Hope you've been well. Do you have a Polish localizer already? I had a few applications. I've contacted one so far. But I don't think they have gotten back to me yet. But, you know, if you are interested, Slayer10, you can always feel free to apply. Just, you know, you never know what's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna, you know, look through this for the full game as well and stuff, and you never know if someone might not be available late and stuff. So if you're interested in localizing, no matter what, feel free to throw in a little application. What's your blue sky? It should be right here, I think. No? B sky? Do I not have a command for this? I should have a command for this. Okay. I need to look over my bot, it seems like. Scuffed streamer. Here you go. We're gonna do it the old manual way. That's how we're gonna do it today. Yeah, because I don't know, since this is such a big language and probably like the most important localization we're gonna do, I don't know if I would trust a really cheap localization service from like Fiverr. Either I'm gonna try and see if I can find someone, potentially someone in my community on like Instagram or TikTok who could be interested and maybe knows simplified Chinese. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna have to get like a proper localizer for it, but that is gonna end up costing me quite a bit. That might end up being like 100 quid or something, even though, I mean, which isn't too much, let's be honest, but it's, you know, it's money from a full-time developer without a salary, so yeah, it is in the link tree as well. Fiverr has been filled with AI-wrapped services these days. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm scared of. Like, you know, you're gonna still end up, you know, obviously paying a lot less, but then basically get the same translation that ChatGPT could have given me. Which is kind of what I'm scared of. Because sometimes, I don't know, maybe if even having I think having a really bad translation might even hurt more than just not having it at all. Maybe not. That's actually interesting. What do you guys think? Let's say like a... not like a horrible translation, but say like a not so good. Let's say like a not so good, like you can get through the game, but it's gonna be like a couple of grammatical errors, the wrong word here and there, but it's gonna be correct enough for you to get the gist of it and stuff. Like, that's probably better. Yeah, I guess it does depend a lot on like exactly how bad the translation is. Because if it's like completely messed up, then it probably hurts more. But yeah, I think potentially even AI translation wouldn't. There's no shot it would be perfect. But it would probably be better than nothing. How much text is that to localize? For the demo, I have about 200 entries in the localization sheet. When I checked before, I think it's about 1,000 words. So like in terms of games, it's relatively small, you know. Like if you're making a story game or something, you might have like 25,000 words in it. But it's not like, you know, it's not like just a menu either. Seen some bad Japanese translations and you can grasp what they're going for, but not perfect. I've used ChatGPT a little for translating, it's been very informative, more than my translator apps. Yeah, I have had it like be a bit hit and miss. It depends on what I'm doing. I find that it struggles a lot making stuff sound good in Swedish when I've tried it. Like just out of curiosity, I've asked like ChatGPT to localize my Steam page into Swedish, and I'm like, I would not have this out there. But I don't know, maybe if Swedish is a bit of a weird language to localize to, because it's so uncommon to localize to Swedish. Like, I think a very, very minute part of the games industry actually localized for Swedish. So I don't know if that should have some... Like, everything just sounds weird in Swedish. That's my honest opinion. Everything just sounds a little bit weird. Whereas, like, I would find it to be a lot better if I would try the opposite and go from Swedish to English. I think if you upload your comments too as an AI, this will help a lot with translation. Yeah, that is probably true, to make sure to actually give the context. Just I've tried adding basically... You know, I've done my massive translation sheet. Which, you know, looks something like this. And what I've done here is that on every single key... Sorry for the flashbang, by the way. I don't think I can get this in dark mode. I've tried adding little comments to give some... To always give some little context or description about like how this specific thing is used. So I do suppose that if we wanted to make the most of it with like a AI translation, as Leomotech said, we'll just send the thing to translate as well as the comments to make sure that at least it gets a bit closer. So yeah, so far I've set up Portuguese, Swedish, Chinese, Japanese, Czech, French, Russian, and German. As I said, I want to add as much languages as possible. It mainly... The main thing is really whether or not I can find localizers for them, or how expensive it would be to hire them. Can I use Bell Exorcist as my source for Polish translation? Is the question or not? You could AI translate, maybe get some cheaper translator to compare it if you can't find a good one. Yeah. No, I think Codra did a bit of that. At least in Cloud AI, you can set up the project and add this whole table so it knows what you're talking about. I haven't really tried any other AIs other than ChatGPT. Wait, did I get that wrong? Are you actually paying translators? No, so far I haven't paid anyone. Everyone who has been helping me localize so far has done it out of the kindness of their heart. Basically, in the localization sheet, for anyone who isn't aware, I gave two options. Either to apply, basically saying that you want to be paid for it, or you can apply to do it free of charge, but the main difference will be that in that case, you will also... Basically what I do is that I take the money that I would have given you and add that to the supporter thing, so you end up being a supporter in the credits as well, so you basically get double credits. Which is the thing is that for... It also depends a lot on the language, like the less speakers the language have, the less inclined I would be to pay for it, and obviously since I'm a full-time developer, like... I'm not really making money, like I'm losing money every month, right? So obviously I'm trying to keep my costs down as much as possible. Like it's mainly for Chinese is really the big one. Like if I can't find someone who's willing to localize the game into Chinese for me, I think I have to pay someone to localize the game to Chinese, because this is... It's probably the most important language for me to localize for. Like I said, like, I want to get as many languages as possible in here, but at the same time, I'm not gonna pay like hundreds of quid for someone to localize the game into Danish. Like, that just is just no. Like, as a business decision, that doesn't make sense. For Chinese it does, because the market is fucking massive. But with that being said, like, of course, if you're not willing to do it free of charge, you can apply and add a, like, say what your rate would be. Because like I said, if I don't have people, it is possible that I will have to pay for some languages. But like I said, it would depend a lot on the language. Like the main languages that I would probably be willing to like proper pay for at the moment would be like Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, I think. Just for those, it's... But this is also the issue. The one issue is that if I'm going to pay someone to localize the game for me, at that point, why would I not just pay a professional? That kind of becomes the problem, right? Like, if I have to pay someone like 75% of the amount of what a professional would take, then I might as well just hire a professional almost. Then of course there are other issues where, like, obviously since I'm not hiring a bunch of professionals for most of these languages, the translations won't be most likely as good, right? They probably pass, but they probably won't be perfect. But that's just one of those things that we kind of have to be okay with. Why don't you focus on a few localizations, then after release, and after making some moolah, pay for other languages localizations. I mean, focusing on your top 5 is possible. Yeah, I think that's a good shot, but the issue is that, like, if I get the top 5 languages, like, the other ones are not as worth it to localize for. So I don't know if it's even worth paying for them. Because I have most of the major languages already. Like I said, the ones that we are missing are like Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. But then the issue becomes that it's more important to have the best languages localized when, like, on release, because we might actually miss out on a big portion of that audience if we don't have it localized on the release of the demo. So it doesn't really make sense to skip those either. So in that case, I don't know, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I would probably be okay doing it for, maybe paying someone later for Japanese and Korean. Because although those are important languages, it's not like the top of the Steam chart in the same way that Simplified Chinese is. Like, Simplified Chinese I need to have for this game. We really do need to sort it out. We're doing it for the fame, exactly. Just to help out with the trolls. I appreciate you, Lyomotech. For anyone who doesn't know, Lyomotech is currently helping out translating the game into Russian. Muted for a moment. How do we support? It would be either to help translate the game, localize the game on it. Let me learn Chinese first, exactly. Yeah, you have like 4 weeks or something. Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you have like 4 weeks and 2 days. No, wait, because I would need to implement it as well, so it can't be on release date. So 3 weeks maybe. Can you sort that out for me, man? Is there a Finnish language version? I currently don't think I have anyone that has applied for localizing the game into Finnish. I looked through my applications today. I don't think I have anyone for Finnish. So if anyone is interested in that, make sure to apply. How many cents per word translated? I think the base for good languages is around 0.35 cents per word. I think that's pretty cheap if you're going professional. Like, that's...
Wait, so you're saying you don't want to test features in production? Shame.
Yeah, exactly. I think 0.35 cents per word. Oh wait, 0.35. Oh no, wait, that's pretty expensive, isn't it? Yeah, I think 0.03 would be cheap. Because when I looked around, it seemed to be around somewhere like decent translators tend to be something like 0.05 to 0.1 or something per word, I think. I found this one website called, which people said was a little bit better than just getting someone from Fiverr, which is called pros.com. So this is specifically for localization. Hire translators. Let's have a look here. I want website or software localization from English, and then let's say we want to go into Chinese. And we probably want to have a native in the target language. That tends to be the best option. What was that? Okay, never mind. You know, skip it. Let's see here. 0.1 USD per word. So 10 cents per word. 0.08. 8 cents per word. 7 cents per word. 6 cents per word. It seems to be like somewhere around those numbers. 0.27. That's quite a lot more, but obviously it's probably like you're gonna get what you pay for, right? Like, or at least you could assume that you're gonna get a better translation if you pay someone more. But no, it's definitely not like insanely. It's not like Fiverr. Like on Fiverr, you can find people doing localization for like 1-2 cents per word, which is like insanely cheap. But then the issue becomes the fact that you know, how much do you trust the translation? Because if I pay 10 cents per word, I would, for the demo, I would pay like $100. For the full game, I might pay something like $300, which is probably worth it for a language like Chinese, but it also is a fair bit of money. Like, that's almost more money than I make on a monthly basis. So it's like, you know, it's basically like 1 month's income for me. Which is the reason why, obviously, I know I'm being a bit cheap here, right? Like, still, like, these rates are not bad, but, you know, fucking unemployed man gotta do what an unemployed man gotta do. Do you know what I mean? I applied, because why not? Worst case scenario, I'll just disappoint you. Cheers for applying, man. Wait, sorry, I meant 35 cents per word, not 0.35. That's not proper. Oh wait, Jin, is that not the same thing? Oh, 0.35 and 35 cents. Is that not the same thing? Harry Chat, welcome in, man. 35 cents per word is fucking expensive. I think that would be like high-end localization, I think. Amisis, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. You have like some place where we can help to translate? I do indeed. I have this form where people can apply for localization, and then what I do is that I have a massive sheet of all the text in the game. With like comments of how, like what context this is used in. And then we're just gonna keep adding columns for every language here. So what I do is that I just slice this out, like if you wanna help me do Russian, for example, which Liometech is doing right now, I basically just remove all of this except for the key, comment, English and Russian, and then I send that version to that person. Because obviously, I don't want to send this sheet around to people, because if they accidentally mess something up, they could, you know, fuck up the localization of the entire game. Because this is automatically imported into Unity, so it's like relatively important that we don't fuck it up here. So what I do is that I basically end up just copy-pasting columns from the stuff that I get from the localizers. So if you were interested in localizing, you would basically get a document similar to this, and then, you know, go through the English translations, maybe check the comment, and just translate it. That's basically how the workflow would be. Massive sheet. It's not like I said, in terms of like games industry in general, it's still fairly small. Like I said, I have like 200 entries, and like I think it's somewhere around 1,000 words. Which, you know, it's not nothing, but it's not like a, you know, a story-driven or like super complex strategy game or something with dialogues and shit that might end up having like 20,000 words. There's also people next to me in the area, not online services, so maybe that's why. Yeah, it's very possible as well that I don't think... What I'm saying is not that I don't think people charge 35 cents per word. I just think that that's on the upper end. Like, if you're paying 35 cents per word, you're probably going with something like a, you know, professional localization agency or something with like rigorous testing and shit, is what my assumption would be on that cost. Because it seems like the kind of entry to mid-range cost for localization, as in like if you want to be one step above Fiverr, basically, it seems to be somewhere around like 5 to 10 cents, 5 to 15 maybe, if you want to go like upper mid-end or whatever. That's the general gist I've been able to see so far, but obviously take it with a grain of salt. I haven't like gone super deep into this. Ronin, welcome in, how you doing? Greetings. Sarazonj, hope you're doing well. Bem-vindo. Google Docs, you can lock for some per column to be uneditable, so you could technically share this and just open the column they can edit. Yeah, that's probably true, but I don't know, it just feels good to have the like actual project be safe in my control, do you know what I mean? You should have version control in Google Sheets, even if something just messed up, you can see history there, probably. Yeah, I might do, and technically I have it, as long as I pull it into Unity and I push it to Git, I should technically have it be a part. Because obviously I have the localization table here as well, right? And that would be saved with my normal version control. Yeah, no, I understand that you meant in the Google Docs. I'm just saying that I think you could argue that I almost technically already have it inside of Unity. Because to be clear, I can push from Unity as well, right? So basically right now, I could go in here, delete this entire sheet, save and exit out of this, and then 3 days later, I could just go into Unity and push this localization sheet to Google, to the Google document, and it would look exactly the same again. As long as I hadn't made any changes after whatever. Or as long as I don't fuck up and accidentally. If I would import from that empty document, then I would have a bigger problem. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna look around a little bit, see if I can find someone potentially interested in localizing to Chinese. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna have to end up hiring one of those guys, because I don't know, from what I understand, from the research I've done, for a game like mine, I don't think I can release a demo without Chinese. Which, something we could do is actually make sure that we have a Chinese font that works. Most of this stuff actually... never mind. I was gonna say, most of this seems to fit. It doesn't. I think I need to make this box a little bit bigger. Like the description box. And that's also the same one I use on the map. Yeah, look at that. Already going outside of the bounds. I think this little description box I have needs to be bigger. Especially when we start getting like German in here as well. German is a very long language. At least for titles like this it's fine, because this one can almost be however long it wants. Yeah, Russian and Finnish. Yeah, that's probably true as well. I think German is probably worse, I think. But those are probably longer than English at the very least. I mean, a lot of languages are. Even the Romance languages, like I said. Like here. French ends up being... because all the English stuff fits here. German is probably as long as Swedish. No, I think it's longer. I think German is even longer than Swedish. Swedish can be long, for sure. Like, you know, here like settings, for example, becomes inställningar, which is like a lot longer. Technically, this could have been bildinställningar, ljudinställningar, kontrollinställningar. Like, that would have been a massive fucking word. But I do think that German ends up being even longer. I think Swedish is longer than English in general, I would expect. Finnish and German are both very long, yeah. Russian, mostly sentences will be longer. There are less verbs as descriptive as English, so menus could be difficult. Interesting. Those words are quite similar to German. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, Swedish is a Germanic language, so you will see a lot of coordinates and related words. Like, if I read German, I will be able to pick out like a pretty decent amount of words from it. Can you write me like 2 paragraphs in German about some random everyday stuff? Okay. So this is like Clark, which is like, of course. Here, this is gonna be here. That's 2, but that's because that's not because... I mean, I think it... I don't know if that is a coordinate, but I know it just from knowing it, so that one doesn't really count. Absätze über... well, this is like over, isn't it? Ganz... Alltäglich? Don't know what that is. Guten Morgen, so this is morning. Bin ich früh aufgestanden? Don't know what that is. Weil ich noch einkaufen gehen musste. This is probably must, like måste. I know German is a little bit odd in the Germanic languages. They oftentimes in their grammar they actually end up putting the verb at the end, which is fairly uncommon. In der Küche. This could be in the kitchen, like i köket. I think this might be in the kitchen. I'm not entirely sure. Habe is to have, I think. In the kitchen I have my schnell einen Kaffee. Well, obviously coffee. Und is the same as and. Ein is one. So 1 piece of toast. Something. Annars habe ich meine Einkaufliste. This is probably list, but no, not sure. That's pure guess here. Nicht is no. Damn it. Milchbrot. Okay, milk, bread, Eier. I don't know what that is. Äpfel is obviously apple. Ein par äpfel, ett par äpplen. So I think this is a pair of apples. Draußen war es noch... Yo, don't know what that is. Is something... no. Also habe ich eine Jacke. This should be a jacket, like jacka, but I'm guessing here. Supermarkt is obviously supermarket. Unterwegs habe ich eine Nachbarin getroffen. No. Like, obviously I'm not gonna get, like, the entire thing right, but it's fairly easy to like, pick out a couple of words here and there. Nach den Einkaufen habe ich alles... So this is like alla, or all, right? Alles gut is all good, right? Allt bra. Nach dem Einkaufen... Einkaufen. I think German does proper nouns or whatever, capitalized, so this should be a noun, but Einkaufen. Einkaufen. Don't know what that is. Prøve eingerömt. I mean, inge, should this be like nothing, nowhere, like inge rum, like no room, nowhere, maybe. And einen Tiger macht. Don't know what that is. Während der Tiger Sonien hat. Maybe. Habe ich ein wenig Musik. Obviously, music. Gehört is something about hearing, because höra or hört in Swedish is to have heard. Und die Wohnung. So this one is interesting. Wohnung. It could be floor, as in like which floor, like våning in Swedish. I'm not sure. Would that be like a proper noun though? Not sure. It could be. Våning in Swedish is like the different floors of the house. Vånung sounds fairly similar. Could be honey too, but I don't. That doesn't make as much sense in the context, I think. Like honung is what we say in Swedish. Oh, is apartment. Oh, interesting. So in that case, it's not the same thing. But I am fairly sure that this is a cognate. I would assume that this is a cognate with våning in Swedish. What is it called? Victionary? Våning, house, residence. Våning in English. Okay, so let's have a look here. It comes from Middle High German Wohnunge, from Old High German Wohnunge, Proto-West Germanic Wohnunge, equivalent to Wohnung. Okay, and then we're gonna have a look at våning in Swedish. Middle Low German Varninge. Middle Low German. That one wasn't a par here. I think it still sounds close enough. I'm fairly certain. Very old certain Wohnung, Proto-West German Wohnung. Yeah, it is a cognate. So we ended up having a bit... housing, residential house, apartment? Oh, I'm looking at Danish. Interesting. I almost never hear someone use this as apartment in Swedish. Like våning. If someone just says våning, the first thing I would think about is like a floor. Anyway, let's get through this quickly because it's kind of fun. You lyftet. This is probably something about air. Or something. Like lift. Oh no, or to lift. Or a loft apartment, maybe? Lift. Like technically this is a Y. Lift in Swedish would be to lift. Liftet. Either past tense. I don't know. Probably related to lift. Maybe. I don't know. I'm very much guessing here. Habe ich auf dem balcony. Balkong in Swedish, right? Und sie Sonne genossen. Bevor ich mich an die... And obviously there's another few, another couple ones like... Dem and die is obviously like definite articles, like the in English, right? Es war ein ganz normaler, probably a coordinate with normal, aber angenehmer Start in den Tag. Tag is day, as in dag in Swedish. So, like the start of the day. Start in den dag. The start in the day, I think. I don't know. How are we doing? How are we doing? Slight little detour here, but pretty fun. Finnish, I would be fucked though. I'm technically, like, geographically speaking, I'm closer to Finland, but I don't think I would almost... you know, a couple of words I can probably get. Now write me 2 new paragraphs in Finnish. Because I know we have a few coordinates and loan words going back and forth. J is basically past particle. Oh, interesting. So J lifted. Is that something like lifted or something? Is that what that is? It's like opening the window and let all the fresh air in. Oh, interesting. David, welcome in. Always an happy. Good to have you. Coding stream is gone. Now Mad Sherpa will be stream learning languages. Yeah, this is what happens on a daily basis. Yeah, there's no shot by 1 here. I bet you 2 paragraphs, 1 word at least. I'm gonna get 1 word. Because you will throw in some little helvete or something, which is like, okay, I know it. That's helvete. I know this shit. Do you know what I mean? There's gonna be something in here. Oh, shit. Looking forward to this one. Luftet is like in Lufthansa. Have you tried Ninja? I'm only asking because you're using ChatGPT. I have not. I actually mentioned it earlier. I don't think I've tried any other AI, really, to be honest. Mulla... Wait. Saatana perkele, minä olen joulupukki suomalainen. Minä olen joulupukki puoleksi suomalainen. I'm Santa Claus Finnish. Minä olen puoleksi suomalainen. Aamulla heräsin tavallista. List. Aikaisemmin, koska piti itse käymään kaupassa ennen ruuhkaa. One, maybe? Like en in Swedish? Ennen? Like maybe one, or maybe a definite article, perhaps? Ruuhka, maybe to smoke, like röka in Swedish. I'm trying to push it here. I'm very much reaching, so I'm not expecting a lot of this to be correct. But I'm gonna just guess and see if I can get something right. Let me know if I get something right. A smoke, and rök, maybe. I don't know. Aikaisemmin. Tavallista. Koska. Pitti. Keitin kuppin kahvia ja söin nopeasti voileivän. I mean, vän is friend in Swedish. Something friend, maybe. Ennen. Or maybe in? Could this be like in or inside or something? Maybe? Kuin leidin ulos. Tein mielessäni ostoslistan. Okay, so this is some list. Something about a list, colon, and then you start listing things. This listan, I think, is a definite list, I think. That would be my assumption here. Which, if you just took this, it would be in Swedish too. Listan. That would mean the list. So could be the list. I don't know what ostos. The cheese list. Ostlistan. That's what it would sound like. The cheese list. I mean, could have worked. The Finnish has nothing to do with Swedish, it's not even the same language family. What? I'm joking. Yeah, it's a Uralic language, so it's more related to Estonian and Hungarian. But like I said, we do have loan words between us. Like, for example, helvete. in Finnish. Like that's helvete, right? I think vittu and fitta, sorry for being a bit rough here or whatever. I think those are cognates as well. I wouldn't be too surprised because they sound fairly similar and they mean the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a cognate of some sort or some kind of old loan word. Sounds like Hollow Knight Simpson talk, sort of. Osto's lista pronunciation is actually on point. Let's go. Yeah, you got the first one right. Lista is equal to a list. Okay, let's go. Lurking. Thank you for lurking, David. That's one of the very few Swedish phrases I still remember. Dra åt helvete. Yeah, exactly. That's... it's like go to hell. If you want to be really literal, it's like... Like, dra is to pull. Åt is towards. It's like pull your words to hell. But that's not how you use like... Because you can use that like... vi måste dra iväg. Like, we have to pull away. That means we have to go. Like, dra is another way. It can mean pull, like dra dörren, like pull the door. But... who cares? I'm going way too much into this. You know, this is what happens. This is on you guys. You guys know that I'm a fucking language nerd. And if you start forcing me to get into languages, I will get distracted for like an hour. This is on you. This is on you. Maitoa. Okay, so this is a list of stuff. The ostoslistan. Maitoa. Leipä. Kananmunia. I don't know the emphasis. Kananmunia. Ja vähen edelmiä. Edel. Ulkona olli. Vilje. Joten. Reminds me of Jotun, or like Jotun, which is related to Jätten, which is like the giant. Maybe, which can also mean a lot in Swedish. But this is very much guessing. Could be a cognate, potentially. Laitoin takin. Roof, maybe. Pelle. Pelle, that's a name in Swedish. Pelle. I mean, hallå, Pelle. Pelle. I don't think it's not spelled the same way though. Järkevelin rauhassa kauppaan. Kappan jacket, maybe. Kappan, like one of those long jackets or whatever. Well, I don't remember the English word now for some reason. What is that? Like a robe? No, it's not really a robe. It's a kappan. What the fuck is kappa in coat? Yeah, coat. It's not okay. Matkalla. So this could be something about food, mat. Matkalla. It could be something about food. Näin nappurin jonka kanssa vaihdoin parissanna sesta ja viikonlopun suunnitelmista. Kun tulin takaisin kotiin saatana perkele. Purin ostokset. This fucking osto everywhere. What is osto? Ostokset. Ostokset. Ja laitoin ne kappeihin. We don't want ads, go away. Keitte viele. Viele. Why do I feel like I've heard this? Keitin viele. Brother. Veli. No, that's spelled completely different. Teette ja avasin ikkunat. Kunnat. To been able to? Is it a ikkunat? No, probably not. Jotta sustoni tuli raikasta. Kasta, to throw. Ilma. Sitten, to sit, att sitta. Maybe. Istadin. City, maybe? I'm kind of reaching you. Staden. Istadin. Hetkeksi. Sovalle. To sleep. Sova. Sovalle. Jag kuntelin musikia. Musikia, you fucking bastard. Music. I knew it. It's the same in every fucking language. Ennen kuin alointeet töitä. Päivä alkoi alkohol rauhallisesti ja Olli hiive. Hiive, isn't that like good or something? But this is not because I know it from Swedish or is it 2020 thing, but hiive. Isn't that like good or something in Finnish? Or yes? Hiive. Was it yes? Was that how you said yes? Joskus juuri. Tällaiset fucking tavalliset again as well. Tavalliset. Something, is it about fucking painting? Like a tavla? No, it's just lista. It's about some list again. We have the cheese list and the painting list. Ostlistan och tavellistan. That must be what this is. It can't be anything else, and if you say it is, then I will deny it. Tavalliset ammut tuntuvat parhailta. Haluatko one, like maybe? Tämän tästä vielä vähän kirjakielisemmin. Why did you bold that out? No idea what that is. Soppi. Dude, I fucking love Finnish. So good. Soppi. Paremmin oppikirjan. Vai jättetänkö? This should be a tone with jätte, like giant or a lot in Swedish. Rennon puolikieliseksi. Someone that's very sexy? Wait, puoleksi. That's half. Is this like half sexy? Puolikieliseksi. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Finnish has a lot of Swedish words. Some sources say that there's over 4,000 words like that. Strand, ranta, åra, airo, lov, luppa, mästare, mästari, snickare, nickari. Oh, that's interesting. I can hear it when I know it, but if I just would have heard nickari, I don't know if I would have thought of snickare. That would... Yeah, I think I would have missed that one. Mjölnare, mylleri, läkare, läkari. That one I probably should have gotten. Kärra. But, so this one is interesting, because that one we would pronounce kärra. Do you say sherry, or is that kerry? For like the... well, kärra, that's like the thing, like a trailer thing, or like a thing that you carry stuff with. Yes, I know languages. Hard K like cook? Okay. Kerry. Porti. Källare. Kellari. Kanna. Kannu. Lampa. Lampu. Ostokset is groceries. Oh, so it's grocery lists. Okay, I probably could have figured that out from context, to be fair, because I knew we had some... No, never mind, I didn't figure... Is this the same thing again? Is this fucking milk and... shit, is that what that is? Sova is sofa. Ah, shit. Close enough, close enough. 2 was right, I was sure you will get it. Okay, last ad witness news, but we didn't do it, because that's how we roll. I see Sharp is productive as always, you know it, Cheetah. How you doing, man? Music, yeah, even me to guess this one, please. Yeah, that one is common in a lot of languages. 3 right, let's go. Hyveilta kaikille. Hyveilta Kettorin pojalle. Suomi chat nyt. Oh, that, I know that. Suomi chat nyt. Yes, that is Finnish chat now. Now this is a Finnish chat. Suomi chat nyt. Saatana perkele, minä olen puoleksi suomalainen. Voi vittu. Hyve. Nyt suomalainen. 1, 2, 3. Etta is that. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, wait, I know one. That's yksi. Yeah, good point. Me puhumme suomea tänään. was basically exactly the same text as in German. Oh, interesting. Chappie sounds like an average Finn at this time on a Friday. Oh, that's funny. I need to learn more Finnish, man. I really do. I really do. I am ashamed of how little Finnish I know. Terve, terve. Minne olen puoleksi suomalainen. Minä olen joulupukki. Kiitos.
Hauska tavata, joulupukki. Miten voin auttaa tänään?
Minne näi understandi. Puoleksi suomalainen. Kiitos.
Ei hätää. Ymmärrän kyllä. Jos haluat, voin puhua hitaammin tai selittää asioita tarkemmin. Miten voin auttaa sinua tänään?
Saatana perkele. Heippa, morjesta, veli.
Ei vaan. Miten menee?
Kiitos.
Ole hyvä.
Good chat, man. Good chat. Anyway, should we get some actual fucking shit done? Me trying to use this stream as a background noise while working to focus, and it's like someone trying to cast a ritual on me. What's up, man? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Suomi chat now, perkele, yeah. Stop offending AI. I have no fucking clue what he said. I don't think I got like a single word. Well, I got heipa when he said heipa. That one I did understand. I'll show you have a clip as well. Cheers, man. Do I sound like a proper half Finn? Probably not. Oh, that I know that's Suomi chat nyt. Yes, that is Finnish chat now. Now this is a Finnish chat. Suomi chat nyt. Saatana perkele, minä olen puoleksi suomalainen. Voi vittu. No, I don't sound Finnish enough. Nyt. No. I need to fucking practice, man. I got everything, let's go, Liometech. You sounded horrible. Fuck you. Still has that softness, but it's pretty good. Yeah, is the issue with like, I think it's like getting around, and that's not just with Finnish either, mind you, that's with most languages. I think the first thing a Swede will start to struggle with is like basically hiding that Swedish I, like the Swedish. Like that's like the most common way to instantly recognize a Swede speaking another language, where you just hear that little E slip through, because it's such a fucking iconic sound. But other than, like, when you kinda got that shit down, then the issue, like the subtle stuff that's really difficult is like the melody and the emphasis that, well, now I'm doing like Finnish emphasis. That we have in Swedish is very hard to like get away from, and like that like kinda, I don't know, the fucking you know, the Stitch, like Lilo and Stitch type sound that you have is fucking, it's difficult getting around. Satana perkele. I think I need to be more monotone. I think that's a big part of it. Okay, it's time for us to get some fucking work done though, mate, innit? So I think maybe we should fix the descriptions first, because I know that is going to be a massive issue in a bunch of languages. I don't know, it's not gonna look as well when it's like a small description like this, but I don't know if we should maybe even double the length of the description box. Potentially. Like make it twice as wide. Oh shit, this cuts down to a new line as well. Wonder if I could make that one slightly wider too. The issue then might be that once you get down here, it might be behind the thumb. Hopefully you can get it from context though, even if you miss a few words. Can I make the dynamic description box width calculate based on text? Oh, maybe. The only issue is that I'm such a fucking sucker for pixel perfectness. And that's gonna cause a bit of issue. If I don't care about it being pixel perfect, we could actually make... because I can't stretch it, obviously. But we could make... like, cut off the last pixel row on one side, flip it, and have it overlap. And then... have like a content size fitter that moves those out or whatever. That could be pretty neat. It's not gonna be pixel perfect, but we could try it. We do have some ads running though, so I will quickly just run and get myself a bit of coffee. Kaffe nyt. Saatana perkele. See you soon, kiitos. Heippa. Nyt. Minne. Here again. Kiitos. Thank you for your patience. Okay. I think we could maybe do something like that. It would be pretty neat. The only thing is, like I said, it is not going to be pixel perfect. There probably is ways we could make it pixel perfect. But, you know, the box is moving anyway, so it's never gonna be fully pixel perfect. Like, basically what I'm thinking is that we could do something like this. Imagine that we have... You know, we have our little boxy, which looks something like this. Just way fucking smaller. We have a boxy, which I bet that's how you say box in Finnish. Do you say boxy? I would not be surprised if you say boxy. Please tell me that's how you say box. It's hands down the best Finnish stream on the platform. Let's go. Okay, so you go here. You do something like this. Boom, boom, boom. But then you don't finish the other side. Because if we do that, we could basically copy this. And then flip it, right? And then all you do is that depending on... like, this is the smaller size, and the longer the text gets, the more we just pull one side away. Right? Not gonna be pixel perfect, but it might just be good enough. Unless I could do something where you, like, maybe use the content size fitter to make the text thing as big as it should be, and then we round the position of the other one up to a perfect pixel position. That probably wouldn't be too difficult, to be honest. Maybe not the highest priority, but it seems like that would be possible. Boxy is Finnish. Okay, the actual Finnish word is laatikko. 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 Maybe coordinate with låda, which is how we say box. I'm reaching, but maybe. Maybe we should try that. Let me look at my list of to-dos. I wonder if I should clear this in case I have some spoilers here, though. Let me do that. What have we written down here today? Okay, we have that one tutorial that we need to fix. Add to wishlist button hitbox. That one is way too small. That's a very easy fix. In general, fix the starting tutorial. Make sure that one is like polished. We want to make description boxes bigger. Maybe dynamic. Wink wink. Update. Look over font settings or get a new font for Swedish. Francais. French. I probably need it for Portuguese as well with the circumflexo and that shit. And we're gonna need it for the Slavic languages such as Czech and Polish. And then we're probably gonna need to find a completely new font for Russian, as well as a new font for Chinese. Japanese would be good too, but it's not the priority. Chinese is way more important in this context, I think. Is there anything else? Let's start like that. We should make the new tutorial as well, but we don't have to do that right now. Okay, should we try the... No, let me fix a few quick things first, and then we try the description box. So, one of the problems is that this button I changed to say something like add to your wish list, which means that it is way too small of a hitbox. So you should be something like this. Let's do some shit like that. You know, main menu is so... I know I could change this individually for the different languages, but I think something like this might be fine. Oh! Yeah, wait! What the fuck? Why don't I use content size fitters for all my buttons? Why have I never thought of that? That makes so much sense. I could even... This might be a little bit crazy, but I could even have my... Rather than adding it to all my buttons, because of course I'm dumb enough to not having made any like button prefab, I could even make my script automatically add that component. Content size fitter. Is this gonna work? That does seem to work. Parent has a type of layout group component. The child of layout group should not have a content size fitter component, since it should be driven by the layout group. But that's actually not the case, because I never control child size, which I think is what would make there be an issue. Right? I mean, we can just try and see if this works. Is it crazy to make my menu button script just instantiate that thingy? That looks very good. How have I never thought about this, man? Such a fucking good idea. The magic, I don't really understand them, but hey, they're handy. Yeah, I do use them. I just don't know why I've never thought about adding them to my buttons. It makes so much sense. Like, everyone automatically gets a perfect hitbox. What happens if you add a content size fitter to an image? Well, that shouldn't really do anything, should it? It can't change the size of the image, right? Because there are a few cases where I actually have... Like here, this is a button. No, that should be fine. I think that should be fine. Okay, I am going to try something a little bit crazy. I'm gonna make my menu button instantiate the content size fitter. Well, I don't know if instantiate is the right word. But I can add components, right? Like, couldn't I make like a private content size fitter, and then in a wait just say that the content size fitter, well, this would return null. So my question is, what do I do here? Do I instantiate a component? Is that what you do? Do you instantiate components on a object? Add component menu. Added component. Content size fitters are nice, yeah. I don't know, but I'm willing to learn with you. My hypothesis is that stretches a lot of things. Just gotta set the image to scale how you will, so that it can stretch without losing its corners, for example. Well, the good thing about my buttons is...
Pons challenges the community to a marble
Let's
race.
do it! The good thing is that I have a button type, which is either going to be set to a image or text mesh pro. So what I could do very easily is to only add the content size fitter if this is a text mesh pro button. But before we do that, we have a challenger for a quick little marble race. Pons as the challenger, which map would you like? We have the Descent, we have the Gigaplinko, and we have the Teleporter. Which one do you want to... Now in whopping 2D, true. What's up, Luasoft? Teleporter, let's do it. The disclaimer that I always have to do though is that this little diamond right before the goal for some reason is hidden, but hitbox is there, so you will see marbles crash into a invisible hitbox, but you know, everything is working, it just looks a little bit weird, no refunds. Let's do it. Type exclamation mark join in the chat if you want some marbles, and of course we're gonna do the little prediction here as well. We have 2 minutes to vote whether or not you think that Pons the challenger will win. I don't think capitalization works yet. I don't think we did talk about that, but I didn't sort it out. So you might have to do only lower letters, Amisis. Look at that sexy Twitch integration. True, all done by Strom. Exclamation mark join. What is up, Nymph? How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Damn, we have 1,050 points bet on Pons winning, and so far not a single person betting against him. No one taking the safer option. Okay, never mind. We now have 500 points bet against Pons. Oh, it's pretty much 50-50 with 1 minute left on the vote. Oh, not a vote, the prediction. 1 minute left to cast your gambles. Okay, we're starting to have more non-believers. We got another 10 points for... Oh, never mind. 2,000 points on Pons winning. 1,500 on points on Pons losing. Pons points. That was a little bit too quick there. Became a little bit of a tongue twister, didn't it? Peter, how you doing, man? Good to see you again. I'm almost on it. Oh, wait, I say you're almost all in? Is that what you're saying? It's fairly split still. We have 2,000 points for Pons winning, 2.5k on him losing with just a few seconds left in the prediction. And that is where it ends. So ladies and gentlemen, if anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat. You have about 10 seconds before we start the race. I'm not gonna join this one, because then everyone is gonna call it raided once I inevitably win. Let's have a look. We're going into the teleporter. Oh, we had quite a few people getting straight through it. Strom currently in the lead. We do have a handful of Ponces here, though. Not too shabby. Ooh, ooh. We have a Pons Marble taking a pretty good line, but did get a bit stopped there. I do see a lot of Ponces here, though. Luasoft, first one into the spinners it looks like, but does get a little bit tripped over. Ooh, Pons just got kicked out of the spinner there, but we do have the second teleporter here, which could quickly turn things around. Nymph and Ronin got caught. It seems like Ronin is first into the goal though. Nymph in second place, Luasoft in third. Let's see, the best Pons Marble ended up in 9th place. Strom, is that the last one? No, we have a Soul Pizza Marble here. Boom, number 45. GG, my beans. Yeah, unfortunately for anyone who bet on Pons winning, which was only Pons, we had 3 people betting against him, and those 3 people will take home all of them points. GG. Close one? Yeah, it was. You win indeed, Ronin. Rigged. Good race, good stuff. Let's get back to work. I'm doing a little dance now, and thanks you all cannot see. Okay, what are we doing? I was thinking about instantiating a content size fitter, which I don't know how to do. Is that what I do? Do I instantiate? Do you instantiate components? How to add components? Unity in code. GameObject.add components. Easy peasy. So interesting, why... Wait, can I not say just... Because I tried add component, didn't I? Okay, so here is my question. Why can I do get component without referencing the game object? But for add component, I have to reference it. Why is that? That seems a little bit racist. Thank you very much for lurking, Pons. Appreciate ya. Okay, but we don't even need to add it unless it's a text mesh pro, so let's do if button type is equal to type dot text mesh pro UGUI. Then we want to add a content size fitter. Oh no, I could do it here. switch for the button type. If it's a TextMesh Pro UGUI, then add that one. Yeah, that's a little bit neater. But I'm gonna assume I need to set this one up as well. So maybe we do something crazy and we do like a little private void initialize content size fitter, and then here we say that you should be equal to this. Do I even need to save you then? Why would I need to save a reference to this? I should just do content size fitter vittu content, oh sorry, content size vittu is equal to game object add component, yeah. Then we can remove this one, because I don't think I need to access this again. No, as long as it gets set up correctly, we should be fine. And then we say content size vittu dot, what, like preferred? No, that's what I want to set it to. What is the thing called? Content size fitter. Horizontal and vertical fit. Agreed seems arbitrary. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems a little bit odd. Because I assume that like get component is also from the game object, right? So why do I need to type game object for add but not for get? It feels very... that feels a little bit odd. Okay, content size vittu dot... what did I say? Horizontal fit is equal to fit mode. I think preferred size is what we want. Content size vittu dot vertical fit should also be equal to the preferred size. Let's try that. And that should update in real time as well, right? I hope. Because otherwise it's gonna be an issue when you switch languages. Unless I do it every time on enable. Okay, so that did not fully work. That one is a bit weird. What if I go to the main menu? This doesn't seem to work. Main menu, buttons, play button. Menu button, TextMesh Pro. It didn't... Oh, am I not calling it? You're a fucking dumbo. Initialize content size fitter. Maybe it is a good thing to actually trigger the function that we write. Potentially. Surprising how often that happens. That looks good. That does look very good. And it does seem to update immediately as well. What's up, Darth? How you doing, man? Yeah, that is fucking neat. Now every button like this will just automatically update so the hitbox is set to as wide as the text is. Potentially what you could do, I don't know if you could enable it, then disable it, and then add a bit extra. If you want to like make sure there's always a bit extra of an hitbox, you know? But that is a neat little detail. Add to wishlist button hitbox. You are now automatically fixed. Good, working hard on the next game. The train never stops. Nice, man. What are you currently working on, Darth? Kabali Penna, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Tuga, now. Não sou Tuga, sou da Suécia, mas eu falo pouco de português. Bem-vindo, pá. Okay, so... Now that is done.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it! How are you doing, Raka? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I am quite happy with this so far. Basically, every button updates automatically. But yeah, we are pretty dope here, you know, doing I think a very uncommon thing, just because I might not be a Tuga, but I am a little bit of a Tuga boo, innit? So what we're doing is that I am gonna be one of the probably very few games that choose to localize for both Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese. Because, you know, as someone who spent like 2 years studying and obsessing over European Portuguese, it would feel a little bit weird to not localize my game for it. It would feel a little bit weird. So, yeah, we're gonna be one of the few games who actually do it. English International and English United States. Hey, muito obrigado. Appreciate you, man. E bem-vindo. Mas és Tuga? És de Portugal? Tuga, we all know that you are Danish Icelandic. Dude, be careful here, Ronin. You know, this is you know, this is basically harassment, I would say. Like, this is, you're stooping very fucking low now. I mean, I don't really mind the Icelandic part, to be honest. My wife is from the Azores. Ah, my father from Lisbon. Nice. So, do you live in Portugal or in Azores? On vives. Those should be fine. Okay, so that is pretty much done. Should we look over the font settings maybe? It would be really nice to work that out. Let's actually check Google first, because we have this issue with a lot of the fonts, or with a lot of the languages that have a bunch of, what do you call it? Accents and stuff. So basically every language I've localized to except for English. Like, if we go into Portuguese here, as I showed before. Oh, interesting, wait, I actually have this A. That's interesting. But then I don't have the I. You can see this I is clearly a different font. But I have the A. That's kind of surprising. And look, I have the C with the fucking cedilla, but I don't have the O with the swiddly thingy. What the fuck? And then I don't have the E. I don't have an E with a normal apostrophe, but I have the fucking C with the cedilla. This must be more common, like internationally speaking. How does this make sense? Harassment, poor Danish people. Oh, you live in Portugal, but maybe going to Birmingham in a few months. Oh, interesting. How come? If you don't mind, of course. Okay, I want to check if we can find out about this specific font. I am currently using Special Elite. So I want to know, do I... Okay, I do have the cedilla. Yeah, whatever. Oh, look at that. I should have that one as well. Okay. So, I think my font is messed up. Spectacular, are you still here? Otherwise, let me do this. Do I not have a... I think I have some Czech here. Because Czech is also a language that uses an absolute shit ton of apostrophes. Am I blind? Where is... Check. And get something with a lot of weird ones. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? The font should have everything. Okay, just out of curiosity now, what about Russian? Do you have Cyrillic? That looks like a no. Because that's not the same font. Okay, so we're gonna need a new font for Cyrillic. And obviously we're gonna need a new font for like Chinese, right? Yeah. But this should work for the like Romance languages and the Slavic languages that don't use Cyrillic. What about Swedish? Or yeah, I have those too. Okay, I think I fucked up my import settings. I think that's the issue. Okay, let's switch this to Portuguese, maybe? Do I have something I can see here? Bum, bum, bum. That, we have an A that's messed up. How do we fix this? Something in the font asset, I guess? Post on Discord in the Share Your Work, it's a QTE minigame. Wait, QTE? I don't know if I know what that stands for on the top of my head. I'm an IT admin, not very well paid around here in comparison with the rest of most countries in Europe. Oh, I see, I see. Recently I found out that Estonian uses the squiggly thingy. Got really surprised. Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, because you don't use it in Finnish, do you? I don't think that's in Finnish as far as I'm aware. So interesting that Estonia uses it. I travel frequently, so have the luck to have some friends around some countries. Oh, nice, nice. I was recently in Portugal. Me and my partner went to Portugal for almost a full week. Like, what, 2 weeks ago or something? First time going into, or down to the Algarve. Eles em Portugal. Tipo, qual cidade? Once again, if you don't mind, of course. Like, I very much understand if you don't want to say it publicly. Never saw it in Finnish. Yeah, me neither. Oh, Lisboa? Okay. Yeah, I did. It was my second time going to Portugal. The first time I went to Portugal, I flew to Lisboa, and then I traveled to Sintra, Cascais, Cap de Roca, or rather, wait, Sintra, Cap de Roca, Cascais. right? Yeah. And then Pared, back to Lisboa, up to Nazaré, Porto, and Braga. This time we just went down for a chill little vacation in the Algarve. And you know what? I think it was really nice in terms of like having like a chill sun beach type vacation, right? But I think both me and my partner were like, we pretty much agreed to the point that next time we're going to Portugal, we're probably gonna go more north again. Because she's also been to Portugal before. I don't know, it's just that little thing where, you know, the Algarve, just so you have some context, my partner also speaks European Portuguese, she also learnt it. That's kind of how we met each other, because, you know, we both were studying it. So obviously we have a bit of a, I don't know, extra interest in Portuguese and the Portuguese culture and stuff, right? And I would very much say that the Algarve, although a very nice place to go if you want like a sunny beach type vacation, it is a very touristy place, right? Like half the restaurants there were like selling they were like selling fish and chips for the British tourists, and like every other cafe had like a full English breakfast and stuff. Like it, you know, for someone who's a bit interested in like, you know, the proper like Portuguese culture, it doesn't really feel like you're going to Portugal in the same way as going to like Nazaré or like Sintra or something, where it very much feels like okay, we are in Portugal right now. Like going to the Algarve, really beautiful, really nice weather, you know, still had a good time, but it feels like okay, we are in like a tourist resort or whatever. Then again, to be fair, we didn't really go to like, you know, smaller towns or whatever. I guess maybe like Ferragudo was like the smallest place we went to. So it's very possible that maybe all of the Algarve isn't like that. Like if you would go to some less touristy towns, you know, maybe it would be different. But overall, like even going to like Porto and Lisboa was, although being like big cities with tourism and stuff, it was very different to going to the Algarve. Brunin, welcome in man, how you doing? Bem-vindo pá. Como é que é, meu? I think the squiggly thing is a symbol for approximately, so you could write that on a loaf of bread that costs around €2. Don't know if it's official, but do sit and finish the casual writing. Yeah, you can use it here as well, but we wouldn't use it as like a apostrophe on like a letter or something. But yeah, in that kind of way, you could use it here too. Yeah, the south is cool, but way more people. Yeah, I'm starting to have more vacations to the north also. Yeah, I'd probably rather, next time, I'd probably rather go, I don't know, back to Porto or something, I think. I was trying to buy a house in Figueira de Foz, but with the situation in Birmingham, let's see how it rolls. I haven't been to Figueira de Foz, but I've seen it, because isn't that the place that stands out a lot on the map? It's like a little, it's right by the coast, isn't it? Oh no, I'm thinking about I think I'm mixing this up. No, I was thinking about... Oh, yeah. I mixed it up. It was indeed on the coast, I was thinking about this. Because that one always like, there's something here like, it just grabs your attention, it's like a little fucking penis just going out of the country. I have no idea, like I've never been here, but... Looks cool. Nazaré, I did go here, which is... How far is that? It's relatively far. Oh yeah, this is actually closer to Coimbra. I'm kinda sad that I didn't stop in Coimbra. I did go through it, because I took a bus from Lisbon all the way up to Porto, which that one did go through Coimbra, but I never stopped there. Aveiro. I did go to Braga. Doing great, last day of work before my vacation. Thank God, let's go, man. Exciting. Yeah, Penicia goes actually under the radar a lot. Interesting. For some reason, it always catches my attention when I look at the map of Portugal. Just it stands out as a little, like, I don't know, bulge going out of Portugal, you know? Because obviously I go to sleep just looking at the fucking map of Portugal. Just, that's the kind of weirdo I am. Okay, how do I make sure in Unity that I have all of the letters from this font? Because I should have more. Atlas population, dynamic. Atlas render mode, sampling point size, width and height. Get font features. Character table. Character search. So can I do this? That one does not exist. But it should, because on... like when I check here, it looks like I should have all of these. Right, I have the ones from Portuguese. I have like the normal apostrophe ones. We have the ones from Czech, and we have the ones from Sweden. Like all of these look good. So they should be in the font. Coimbra is very cool, very academic. Yeah, because it's kind of a student city-ish, isn't it? That's kind of the impression I've gotten. If I'm not mistaken. Because obviously you have there's like a big university there as well, right? Like the University of... oh, this is so bad. His name is... the poet. Obviously not Flor Beleshbanka, and then you have... shit, how have I forgotten these names? Trying to see if I can remember it. I literally have a book behind me with like Portuguese poems and shit. What is his name? I actually can't remember. Nope, I'm completely blank. Vienna is my thing, has beach, sea, river, and nice. Komishi bebesh. Ah, nice. I'm not even sure if it has a name, it's just the statues nearby. Oh, interesting. I thought like, there was a university named after him there. Maybe I'm not remembering, but... what is his name? Luis something. Not Fernando Pessoa. Soa, the other guy. I should know his name. I'm kinda embarrassed that I can't remember it right now. Not Fernando Pessoa, but... Luis something. I need a Tudia to help me here. I'm completely lost. Camões. There you have it. Camões. Yeah, that's the one. I thought it was like a Camões University. University of Camões or something. I could be wrong. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, what do I do here though? Update Atlas texture. That's not really what I want to do. I heard someone say that the name of Fernando Pessoa has the same logic of Donald Duck, and now I can't unsee it. I don't get it. Fernando Pessoa. I don't even get the logic with Donald Duck. Wait, is there logic behind Donald Duck? If I'm not mistaken, the university that pledges the name Camões is in Lisbon. Oh. Yeah, there is a university in Lisbon named Lisbon Camões University. Because Donald Duck is a duck, and Fernando Pessoa is a person. Okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Is one we call Autonoma? Just checked it. Interesting. Wait, guys, I'm sorry, but I really need to, like, open a window or something. It's getting mad hot in here. Give me just, like, 1 second. It's like a fucking sauna. Go grab a snack to be right back. No worries, man. Okay, Unity font, missing characters. Missing characters in TextMesh Pro. Also using a Google font. Okay. Missing E in German, however these letters are not displayed in TMP. Yeah. Font file does not indeed contain those characters. As such, make sure these characters and glyphs are included in your font asset if it is static. If the font asset is dynamic and the characters still do not show up, which is the case for me, please provide me with an example of a string that you use to reference these characters where they don't show up. I found a problem. The character set was ASCII. If I used extended ASCII, I think, the missing characters are present. Is that a Unity setting? Extended. Character table, glyph table, blah blah blah. Do I need to do this somewhere else? Atlas. Re-import it, maybe? Choose character set extended ASCII when creating the font from the font asset creator. But what if I just want to update the font? There must be a way, right? Or is it the source font file? I need to do something with you? Can I just re-import it? They're all saying basically what the fix is, but I don't know where to fucking find it. Because I don't know if I wanna like create an entirely new font file, because doesn't that mean I need to change all of the references or something? That feels a bit annoying. Okay, AI overlord. Yo mate. My font asset in Unity is missing some characters. I think I might need to switch some setting to extended SG or whatever. Is there a way to update this font without having to create a new asset. Yo! Yep, you can update the existing font asset in Unity without creating a complex new one. Here's how you do it, assuming you're using Text Mesh Pro. Select the font asset. TMP font asset you want to update. Open the font asset creator. Okay, TMP font asset, so that should be this one. This is import settings. Can I open you? No, unable to open. Well, open? But open doesn't do anything. And nothing happens when I click open. Update Atlas texture. What do you say? In the inspector you'll see a font asset creator button. Or you can go to Window, Text Mesh Pro, Font Asset Creator and select your font again. You're saying I would see a button here for some Font Asset Creator? That sounds like bullshit. Update Atlas texture? Oh, Font Asset Creator. You lying, ChatGPT, that's not what I said. Auto, character set. Extended. Is that all I have to do? Does that save? No. Do I have to like regenerate it? I'm a little bit scared here, so I'm gonna do a little commit first. What have I done here? Menu, button, content, size, filter. We also did some localization stuff. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna bump you up to extended, and then we're gonna generate font asset. Character's missing. Okay. That looks like it's fine. Is that done? Save? I guess? Are you... save now? Oh, look at that! That looks right. That doesn't look good. I mean, yeah, we still have problems with the checked ones. The Swedish and the normal apostrophes, as well as the circumflexo, flexo, right? Is it like X sound? I think it is. Circumflexo. Português. Definição. Oh, is it circumflex? Do you have text-to-speech? No. Okay, TTS MP3. Sorry, slight little deviation here. Circumflex. I think that's an H sound.
Circunflexo.
Yeah, flexo. That's an H sound. Sorry, just had to figure that out quickly. Sounds like it should be a real thing. Wait, what do you mean? Is that so? Yeah, indeed. Okay, so mostly good, but we need the upside down. I also... Wait. Check... wait, can I not just type... It's like the Sevilla... something... No, it's that one, okay. Cheska. Can we get some... Here, exactly what I need. Nothing... That sounds like no. I don't want this. No. I'm gonna assume this is no. Do we have any other weird characters? Oh yeah, here's something weird. A U with a full-on circle above it. That looks a bit weird. Otherwise, upside down circumflex thingy. Just the Vijedni, then pam. Deska telewizja socjalniczych. Okay. Otherwise, it seems fine. Can we get some like Wikipedia.cs? I just want to see if they have any other weird symbols that we might need to know right now. We could check Polish as well, but I'm fairly certain that Czech has weirder accents. Or less common ones. Y with an accent. Gonna add that in here as well. Oh, that one we have. Okay. We know we're gonna need these, the upside down circumflex. But I saw some U with one circle above it. What is this? Is that a letter? And that one we don't have. Sorry guys, we do have an ad break coming up in just a minute or so for any non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. Unfortunately, I cannot skip this one. Niekti. I mean, if that is a letter they use, or an accent they use, it cannot be common, because I cannot fucking find it again. This is just a lot of the upside... No, here it is. Boom. Found it. Otherwise... R with the circumflex upside down... That's like the... sound or something, I think. Okay, but we would need that one as well, I think. Okay, what are we missing? The C. And like the S. Okay, so maybe we can just brute force this and like try other... What did I do? Update Atlas texture. Right, if extended thingy didn't do it. First of all, let's make sure that these actually do exist in the font. That might be a good thing to do. I think they should. Yeah, I have every single one when I use this in Google. We should have them. Okay, ads are running. I'm gonna take a short little break and just go and get some tea, but I shall be back shortly. Appreciate your patience. And we are back. Appreciate your patience. Okay, extend. How do I know which one I want? Numbers and symbols, custom range, custom characters. Characters from file? Oh no, I have to actually add a file. I mean, we could do this. We could copy these letters. And then about here. Okay, I got most of them now, but I'm still missing these. Wait, if you're right, we regenerate the atlas texture, meaning if you hand tweak the old atlas, those tweets will be lost. And that should be fine. Also make sure your atlas is texture size is large enough to fit. Otherwise you get missing one. Oh, wait. Atlas resolution. Maybe all I need to do is to up this. Make sure that the size of it is bigger. Save. No. Those still don't look like they are loading correctly. I mean, we could try to do it absolutely massive just to really make sure that this is not the issue. Yeah. Sizing is not the issue. Let's keep it one higher just to be safe. Do I even need to wait? 97 missing characters. Okay. Out of what? Shit. What did it say? I have 209 out of 306. If I go down one step. 209, 306. Okay, so I don't think it needs to be bigger. Okay. I got most of them now, but still missing these. Any idea what I need to do? Funny that all of these languages worked, but Czech had to be the one to be like, no, I'm gonna have a few extra special characters. That made sense, those characters aren't in the extended ASCII. Those of the 255 doesn't cover many Central Eastern European letters like those. Fix. Regenerate the font asset with the right Unicode ranges. Select Unicode range hex. Add the relevant ranges. For Latin diacritics, like blam blam blam, include basic Latin. Oh shit. 002007F. Latin -1 supplement. Latin extended A. This is where most of these live. If you need the U with the circle, that's also in Latin extended A. Okay. Unicode range X. What? So do I just add this? I think I do. Okay. Should I do all of these then? Yeah, I guess I should. Why not? We copied this. I guess I just paste you in. Fix the dash, because that one looked weird. I basically have a few new little hex codes here we need to paste. And I think maybe we will fix this. Boom. Boom. Regenerate the font atlas again, overwrite your existing asset. Latin extended A adds around 128 characters on top of ASCII or whatever. Try 1024. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I'm gonna try that and then generate. Save. Let's go! Okay, do we have everything? All the weird characters? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that looks good. Sweet. Now, I do have to do this again, because I have another one of these that is lit, that we use like in the game and such. 0020-007. So let's just copy this. And then I guess we switch you to the lit one. And that should give us a bunch of issues. Yeah, we still have the Cedilia or whatever, but the other ones are missing. But now we know what to do. Take this one, update Atlas, switch this to 1024. We say that we want a Unity code range hex. And then we paste these values in here. We generate font atlas, and then we save. It doesn't write over the material, right? Because that would fuck me over. No, it's still lit. Okay, bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum. Sweet! Okay, that should be all, basically all the languages that use the Arabic or Latin alphabet should be sorted. We should be able to use this font for all of them. You're playing for the release coming soon, wishlist now. Bum bum bum. Nice. That is a pretty important thing sorted out. First, I really thought that I would have to go and get a completely new font for all of these languages, but apparently that is not the case. That's nice to know. Which means we could do a little commit here. Font special elite font regeneration. Sure thing. Let's push that. Maybe I should have saved Unity. Oh well. Oh. Okay. Look over font settings to get a new font for Swedish, French, Portuguese, Czech and Polish. Dunzo. However, we did realize that we are going to need new fonts for some languages though, right? As in Chinese, Russian, potentially Japanese and Korean. Those are going to need new fonts. So what, you do something where like, if this is the language, then you switch font? I feel like the localization thing should have something for this, shouldn't they? In like the localization settings or something? Asset table. Gonna make some coffee. If you have any questions, I will not be listening. No worries, Ronin. Go and make yourself some coffee, man. Localization. Simplified Chinese. Can I like override the font asset here or something? Metadata. Comment fallback locale. I open this? No. Okay. So it's not in the actual... What is this? What am I looking at? A locale. It's not in the locale itself. Let's see, can I show all of this? Somewhere here I have... What is it I cannot show? I assume it's a Google Sheet service. Yeah, that has the secret stuff. But this should be fine. Can I do something here? No. Must be a place for this. Is it in the string table shared data or in the string table? No. Oh, is it here maybe? String table for Chinese. Locale ID code. Select collection, open table editor. It's not it. It's not it. There must be a way where I don't... I would be very surprised if I have to make some custom code to switch the font depending on language. I feel like the Unity localization should have that sorted. Let's do this. Sorry for the flashbang. Oh, wait. Menu, main menu. Okay. Simplified Chinese. I remember I found some... Here, polyglot gamedev and translation. Some big sheets you can actually find some of this stuff for. So we can get maybe just like the very first bit of the main menu in Chinese, just to check whether the font works or not. Maybe do something like that for Russian as well. I mean, technically I only need one thing. So let's do like the... Cancel, continue... the start button or something. Yeah, start. We are going to search for start. Menu label, press start. Start to continue. It's not really the same thing. No, that should change. Spawn point. Take off. Do they not just have a... there is a
How is it
play.
going, sir?
What is up, Lupo? How you doing? It's going quite well. I finally sorted out my font in the font asset in the game so that we can display all the characters from like the Romance languages and the Slavic languages that don't use Cyrillic and stuff, so that feels good. Trying to see if we can figure out how to get Chinese to work. But I need to find... I mean, we do have play. Play could work. I think I do start in most languages, but... we could do play. Okay, simplified Chinese, play. Let's copy that one. Start, simplified Chinese, paste. Why are you going down there? How you doing, Lupo? How's your Friday? Okay. So that should say start. Or rather play. Maybe, let's see. We already have Lyomotet working on the Russian translation, so maybe we should get that one as well. Was this Bulgaria? Japanese wouldn't be bad either, but it's not my main priority. It's way more important to sort out... Here we go, Rusty. Play in Rusty should be this one. Chinese is the most important one, and Russian we already have a localizer for, so we might as well try and get that in. I mean, it is one of the bigger languages as well. Let's see, Russian, start, boom. Okay, now we should be able to try those. Let's see, I think this should be fine. I got my last upper jaw tooth extracted. Ooh. Was it bad? Hope it wasn't. Let's see here. Localization. Sorry, I just don't know what I can show from this since it's like connected to the Google Sheet and stuff. Okay, it should be done so. Menu start. R, S, ST, start. Okay, yeah, we have start in simplified Chinese and... Oh, maybe I hadn't saved it in Russian, is that it? Yeah, there we go. Now we have it in Russian as well. Excuse me? Why is this not visible? Huh? Why can't I see my text? I can see that one, but not this one. But it shows up here. What happens if I play the game? Did I forgot to... Yeah, it's still lit. Okay, I forgot to change the font asset. That made sense. Okay. Now we should be good, right? Yeah. Okay, sweet. Let's jump into the main menu. Now we should be able... If I go to Russian, what happens? Yeah, that is a broken font. And if we go to simplified Chinese, that one cannot even be displayed. It doesn't even have a fallback. Okay. So we need to... Does Google should have fonts for this, right? Yeah. The only annoying thing is that I thought about this before, and like... I don't know. It's hard to say what a font looks like in a language that you cannot read. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of impossible for me to tell what kind of vibe the font gives off. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be the way I see it, right? I don't know, am I being silly here? Okay, filters. Writing system. Let's just do this. Language. I would like simplified Chinese. Chinese simplified. How am I supposed to pitch this? I don't fucking know. This looks too bold. I don't know if I want that. So they've simplified Chinese. This one seems pretty nice. Oh, this one is very different. Obviously I cannot read this. Well, I know this is like Yama in Japanese, isn't it? That's like mountain, I think. But this looks like it's supposed to be more handwritten. It looks like this could easily be a lot more difficult to read. Yeah, like handwritten marker. Probably not what we want. Transitional technology variable, Lunar New Year. Feeling... It feels loud. That's interesting. Humanist. Feeling stiff. Feeling calm. I mean, what feeling do we want? And this is what I mean, like, it's hard for someone who can't read this to know if this feels stiff and calm or whether it feels loud. Like, just, I can't tell why this would be louder than this, or why this would be calmer than this. Do you know what I mean? These immediately looked too weird, right? These, I feel like, because these don't look stereotypical, which I'm gonna assume means that they are harder to read. I don't know if that's the case, and these looks handwritten, same thing. That feels like it's gonna be too difficult. Which one did I do? No to Sans Serif, was that the first one? Yeah. Humanist variable, calm business. Okay, so this is like Arial, probably. Like very standard, I assume. Which might feel a little bit boring, maybe? I'm gonna assume this looks like it would be like the Arial font. I use that simplified Chinese in mine, got good remarks about it. Which one? This one? Or this one? Or this one? We have Sans, we have Serif, and we have Zikul Xiaowei. Chinese and Japanese, now you're getting hardcore language learning, am I right? Well, funny enough, chirpy law. Japanese was actually the first language I ever tried to learn by myself. Didn't get very far though. Like, I know I can read like a handful of kanji, like 10 max maybe. Or well, I can't read them, I know the meaning of them, right? I didn't know how to write the entire katakana and hiragana, but I probably would not be able to do that today. Though I can still read a few of them. Like, if you would write like konnichiwa in with like the hiragana characters or whatever, like I would know that you wrote konnichiwa, right? But there's definitely a few that I would have forgotten. Noto Sans? Oh, the standard one? Interesting. Do you remember why? Like you said, you got good remarks about this font. Do you remember like anything specifically what they said? Like, was it because it was legible, or because it fit the game, or because it looked cool, or do you remember any specifics out of curiosity? I do suppose that is the most legible one out of these. This is probably the least legible. This seems a little bit like Times New Roman, or whatever it's called. Like, it seems a little bit like a kind of standard font, but a little bit fancier maybe. This one feels more like Arial. Like, it feels legible, but very standard. Kind of basic or whatever, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, but I also translated that, did my localization, and then just said it looked the most familiar, like it's used elsewhere. Okay, and that would make sense if my assumption here is correct, because that is what we would say about Arial, right? That would look familiar. Like, you can you might not know that it's Arial, but you probably recognize the font. Like, it doesn't stand out as something weird. Okay, fuck it. Shall we use this one then? I'm also kind of thinking about maybe... I don't know if anyone else has done this. I'm kind of thinking about maybe localizing the name of the game. Maybe even do custom capsule art with like a new logo for the game. With like Chinese characters. Potentially. Easy enough to change later, using fallback stuff. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Okay, let's use this one. Okay, so we're gonna get that one, and then, let's see, Naoto Sans, yep. And then we want one for, let's see. What languages are we currently doing? Okay, Spanish should be fine, Czech is sorted. Simplified Chinese is donezo. Traditional Chinese would be nice, but is not as big as simplified. Because this is like Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau. Whereas this is like most of mainland China. I think this has like some tens of millions speakers or readers. This has like billion. Yeah, we need Russian, German should be fine. Polish should be fine. Japanese and Korean, not as important at the moment. Okay, let's get something for Cyrillic as well. Oh shit, they have Roboto? That's like one of the fonts that I use the most. I kinda wish that they would put the labels here in the menu about like how this one feels or whatever. Business, competent, calm, stiff. So that's also kind of a default font, it sounds like. This is more recognizable as like, or it's I feel like it's easier for me to assume how it is to read this text compared to Chinese characters. Wait, I can do this though. Artistic, loud, vintage, sophisticated, rugged. Oh no. No, there's... This looks cool, but that looks like it could be difficult to read. Stiff. Loud, futuristic... Wait, appearance. Black letter, none. Shaded, nope. Medieval? Maybe. Medieval, vintage, old style. Like, the one I use for the Latin letters and stuff, that is like a typewriter font, which feels kind of vintage. So... potentially? It doesn't look like it's necessarily hard to read. I don't know if Liometech is still in here. In that case, you could let us know what you think this looks like. It is probably good to have someone who can actually read it. It feels like that one could fit the game. Hot new, blobbo, bum bum bum, monospaced. Upright, informal, handwritten. That feels too risky. It should be very unreadable. A lot of these could probably work too. Grotesque. Seasonal, Halloween. How horrible are these? This is the one I looked at before. It looks like this one is harder to read though. If you look at like this, what looks like a B and O, which it probably isn't, but it looks like it. If you compare this to this, I get the feeling that this one is more annoying to read. I kind of liked this one. Anyone that reads Russian in here? Otherwise I should see if maybe ChatGPT can tell me. Do you know of the Ormond Unicase font for Cyrillic? Is that not how you spell Cyrillic? No. Cyrillic. Is that not how you spell it? Ah, I see. Single R double L. What did it say here? Old style, medieval, vintage. Does have what claims Cyrillic support, though with some caveats. Here's what I found. Font source from Unicase is listed as supporting Latin, Cyrillic, Cyrillic extended, and Vietnamese subsets. On online fonts, the font is supporting 73 languages. Oh wait, can I see this for like English? Also, this should be pretty good. Then I can check how it feels like. I don't know if this is gonna be perfect, but how it feels like reading this in with R letters to get an impression of it. But is this? Oh, maybe. Okay, I don't know if I like this then. Like, why does it look like a uppercase H but a lowercase n? Oh, no way, I'm doing Russian and English. Let's uncheck Russian. Only English. Yeah, that feels very odd. It feels like it's... mixing up and lowercase. Does it do that in Cyrillic as well? I don't know if they use up and lowercase in the same way. Because like we have different letter, like the letter looks different. I don't know if they only make it bigger. No, that one did change. That one did change. Then does that mean we are fine? Caveats and design considerations. Strong stylistic features. That sounds like it could be bad. What impression does this font give a native that's reading it? Is it easily legible? Is not a neutral utilitarian font. Elegant and decorative. Renaissance typeface. Like, this sounds good. It should fit the game a bit. Slightly more formal. Since it's unicase, no separation upper and lowercase, I don't think we should use this then. That feels a bit odd. Right, just do some standard one. What's a good Russian font for my game? Russell 1. Strong display headline choice. Both Cyrillic and Latin good for titles, UI headers. Indica. Sans serif designed for readability, especially for literacy. Piano dot elegant serif display type. More decorative. Good for more formal or epic text. Literatunea. Traditional Russian serif. Classic in Russian typography history. That sounds pretty good. Good when you want a native Russian feel. But wait, are these Google fonts? Because the nice thing about Google fonts is that they are fully open source, right? Okay, Andika and Russell 1 are Google fonts. Strong display headline choice. Sans serif designed for readability. Are they in here? Russell 1. No. That's too much. Calm humanist. I realize how much more difficult this is when you don't read it. Like, it's harder to get an impression of like what this looks like. This one does separate lower and uppercase though, which I like. Could work well with in UI and dialogue when clarity is key. Seems like it should be easily legible. Like Strom said though, it is easy to change this later if we would like to. Looks like a bunch of letters that I will never be able to read, yeah. The only thing I know is that 90% of the time you're not supposed to read it the way you think. Like, this looks a bit like an N, but it's not an N. This looks a bit like an R, but I promise you this is like a P or something. This looks exactly like a B, so I promise you it's gonna be like a T. Do you know what I mean? There's no way this is a K. I know that most of the time, if you try to read it like with this using the similarity of R letters, then you're gonna mess up. Roboto slab. Let me find my list of fonts I used. I had a pretty good fallback setup that covered like 12 languages. Damn. I don't know about that one. Roboto. It's not what it looks like, that's how they trick us. Open Sans. Inter. Neodraw test variable. Calm business geometric humanist. What is this music? Oh, it's the arcade room in Binding of Isaac. Like, very rounded doesn't feel like it fits a horror game as much. You know what? I think we're overthinking this. It's not this important. We can easily switch this out. Let's just do like a... Let's not listen to ChatGPT because I don't trust it. Let's just do a standard font. Open Sans. Verbal business, calm, humanists. Kwanzaa, seasonal, Neodraw test. Maybe not. Inter. Calm business, geometric, humanist. Maybe. I don't. It's just that I don't know what is or isn't legible. Okay, these are Chinese, I think. Oshidashi. That sounds very much like a Japanese font. Okay, let's save that one. That might be good too. It is, especially with the Chinese, it's going to be interesting because just for the fact that there are so many characters. I mean, what do they have? Like, there's like thousands of them, right? Chinese, French, German, Polish, Portuguese, Spanish, and Russian. Yeah, when you create a font asset, you can specify the atlas size and really fit in a shit ton of characters. Yeah, we definitely, I think we should like max it out for Chinese. Amount of simplified Chinese characters. Okay, official count is 8,105. The total number of unique Chinese characters ever created is significantly higher, exceeding 100,000. That's fucking insane. Roboto, that's the font that YouTube uses. Fun fact. Found a document that listed the most common and useful glyphs, and I imported that into my atlas. And the most consistent looking Russian across all the words, with the exception of a few weird ones. Do you mean Roboto? Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. This one looks a little bit too crazy. I don't know if I dare going with this one. Yeah, let's do this one for Chinese, this one for Cyrillic. Then want this one. Okay, Roboto for Cyrillic and not a Sun simplified Chinese. Let us download those. Now I should have a folder somewhere specifically for fonts. Yeah, look at that, I even have one specifically for Google fonts. Oh wait, Roboto. Does this one cover... Can you open a font asset? Preview? No, I can't see Cyrillic. Oh. It doesn't show Cyrillic on this one either, though. Wait, did I only get that one? This is not the same one. Oh, static. This is what I just installed. Okay, let's just try something. How do I do this again? I always get confused when I'm gonna import fonts. Text Mesh Pro. Text Mesh Pro fonts. Oh, there's also the, like, import thingy. Fuck, I always forget this. Import new font Unity Text Mesh Pro. Import the file into your project. Control Shift F12 to create a new font asset. Open the font asset. Update. Okay. That seems fairly straightforward. Okay. Let's see. True type font file. Variable font? Sure. So I import this. Wait, this is under examples and extras though. Is that really here, fonts? Yeah, these are the ones I'm using now. Okay, so we're gonna put this one here. What did you say? Control Shift F12? Well, that's fucking simple. Okay. And then... what do I do? Open the font asset, which I guess I have. Click Update Atlas Texture. Oh wait, it's this one. Right. Oh shit. I need to make lit versions of these as well. Oh fuck. Because technically, I use two different fonts. I have Special Elite and I have Special Lit. This is like in-game text, this is like menu and UI. And at that point, I don't know if I can only specify one font per language. Am I gonna have to do this myself somehow? Like have a reference to like a lit font and a non-lit font. Oh shit, this might be more difficult than I was hoping. Welcome back, Darth. Did you catch the work in progress stream I posted? I did not. Wait, let me go and check it out. Working on page says a basic demo is done. That is a music demo over UI test. Samurai standoff. So this is not public yet? Is this the beta page or whatever? Dueling game set in fictional Japan. One moment decides it all. Draw your blade with perfect timing to strike your opponent. Monster series of increasingly difficult AI in a solo journey or face off against a friend in a local multiplayer battles. So wait, is it literally like one hit? Yeah, it sounds like that's the twist, isn't it? Like if you take a hit, you basically lose. That sounds very fun. Feels like there could be a highlight skill ceiling, which is always fun. Okay, let's do this. Let's switch to simplified Chinese. Do I not have a fallback font whatsoever? That is actually a bit of an issue. Quick time event minigame basically. Oh, there's a video link too. It sounds pretty fun. I don't know if that was loud. Nice music. Okay, so basically both have to time it. The one who times it best is the one that wins. Is that how it works? Cool stuff, man. Okay, I think I need to set up a fallback or something here, because it seems like I'm not doing anything if it doesn't find it. Like, we are literally not showing any text, and that's a pretty big issue. Sorry guys, we do have some ads running. Okay, so I think that... where is that? In my localization settings thingy, I assume? Default table reference, table collection name, use fallback. Missing translation state, nothing. That didn't seem to do anything. What happens if I go to Russian? Yeah, this is an issue. But does this happen? Wait, does it happen when I run the game as well? Just to double check. Like if I switch to Chinese. Yeah. These buttons quite literally disappear. That is a big issue. String database. Oh, if this is this only if it can't find the key, which means that I set it to be a basically an empty string. It's technically not null or whatever. Is that the issue here? No, it shouldn't be. Missing translation state. Print warning. Show missing translation message. Let's do everything. Use fallback. Chinese. Okay, there we go. Now something is happening. That's better. Show missing translation message. So if I uncheck that one, they disappear. But can I not have it... Well, I'm so confused. I should be able to make it fall back to another language, shouldn't I? It's better if it says it in English rather than not saying anything. Ads should be over. Welcome back, guys. Because, like, this looks like shit, right? Music really ties it up. Love it when it happens, yeah. Like, can I make this just display it in English instead? Default table reference. Use table collection name. Use fallback. If I uncheck that one... But where do I set what the fallback is? Table collection name. Unity localization fallback language. How to add a fallback locale. They did something in meta. Oh, is it in the actual languages I have to do it? Yeah, fallback locale. This one doesn't have anything. I see. Okay, so what if I set... Like, we know we're always gonna have English, right? So maybe do... Now it would make more sense to have the fallback be like maybe traditional Chinese, but... Can I copy this? I should copy that. But what if I make English the fallback locale for everything? Print warning, otherwise don't do anything, and then use fallback. There we go. So now it shows it in English if you can't find it. I think that's the best way to do it. Because then I know there will always be some text, right? So... I suppose we should have one of these for every language. English fallback locale English, probably not needed. German. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, Swedish. You have it, okay. So now every language has English as a fallback. Nice. Okay, next up. What are we doing? Well, we need to make sure that the font works first. So we take this one. No, we take this one and we open Atlas. And what do? We made sure, since this is Chinese, we're gonna make this one fucking massive to make sure we don't miss anything. Custom characters. Okay, maybe AI this. When creating a font asset for simplified Chinese, how should I set it up to make sure I'm not missing any characters? Use a predefined full CJK character set if available. If not, you can import a reference character file that contains all commonly used characters. The most robust choice is GB 18030 character set, China's standard. Alternatively, you can grab a list of the most common Okay, did I go too far? He's saying that I should maybe do like 4,000 max. What? Is the... I guess it's the character set here that's important. When generating your font atlas, use a predefined full CJK character set if available. I don't have any option like that. You can import a reference character file that contains all commonly used characters. Okay, I'm so confused. I'm using Noto Sans SC. What should I set the character set to in Unity? Set character set to Unicode range. CJK unified ideographs, but that's not an option. There's a Unicode range hex. Okay, I think that's what I should have. The range you want to cover is, and then he has a bunch of stuff. So I assume we just want to paste this in. This is very much an assumption, but... I think these are the ranges that we want. Okay, and then we have this one, bam bam bam, auto size, ensure, thin. We'll see about that. Input string was not in correct format. Bam bam bam, comma, bam bam bam, comma, bam bam bam, comma. Do I... oh, does there need to be spaces? Is that it? No, I can't even make spaces. Is AI AIing? Okay, I see. I think it needs to be like this. Nope. Set Unicode range, not custom chars. No straight characters, new lines. By removing spaces. Oh, do I have spaces here now? I do. Okay. Generate. Nope. Still same issue. But is it because I can't do hex here? I'm using Unicode range hex. Is that correct? Question mark. Yeah, it is the thing I should use. It only accepts a single continuous range at a time. That's a lie. Because I did that with... Maybe I shouldn't have the U plus shit whatsoever. Pure guess here. Scheiße. Could it be that U plus shouldn't be included? Okay, come on now. Fuck's sake. Okay, I don't trust AI. Unity Chinese font asset creator. Every Unity game won a recent localization. Chinese simplified. Include all the characters in the given language. Generating a font set for all the characters to be huge for some languages, would not recommend it. Interesting. Okay. So typically you have your character set version and then a fallback to a dynamic font. But I don't understand how to generate this whatsoever. I guess what I actually want is the Chinese character set text mesh pro. What? Does not. Text Mesh Pro does not support CJK, including proper word wrapping for East Asian languages. Oh, do they mean the fonts that are included? Yeah, better be. Chinese characters displaying as squares. Population mode dynamic. Atlas render mode STFAA. STFAA, okay. Why is this so confusing? Because this is not ASCII, right? Like, ASCII doesn't contain... characters from file. Custom character list. I guess I should get a list of all the characters I want. But that's gonna be like thousands. Unity. Text Mesh Pro. Font Asset Creator. Simplified Chinese. Character set. Okay, this guy uses custom characters. That can't be all. Oh, we only got the ones he needed.
Maybe not use latching character. Maybe an alphabet from Asia, like Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, or maybe from Russia or Ukraine, or maybe from Brazil, or maybe for German, and some special letter. How we can translate? Let's put this is Japanese languages. Let's head back, update Atlas texture. So just click on it. And right now, remember, for generated the Atlas, we use Unicode range X. But right now, what we want to use is a custom character. And with the custom character, you can add many characters you want. For this example, I will not use the all alphabetic Russian, Vietnamese, Japanese, or whatever you want to use. I just want to copy paste the character I just use right now. So basically,
Well, that
this
doesn't
character.
help me.
When you copy paste this character, just click on generate
Well, should
from
I-
Atlas. And as you can see, the Atlas.
Copy
Network.
thousands of characters
So
to make sure I have them. Like, the thing that kind of surprises me here is that I feel like there's no... This felt like a thing that should be a quick Google search. I just, what should I set this to? And it seems like I'm not getting... Because I assume that if I generate it like this, it works, but I'm not gonna have... Wait, let's do Unicode, blah blah blah. Like, this works, right? But it's not gonna solve the issue, because I have no characters now, if I understand that correctly. So, we go in here, play button. Font asset should be this one. Shader error too, that's exciting. I wonder why that is. It is currently set to dynamic, which I think should mean that it should look for it automatically. Shader, distance field. Okay, special, elite, regular. Material. Mobile distance field SSS. SSD. Mobile. The fuck did I say? Text Mesh Pro, mobile distance field SSD. That's not any. Font material. GUI text shader. GUI text shader. Oh? I mean, it's doing something. It looks like absolute shit for some reason. But it is doing something. I wonder if that's because of the material though, or because of my import settings. Mobile distance field SSD. And then for the lit one, I use my own shader, I think. So shouldn't I be able... Can I copy this? Copy material preset. I can't paste it. There's Mesh Pro Mobile Distance Field SSD. Oh wait, I need to go into Text Mesh Pro Mobile. Ah, I see. There we go, look at that. It is very thin though, isn't it? Should be that thin. I can't change that one. Source font. Do I need to switch that one? Because we did get a bunch of extra ones, right? Like now I'm using this one, variable font, but in here I have all of these. So maybe we try to import the regular one instead. Chappy, quick question. What are you trying to do at the moment? This might be something I can help with, fingers crossed. I'm trying to set up the font for Chinese. But I am slightly confused. Okay, now we imported the regular one. So I think we should use that one. So I wonder, can I not update this? And then switch this to regular. Yeah. And then generate font. Save. What is this? It's a font, yeah. Boom. Okay, do I need to switch it here now, maybe? Is this still set to the old one? I think so. Regular. Okay, now we fix the shader error. Which is here. Text Mesh Pro Mobile SSD. Okay. 4000. 4000. Unicode. Generate. Save. Maybe? No? Trying to create a static font asset or dynamic? Here's something that might help. Why did specifically CJK? I think, well, this one is set to, wait, yeah. Let's try this one as dynamic. There we go. Okay. The other one was dynamic, so I guess that's why we got them in the first place. This looks better. It's a little bit thicker. So wait, is that all I need? As long as I use dynamic? Is it gonna find all the characters just to use like a shit ton of memory to constantly look them up? Is that how this works? Oh, the issue now is, now I'm gonna try to use the same font if I switch back to English. Yeah. So that's a big issue. Yeah, this is gonna be the biggest thing we need to figure out. How do I switch fonts when you switch languages? However, it needs to switch to 2 different fonts depending on whether it should be lit or unlit. Because I need different materials. Unless I could do something where I use the same font but on any TouchSmash Pro inside of the game, I add something that switches the material of the... No, because that would be universal. That will switch all of them. Because I can't set the material here. Material preset, okay. So now my question is, which one am I using? I'm using this one. Can I copy-paste this material? No, because I can't add you. To the font. Because you have the same name? No. A font that can show CJK characters and a font that shows Latin plus etc. From Dodo. Clicking a font file in Unity, right click and TouchSmash Pro Asset Creator SDF. Create a character on the spot for the character you're using. Go to the TouchSmash Pro settings, project settings, Windows TMP, then set your Latin font for default, CJK font for fallback. Okay, so then I would basically... But then you would end up having multiple fallback fonts for... Like basically you would have like English default, a fallback font to like Chinese, which has like a fallback font to Cyrillic, which has a fallback font to Korean. Like you would like chain it all, so it would fall through until it finds the right one. Like this is where I felt like, is there not a way fallback fonts will then only work if it's CJK, all the other fonts should work for other languages. But like, my main font doesn't work for Cyrillic. So I also have, right now we have imported a custom font for Chinese and a custom font for Cyrillic. But then the fucking issue is still... You can have more than one fallback font? Yeah, so then it's... Okay, yeah, so then it's basically like I said, you would make like a chain of fallback fonts. That might be the way to go, because then what we can do... is basically have the lit version have a fallback font to the lit version, have the unlit version have a fallback font to the unlit one. Then I don't need to do anything code-wise like that. But wait, where do I set source font file? Yeah, fallback font assets. Okay. So I wonder, what does it matter here? Is it technically best to do Chinese as the very last one? Because it's the biggest one? Because otherwise, if I have Cyrillic off as a fallback font to Chinese, does that mean that every time we look for a Cyrillic character, we're gonna go through the entirety of the Chinese one first, and then go to Cyrillic? Because it would be quicker to go through the Cyrillic one first, since it's a shorter character set. So should we do something where like the longer the font asset is, the further down the list it goes? Is then like special, elite, regular? In that case, you would have... Oh wait, do I add them all here? Is that how that works? You would have this one as your fallback font, I think. And then here, I should now set you to the regular one. which is this. Oh yeah, shit, I think that works. Because it stayed like that. Did I watch? Yeah, I think that worked. Now, if I switch to English, it looks fine. Portuguese is fine. Swedish is fine. Check. If I do Japanese, nothing should change. If I do Russian, it becomes default because we don't have a fallback. Okay. Open draft and the language detection has been the bane of my dev existence. What do you mean language detection? Oh, do you mean like automatically set up the language correctly from the get-go? Is that what you mean? Like read the PC language or something to... Is that what you mean? Which is, wait, I shouldn't need this one anymore. So let's delete you. Which means I don't need you either. Special elite, regular, special lit. Regular. Because then what I would need to do is to have a lit version of this font and select that as the fallback for this one. But before we do that, maybe we should get Cyrillic in here as well. And I think we're just gonna do some regular here as well. Roboto regular. Boom. Okay. Control Shift 12. Update. Sure. Sure. Generate. Characters included 0. Shader error, and that's probably fine. Let's not worry about that. No, for the text input you can start typing in like 5 different languages in the same sentence. And it will detect and show the correct character for the language. Oh, I see. So you're doing like in runtime, like when they start typing, depending on the language they are typing in.
When you Control plus Shift plus 12, you don't do anything to the SDF created. Just create the SDF, then use that as the font asset being used.
Oh. Wait, so I'm basically... what did I do before? I did something to the other one. Oh, I made it bigger or something, I think. The Chinese one. Is this like a Rickroll or something? No. Dynamic font asset creation process. Performance overhead. It is, I guess that's the thing, isn't it? There's a little bit more... There's gonna be less performance to do them dynamically.
Hello there. In this video I'm going to be showing how we can quickly create a dynamic font asset When I click apply, we didn't see anything happen. Well, yes, this obviously changed, but we didn't see any changes to the text. Now, I bring this up because on the forum and in different posts, I've said that there's a significant performance overhead when you're using dynamic font assets versus static. And that is because in a static font asset where the character is already rendered in the texture, we already have a glyph table and a character table, it's a simple lookup and we're done. But in a dynamic system, we're having to go open the font file to look for the character, then render it into a texture, and so on and so forth. And that is, it's got a pretty significant performance overhead. But this significant performance overhead is in compute time, not human time. And what I mean by that is, and
Wait, the old way?
right clicking, you can go through the create menu and whatever stuff, but it's going to be off screen. So I'm going to go up here because it's the same thing. So you would go to select the you'd select the font file, go to create, and then you go Text Mesh Pro and you'd say font asset. Now, because I do this step literally like over 100 times a day, I don't use the menus because that's insane. I always misclick. So I added a menu shortcut, which is Shift Control F12. So select it, Shift Control F12, and voila, we have our dynamic font asset. Now, if I select it, it's going to show that, look, it's a dynamic font asset created for this font. Here's the rendering modes that are available. Now, when I described the dynamic system here, I didn't say dynamic SDF, so I'm trying.
Chapter is messed up. Connected old plus new ways into one chapter called old way. Oh, that's a bit unintuitive.
To change how I reference it. We can also do bitmap font assets. So it does all of the above. So here we can see created dynamic font asset, sampling point size of 90, padding of 9,
That made me sad.
atlas texture of 1024 by 1024. Now I'm going to expand the font asset just to show a couple of things. We're going to look at its atlas texture, and I will lock my inspector. This is why I have a second one, so we can look at the atlas. If we look at its atlas, although I specified I wanted 1K by 1K, the atlas texture size is 0 by 0. This is by design. This is the way
Because
that
it's
you minimize the
dynamic.
size of these dynamic font assets in your build, because when you ship them, they should be empty because they're designed to capture stuff. And there's no point adding a texture that's completely empty that takes a megabyte or 4 megabyte in your build when they're empty. So by default, dynamic font assets, their atlas textures are uninitialized. Like the texture exists because it's here on file, it's an
That makes
asset,
sense.
but it has no size, so it takes no space. But when we add the first character, it will get sized to the proper size. So now let's go use it and see what's going to happen. So I'm going to create a text object. Go to create. I'll create a normal text mesh object, which is on screen here. I'm going to go off screen and grab some text that I will copy paste in there. Well, in font world, this square is the glyph at index 0 in a font file. This is specifically designed to let the user know, or us, the developer, that our font, which is Liberation Saint, doesn't have these glyphs. And this is the whole purpose of this square thing. Yes, it's ugly, but it's designed to tell us something happens when we assign our Noto Saint dynamic font asset. Take a look at the texture here, and at the same time look at what's going to happen on screen. So I'm going to take it, drag it here, and boom, suddenly all the characters were added. They're added to our atlas texture, and it just happened as we did it. Now I could go on the next line and type some gibberish just to add more stuff. And as you can see, the characters pile up in our atlas texture. So this is the whole point with the dynamic system. Now, anytime I could, just for fun, erase this entire text. I could go back to my font asset and you say, you know what, I want to reset it. So I'm going to hit reset, boom, everything's been erased, and we're back to square one. Now, something that's important to understand about the dynamic system, changes to dynamic font assets in the editor, changes are persistent. However, in a build at runtime, those changes are not persistent. They will only live for a play session. This means that anytime a user starts your game again, all of these assets are reset back to their default state, which is a good thing because then you don't have to worry about them growing to a point where they're full and they're overflowing with characters. But assuming we have to worry about that, let's talk about the multi-atlas texture feature that I described earlier. So I'm going to go back to my font asset and I'm going to hit undo just so we can bring the text back. And now obviously we just saw the glyph show up again. I'll go back to it and I'll enable this multi-atlas texture support. And I'm going to do something silly. I'm going to change my atlas size to a 256 by 256. Now, when I say silly, why? Well, the sampling point size is 90 with a padding value of 9. This basically means that every single glyph takes about 100 pixel by 100 pixel size. So obviously in a 256 by 256, I can barely fit 4 in there. So when I click apply, watch what happens here and watch what happens on screen, because
All I need was to check multi-atlas box and everything worked. Oh, but the multi-atlas, I am going to assume that is if I have more than one language. Is that what that is? Because I'm not using like a CJK font, right? Oh, at least not as far as I'm aware. Am I? Straight font of sports CJK. When I read about it, it sounded like those technically are worse. They're more likely to miss out on characters in like Chinese and so on. I mean, this one is called Simplified Chinese, so I'm gonna assume this one is for Simplified Chinese. Yeah, I think this is only Chinese. I mean, that shows up. It does show up here, but does it always do that? Okay. Okay, so here it shows up, but it's not the same font. What is up, Wakacha? How you doing? Good to see ya. Yeah, that's true. I did find out I was using the supported all quite well, but I don't remember what it was called. I don't super mind having, like, because downloading an extra font for Korean or an extra font for Japanese is not really an issue either. Because here, I don't know if this means that it supports it, because it's weird, right? Like, it shouldn't look like this if... Like, obviously it looks very different. So is this some weird fallback thing? I mean... that seems to work. Okay. What if I go to my fonts and I remove this one? Yeah, so it is from the new font that we get those. So maybe we can do Japanese with this as well. Maybe I just accidentally got a full CGK font. Korean didn't work. But is that then because I haven't checked the multi-atlas thing, maybe? Did not seem to make a difference. So it seems like it's possible that Japanese will work, but maybe not Korean. Noto Serif has Japan. Oh, HJ as in like Hong Kong, traditional Chinese, Korean, and SC. Don't know what SC is. Oh, Gorilla Fonts has Noto Serif Japanese. Oh, okay, I see what you mean, Oh, simplified Chinese. Makes sense. Okay. But it's interesting, because it seems like I get Japanese here as well. Because this displays correctly. But I would need to get something new for Korean. Interesting. So, which one makes this work? Oh, it might be... This might actually be through Special Elite, because it did display the other ones before, it just doesn't get like the style or whatever. Oh wait, does that mean that this could become an issue? Oh no, look at that. They are actually different. So this is the Russian fallback or whatever on Special Elite. But if I add the new font, I get this instead. But why do they change into... They move one more? Oh right, because this one doesn't show the Chinese characters maybe. Let's do this actually. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so I have some default thing for Cyrillic. But wait, didn't I add... I added Cyrillic, yes. What if I add this one? That didn't do anything. Is that because it already finds it? Oh no, wait, I need to change the material. Roboto regular material. No, regular atlas material. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think this was the font I wanted. But then that doesn't seem to work as a fallback. What did it? If I place you here. Okay. Now what I want to know is, do you change if I change this to... ever so slightly, but... because that should become the fallback. Green Vector James, welcome in, man. Is it one of notes or font types? Yes. I really recommend Noto types. They really help a lot. Yeah, it seems like they have support for a lot of things. Hope you're doing well, man. Sorry me being a bit late to catch up with chat here. Make sure your SDF font asset, there isn't any range of characters set defining it. It isn't for this one. I did define them for something, didn't I? Oh yeah, I had to define them for Special Elite Regular, but that's fine, because that one... Actually, I wonder, that's a good question. I guess you can be static then. Yeah, because I still have these. So there's no reason for this one to be dynamic. Okay, I just want to try some things here. I'm gonna add this. Okay, that doesn't work now. Why is that? Roboto... Oh, just I switched to that one, righty. And if I go to this one, then they display. And if I go to this one, they now display through the fallback. I don't know if this one... no, it seems like it's affecting it at least. Oh, wait. Let me get the Cyrillic ones. Do they work here? Oh shit, wait. Then I might be able to use the first font. Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up. Yeah, no missing characters. It doesn't work. It was only Korean, right? No, I'm not getting. But that's fine, like I can just add another one. But now then is... Wait, the Cyrillic ones I'm seeing, are those actually... through Special Elite? Is that what's happening here? No, just those look the same. Which they don't do if I remove the fallback. Okay, I think it's working as it should. So it's only... So far it seems like it might be Korean that I would need to get another font for. Okay, boom. And then we can now go English. We can go Russian. Is that the same font though? That one doesn't look as curvy as it did before. Yeah, you need to have at least one font asset that is native to the language you need. That one asset will contain all the characters for that font. That one font, okay. This doesn't look the same, does it? Or maybe it does. It's just this one that's very squiggly. I suppose the A does look the same. But that's not the AI. No. Oh wait, am I... Oh, I'm being silly. Yeah, but no. That is not the AI should have. Is it? So is it not working? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, we changed this to Roboto. Let me quickly get that little string there. Menu. Start. I'm gonna paste this in. Oh, I had the wrong language selected. Now if I selected Russian here, now it does look like that. Oh, I think that is the AI. Yeah, I think I was pasting them in while trying to look for Latin letters or something. But yeah, then I think this is working. Welcome back from the ads, guys. Oh wait, can you do cursive? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Do they use cursive? Or italics or whatever? Not really, at least not in the same way as English or other Latin script languages. Can I make... Is there a way then to just make this not accept italics. Or I suppose I could do something as well, like I could do it through code, do some if Chinese, disable the italics thing. What about Cyrillic? Cyrillic do use italics, but with a twist. Italics are common and widely supported for emphasis, just like in English. However, italics Cyrillic letters often look quite different from the upright forms. I technically use italics to make the text look slightly more handwritten. For Cyrillic Latin, that works fine. Italics don't really read as handwritten. Okay, so we don't want to do it for the CGK languages, basically. Otherwise, what I could do as well, you know what probably would be better, a nice little extra polish thing to actually add a specific font for all of these languages that is supposed to look handwritten. And just set that up whenever, like, that would be on like documents and shit, I suppose, in the game. Aline Rude, welcome in, hope you're doing well. Sorry guys, I'm being really bad judging up with chat here. Fallback was used because there was no not defined characters for that font. Just one note is nice, you can find each native language file, then just mix and match, and since they're all noted, the styling matches. Yeah, the only thing that becomes a bit weird is that the style ends up being very different in English, where I have this like typewriter font, but I think we'll just gonna leave it like that. But yeah, then for like notes, documents, that kind of stuff in the game, I might just, rather than using italics, I might just get an actual font that's supposed to look handwritten for each language. A bit more work setting it all up, but I might do it. However, we do have some other issues. We should now have support for Chinese and Russian. Like, for the characters in the menus and so on. Find font for Russian, find font for Chinese. The only issue is that we do need to have lit versions of all of these, so that the special lit font can have its own fallbacks to lit versions of these. Because right now we basically have Latin, Cyrillic, Chinese, and Japanese, it seems like. For like UI elements and menus. So we basically just need to duplicate those for the lit versions. Can I just duplicate a font asset? And duplicate this one. Seems like that works. Okay. Roboto lit. And then I need to double check how I actually did this. Special lit material. Text Mesh Pro, SRP, TMP, SDF, URP, Sprite Lit. That was a fucking mouthful. Okay. SRP, some SDF, FURP shit. Okay. Text Mesh Pro, SRP, SDF, URP, Sprite Lit. I would double check if your chosen font for English also has special characters for all the Latin-based languages. I just sorted that out, so we should have. It works now for Swedish, Czech, Polish. I think we managed to add all of them. Yeah, that was the issue before. Before today, that was the issue, but fortunately, I thought I would have to get new fonts, but it was just my settings. I just hadn't included those letters, basically. Okay, so now I have Roboto lit. You know what? I should just Roboto regular SDF. I should prefix it instead and go lit Roboto regular. To be fair though, special lit is a little bit of a nice pun instead of special elite. Lit special elite. Now we need a lit version of this one too, right? Why do I have a material here for? That one. I don't think I need this material. I think I can delete you. Chico, that dynamic asset for Latin Greek Cyrillic font as well. I think I did dynamic for Cyrillic now. But the only issue is, right, like, it is less performant, right? Like, it's gonna require a lot more memory and stuff while you're running the game, because you're constantly, like, looking up the characters you need. I don't know how much it affects it, but... Text Mesh Pro SRP Sprite Lit. Okay, let's try this shit, people. So I'm gonna duplicate the play button. Fuck it, we're gonna put you at the top. We are going to... Let's switch back to English for a second. Then we're going to switch the font to Lit Special Elite. Now, if we enable this, you should disappear. Yep, that's a lit material. So now we go Cyrillic. That's lit. Last but not least, Chinese. Oh, I haven't added all of the fallbacks. Whoops. Lit Special Elite. Fallback fonts. I need to have... That didn't make any difference. Don't know why. Bum bum bum, and then we need this one. Oh, that made a difference. In Russian. I don't get it. Not so much, it would only be on startup/load since your text fields are all fixed and aren't input fields where the text is changed at runtime constantly. I do have some that do change at runtime though. Because I have little animations where the text is typed out and stuff. But that's not too... it's basically every toast in the game. Every time you do something where some text shows up, it types it out. But I guess as soon as it's gotten the characters for that time, that day, or that session, it wouldn't have to do it again. I am still slightly confused if Cyrillic is working, though. Because if I delete... Oh, I added special delete. I'm a fucking Dumbo. Never mind. There we go. Yeah, it's working. Okay. You are lit. Chinese simplified. I don't like the fact I'm getting errors here. To be fair though, I do get errors about my materials every now and then. Because I have some like beta version of TextMesh Pro or something to be able to make my UI text lit. Let's see if that's a problem. Keeps happening though. Okay. Yeah, with shader. Okay, so both of the new ones. Did I not select the right material? That is the right material, as far as I can see. Oh, but the symbol looks very different, doesn't it? On all of them. For all of the values... Oh, no, wait. No, this is not all the same. Okay, -1 on all of those bottom ones. -1, -1, -1. Seems like we have a different color here. Bevel, local lightning. Wait, can I not copy this one? No? Light angle. Oh, shit. This is quite a lot to set up actually. 210 0.5 0.5. Wait, did I change the wrong one? I did. This is the one I'm supposed to copy. I hope I didn't fuck up my normal one now. That would be an issue. What's up, Joy, and how you doing, man? Yeah, I don't get errors on that one, so that's fine. Trying to set up all the fonts for the localization. Good progress on my game, but still a lot to do. Nice to hear that you've gotten some work done. I don't understand why I can't just copy this entire set. Oh, can I copy the light section? No? Oh shit. Special Elite Regular SDF material. With shader. Oh fuck, did I fuck this up? Now I'm getting the error for my normal font. Did I change some value I shouldn't have? Fuck. What did I do? Lit Special Elite Regular. It took me a long time to set that stuff up. I hope I didn't fuck up my shader. English. Roboto regular atlas. Oh, is that because I don't have a language set? Roboto, why is that happening? Oh, do I have that one here somewhere? Lit Special Elite Regular. Regular. I'm not using Roboto. What the fuck? Okay, but I'm not getting any errors now from it. So that's good. Okay, let's assume everything is working. No. When I click on that one, Special Elite Regular SDF material with shader. Sprite lit. Doesn't have a float arrangement. Fuck, what have I done? No, 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 no. Okay, do I need to revert everything I've done with that? Everything I did with this font, maybe? Lit Roboto SDF asset. I think I might have to do that. Because I don't know, it took me a good week or something to make my Text Mesh Pro text lit. And I don't know if I messed up some setting here. I'll try renaming it, but the weird thing here is that it says Special Elite is the material. The material I technically never changed the name of. Because this is still called Special Elite Regular. Before I called it Special Lit, because I wanted to be a bit punny. I don't know if I need to revert everything, because this is kind of freaking me out. I'm scared that I potentially changed this the wrong way. No, wait, that's fine. Wait, because I can check what this one has. Yeah, and I tried changing this. Okay, and what's your value here? 3.1 stuff. Well, that's fine. Special Elite Regular SDF Material. Fuck's sake, what have I done? Doesn't have a float or range property cold mode. Okay, I think we need to... I think we need to revert this. Lit Robot or Regular. What do I do? Just discard changes, I suppose? It's everything that has something to do with lit not Roboto, lit special elite. Special elite regular, that one is fine, but these I need to bring back. So I just revert all of these changes. Discard 4 selected changes. Is that what I do? Yeah, discard changes since the last commit. Special lit, special lit, lit, special elite, lit, special elite. Are you sure you want to discard changes? Yes. Okay, now we have the old one back. So I'm gonna try playing. And that works fine. Thank you. I wonder what I did. Oh, but I still get the issue if I click on that one. That's interesting. Okay, so should I just not ever... Fuck. I'm so confused. It worked first. Norwegian reset. Just restart Unity and pray that it's fixed. That's what we're gonna do. I really hope I didn't mess up my text shader. Okay, this seems fine though. It seems fine when I... Okay, what if we go in game where I actually use the lit text? Maybe I just shouldn't click on that thingy. Now this seems... Yeah, main floor. That's a lit material. Yeah, so that seems fine. You can see it getting darker when I take the flashlight away. As long as that's the case, we should be good to go. But out of curiosity... Because it happens when I expand this one. Yeah, when I expand that one, I get some error. And now it breaks everything. So I just can never touch that. Oh, now it works. Okay, that is very interesting. I still think I need to set up the other materials. Like this one though. The other lit ones. Okay. That one we changed there. And everything does look the same here as well, doesn't it? Can I open this one here? Okay, now it works. Because I suppose local lightning, this sounds like something I'd need to fix as well. Okay, special elite, copy. Paste. Paste. Boom. Paste. Paste. You guys can't really see what I'm doing. Can jump up here for a second. Okay. 0. 2.310. Also need to put this to -1, -1. -1. Copy color. Paste. Okay, I think that's fine. I would kind of need to check whether or not this is working. So, let's see, main floor, let's change that one. Let me hide in case there's some spoiler here. Where is my little thingy? Oh wait, you know what? I can actually do this in... I can do it in the localization sheet instead. That's almost better. Menu, bum. Oh, did I do the change in Unity? I might have done the change in Unity. Chinese simplified. No, menu start, it's in here, okay. I'm gonna copy that one. And then we're gonna find what did I call it? Map floor 1 or something? Yeah, map floor main. Chinese should be this. Russian should be that. And then I just need to pull this from the Google Sheet. Which means I need to go here. full. Okay, let's see if that works. Hope so. Okay, everything looks good here. If we switch to Ruski, then we get a new font there. And if we switch to Chinese, okay, maybe I shouldn't change the height, the preferred height, because I did notice that that one moved everything here a little bit. Maybe we only do width. Oh, but that means that the hitbox is gonna be a bit messed up though. Okay, no matter what. Start. Let's see if the lit texts inside of the game work. That looks good. Huh? Oh. Can't find it. Oh, it's not dynamic. Think that might be why. This one, multi-atlas, dynamic. Oh wait, I copied you though, didn't I? Oh shit. Oh, the fallback fonts are not set up. Yeah. Lit Roboto, lit Note of Sense. Okay. Got a little bit scared for a second there. Fuck. I do get some error. But is it... I mean, it's working though. Oh no, wait. Russian? Fuck. But then it's working. Interior with shader. Sprite lit doesn't have a float or range property. The fuck does that mean? Oh wait, gradient scale. That one is different. Do you need to be set to 6? Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't have to brute force it until it works. I think that's how I got it to work the first time too. And I do actually get random errors about my Text Mesh Pro shaders every now and again, but I usually ignore them and then it still works, so I don't have to do anything. But if this happens, if you actually get like a proper error that crashes the game, then we have a bit of an issue. Especially since I don't understand the error either. Oh wait, float or range property, weight bold, weight normal, texture height, texture width. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. TP STF URP sprite lit doesn't have a float or range property for texture height, texture width, weight normal, weight bold. But it works fine on this one. Don't tell me I have to make like a new shader or something. Okay, so it's missing something here. That's basically what they are saying, right? Oh wait, do I need to change something here maybe? Well, in that case, the only issue is how do I figure out what? Adding, get font features, clear dynamic data on build. Oh no, is this an issue because it is dynamic? No. No, just this one is set to dynamic too. Font weights. Anyone that's good with shaders? I don't know if I dare changing all of this stuff. Because this is specific for the font, isn't it? But the material doesn't have a range for weight bold. This is what causes the error. Fallback material. Oh no, is it something because I'm using a fallback? 'Cause this is specific for the font, isn't it? But the material doesn't have a range for weight bold. This is what causes the error. Fallback material. Oh no, is it something because I'm using a fallback? 'Cause this is specific for the font, isn't it? Is this some specific function that triggers when you have a fallback material? And because I'm doing some weird stuff with... Because I know I customized this shader, or like I made this... I duplicated and customized something in this shader to get it to work, to have unlit text mesh pro texts. I've never had an issue with it before, but I've never had a fallback font before. To be fair though, it looks like this only happens in Unity if you are in the Unity editor. No, that's only this part, never mind. Is it mad to change the Text Mesh Pro Material Manager? Shouldn't I just put like a null check? Get float. What are we trying to do here? What is causing the issue? It's like 435. Yeah, it's... I get 4 errors. Those are for these 4 lines. Retain material properties unique to target material. What if I, like, don't do that? Like, maybe I'm being crazy. But what if I would just put a fucking return statement here? Oh no, wait, I do need to go get down here though. Boolean, welcome in man, how you doing? I am definitely not considering changing the code in like Unity stuff here. Like, what if I did some shit where what if I put all of these that cause the issue and I do something like this? If false is equal to true, then then do this stuff. Basically made sure that this code that causes the error never gets called no matter what. Is that mad? I mean, it kinda feels like that could work. Mad, but will it work? That's kinda what I'm thinking. Because I don't think I can put a return statement here, because I probably... Wait, return fallback material. That's probably fine. Because the issue is that the material I made doesn't have this shit. But then do I need this to function? Do I need this to function for other materials? It's only for Text Mesh Pro. All my normal materials are standard. I don't think I ever need this to be called. Whatever this does, I don't think I need it. That's insane. It feels a little bit insane. It feels like slightly illegal. But like, maybe it could work? I comment it out, probably a better idea. Instead of doing fucking a false secret, yeah. Okay. I say we just try this and see what happens. Just like, if it works... Objects are trying to be loaded during your domain backup. This is not allowed as it will lead to undefined behavior. They would get a new error. This one is interesting though, just it doesn't stop the game, but it triggered 8 times. Unity editor graphing.graph object on before serialize. I think we introduce a new error. If it does, well, you just remove dead code. Maybe I didn't. What's up, Soap? How you doing, man? Just saw your message on Discord about localization. Sweet. Are you still interested? Sweet. I'll send over the localization sheet for you. Yeah, we're trying to sort out all of the localization here for the demo. So far, so good. We've gotten French down. Oh, interesting. You know what? We still get some similar error here, though. But where? And why? TMP Material Manager 432. Them fucking bitches. Did you see that? Did you see that shit? It was commented out and it instantly switched to being here again. They don't allow me. They don't allow me to change this code. So the file is auto-generated on build? See, I think I prepared the Polish sheet. I did indeed. Let's see, and this is fully updated, isn't it? So in that case, I could send it to you right away. Yeah, this looks good. There we go, Soap. I sent the sheet to you. Okay, so this file is auto-generated on build, which means I cannot change this. So, but why is this happening though? Because like, that shouldn't be the case then, because I'm using the same material for this one. Yeah, but this one, fuck's sake, that's the issue, isn't it? It's because I have fallbacks, because I don't think this code is called if I don't have fallbacks. So what I think I'm gonna need to do, I might have to do this manually with code. Like, if language is Chinese, then switch font to this one. If it's a fallback, that's the actual issue. Because what we could try, fairly easily, is to do this. Let's see, we go into the game. No. We go into the demo. And then... where is the map? The map is here. Open map. Open map. Map image. Map floor 1. Where's my map? Oh, that was weird. Okay, if I manually change this text to instead use the... Let's use the lit noto sans blah blah blah. Shader error. Undeclared identifier. Your gamma. Shut up. Okay. Gonna manually have that one set. Fuck. Objects are trying to be loaded during the main. That was what I had before. But it doesn't pause the game, which is interesting. Okay, what language do we have? Russian. Let's switch to Chinese simplified. Yeah, because now it works, and I don't get the same error as before. I do get a new error, though. But maybe that's just a Norwegian reset thing. You know, wait. Changes you made in the shader graph? I didn't make any changes. Did I make changes? Oh, is that the issue? Did I accidentally make some change to the graph? Oh! Whoops. Yeah, that seems to be working. That one's working. Okay, switch to... I can't switch here, right. Let's go Ruski. Boom. And here we also have lit text. Okay, maybe did I mess up the shader? Was that the issue all along? No, just we had the problem before that. Sorry guys, there are some ads coming up. What if we try again? So we revert... We revert that stuff. Special lids. And then we add these. We want Botto. And we want... No, wait, we want lit Roboto. Is it going to break now? Yes. Okay, so it seems like I might not be able to use fallback fonts for my lit text objects. Which is a little bit annoying. Because that means on like each text instance that we have that's lit, I need to do some type of... I need to make my own class, my own component, and add to every single one of those. And basically do a switch case depending on language, and manually switch the font, not using fallback. But like, if this is the language, then switch the font to this. That's pretty much what I think I have to do. Because obviously if I remove these, the issue now is that if I would switch to Russian, then this isn't the font, right? It's probably more noticeable if we go to Chinese. Yeah. You can see that it works on the one behind, because that's the non-lit one. This is the lit text. Because if I do this... Yeah. You only see the lit one changing. Okay, that is gonna be a little bit annoying. Is there a more automatic way I could get this to work? Without having to go through every Text Mesh Pro I have. Fucking hell, I don't know if there is. Because I need to change the font, I think. I need to change the font asset without using fallback. Unless we can figure out... Can I just figure out where this particular variable is used and add a default there? Yeah, yeah, is that, or if we can figure out like what the actual issue is, because I use the same material on this font, but for this font I don't get the error. Oh no, we know why. We know why that is. Because I can do this, right? If I take the Chinese font and I instead, welcome back from the ads, I instead add the special lit one as a fallback for the Chinese one, and I remove the fallbacks here, and then I tell this one to instead use the lit Chinese one. Now I think it's going to work in Chinese when it doesn't have to use the fallback. Apparently it works in Russian too. Oh, just that one is somehow included. But if I go to English now, it still works without any issue. So why does this work? Oh no, that's the wrong text. It doesn't trigger the fallback? Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. So what we're gonna do is, for testing purposes, we are going to select this one, and we are gonna have you be static. Because then you will basically be empty, you won't be able to find the Latin characters, thus force a fallback. That should apparently still not give us any issues. You still find it somehow? Oh, did I switch the wrong one? Yeah, I did. I switched the non-lit version. This is the lit version. I'm gonna make you static. What the fuck? Now it's static. How are you still finding it? Okay. What if we pause? We change this one into the lit roboto one, which probably also has support for this. We make that one static. And then we add a fallback for the special lit. I don't know if that was an actual error. Okay, maybe I have to actually play the game like that. This save. Static. No, I have to switch language. Yeah, we have to switch language to Russian. And hope that this one doesn't have... Oh, and... No, you should be set to English. Okay, so do you also have these? You fucking bastard. Oh, did I forget to change this? No, it has it too. So then I can't really test it. But what if I now do something I know you don't have? Like Chinese. Because whether that one exists in the fallback or not, I suppose it should trigger it to at least look at the fallback, maybe? So now we want Chinese. Okay. And then we're gonna do a quick restart. That was a bit weird. Okay, so maybe it doesn't call that function. Either it works or it doesn't call that function. If you don't find it in that one either. So basically, I don't know anything more. I'm still lost. It would be nice to know whether it would have functioned if this was the backup. Or the fallback, I suppose. Okay, what did you say? Alternative is figure out where this particular variable is used and add a default there. So what would that be? In the shader then, I suppose. Okay, let's add these back. Reproducing the error. There we go. So we're back in the broken state. Not messed up, but... the state. Yeah, just now... You tried... What do I have? Chinese. Yeah, so when you found your fallback, it triggers this function which says... Material with... this material with this shader, spritelit, doesn't have a float or range property, texture height. Weight normal, weight bold. Okay, so what if we check the normal one, the unlit one here, material. Wait, debug settings, texture width, texture height. Okay, there's something here. Weight normal, weight bold. Those are not here though. Special lit material. Yeah. The weight bold stuff doesn't actually exist here, which I wonder is because of the... Okay, if I look at this one, which worked, if we edit... No, that's not what I want to do. How do I open the... No, I think it is edit. But do I need to be outside of play mode? Regular SDF material. If I edit this one... No, that's not what I want to do. You just open code. Weight normal, weight bold. Texture width, texture height. Okay, so this one has those. Okay, if I go to the lit one and I click edit, then I open the shader graph instead. That's very confusing. So when I try to edit the other material, it opens code. When I try to edit this material, I'm sorry, I say I forgot another language in the Polish localization sheet. Let me remove that one for you. Sorry for messing around, in case you're working on it. Check this out. Which unit version do you have? Not 6. 2021.3.21. So really old? Oh wait, do you mean... Just the thing is, something that I think makes this a little, potentially a bit more of a weird thing, a weird bug, is the fact that I am fairly certain I am using like a beta build of TextMesh Pro. Like a more unstable beta version. Oh wait, I should just add the floats here, shouldn't I? The thing I don't like is that just opening this one makes it look like I've changed something. I don't love that. Yeah. You know, I'm on some TextMesh Pro like pre-release build. Pre-release packages are in the process of becoming stable and will be available as production ready by the end of this LTS release. We recommend using these only for testing purposes and to give us direct feedback until then. So like, I'm technically using a version of TextMesh Pro that they basically say that you shouldn't use. Like, I have manually installed this specific version. And the reason why is because I couldn't get... Before I did that, I couldn't get TextMesh Pro to be like a lit material. And I need it to be lit, because otherwise I can't put text in the game and have it react to the flashlight. Unless I would add it as the actual image, but that means I have to render custom images for every single language. For like a document that you inspect or something, which is like, we can't do that, right? Okay, let me discard that and then do this. Font stuff. We're going to push that. And then I'm gonna see what happens. If I open this material and I just manually add a float, did that work? Called underscore texture width. I don't know what that does. I haven't really worked with shaders. And we had another float, which we are going to call texture height. Texture height. Weight normal. Weight bold. Exposed, yes. Okay, I assume I have to save this. And then we see. Show what's further down the troll stack for error. It does seem like that solved it. Oh wait, special lit regular. Did I do this for you? Edit. Oh shit, I did. Oh no, this is the same... No, just this is the same one. I'm being stupid. Which is now if I go to Roboto... No, but this is a different... I use the same shader. Oh yeah, and it's the shader I edit, right? So now it will be here too. I mean, it kinda seems like it potentially solved it. I really don't like that file you are changing had TMP prefix. You named the TMP? Yes. What I did, I kind of named it. I kind of didn't, and I kind of did. Sprite lit, sprite unlit. These are... Let's see here. If I remember this correctly, which I'm unsure of, I'm fairly certain that I couldn't get it to work with TMP SDF URP lit. So what I did, I think, is that I like duplicated this shader. And then I switched like the material of the shader into sprite lit. Because that got it to work. I think. Now this is like... You know, this is almost like a year ago, so my memory is a little bit iffy of this, but I think I might have done something like that. Maybe I should have found my old VOD when I did this, but the question is whether I did this on or off stream. Not something I'm gonna look through hundreds of hours of content to find. Understand, TMP is standing for Text Mesh Pro, not temporary. Oh yeah, exactly. It's part of the TMP thing is. But I mean, to be fair, this seems like it solved it, right? So we don't actually do anything with those values, but... And now I get this one again. Objects are trying to be loaded. Maya Reine with the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you very much for that massive raid. Hope you're doing well. If there's anything you want to share, anything you want to show, then let me know. Big shout out to Maya, yet another developer here. Wait, don't I have a custom shout out for you? I think I do. Yeah, there we go, look at that. Yet another developer here on twitch.tv, way less confused than I am, probably. Let's in, thank you very much for the follow. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sherpy, and we are currently working on a point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. Trying to sort out the demo. The plan is to hopefully publish the demo of this game around like late October, which means I have like a few weeks to do it. Kind of stressful, but also kind of exciting. But if you guys want a better idea of the game I'm working on, then here's a little teaser for ya. There we have it. The game is available on Steam for wishlist, and we do appreciate those very much. As I mentioned, the demo will be coming out, so I can actually say now that wishlist the fucking game and you'll be notified about the demo. Isn't that pretty cool? How you doing, Legend? Oh, yeah, overall I'm doing good. Like I said, I'm slightly stressed about this demo stuff going on, because there is a fair bit of work we have to do. Like, I have to try and basically localize the game into a bunch of languages. And also, you know, finish the actual demo. I basically have the content though, which is good. I just need to slice it up correctly, if that makes sense. Haven't actually been working on work stuff much recently. Been working on a Rust chat server of my own. Ooh, interesting. For like what use case? A year from now we will wish we did a better commit message for font stuff. Why, you don't like my commit messages? I think they're great, you know. Font stuff. You know exactly what I worked on. I worked on fonts and stuff. I do have a couple of funny ones here. Every now and then I just cannot be bothered. Clock stuff. Also, stuff is a very common little thing I throw in here, to be honest. Dev build and stuff. Yep. Bathtub and company. Let's see, I have some even better ones here somewhere. Damn, I've actually done a fair amount of commits, haven't I? Ooh, stuff. Just stuff. That's it. Only stuff. That one is very good. Oh, another one called stuff. Not too many changes though. Stuff and error room, 10,000 changes. Yeah, lovely. A bit of this, a bit of that. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a good fucking commit message. Font assets question mark, when you know that even I am a little bit confused about what I actually did, so I just go, I put a question mark at the end. Another stuff with like 2,000 plus changes. This might be my favorite one. A lot of stuff, not gonna lie, with almost 10,000 changes. Stuff, yeah, stuff is fairly common, to be honest. Another stuff. I do a lot of stuff. I'm good, man, thanks, the broadcast quality is great. Oh, cheers, man, happy to hear that. Mostly so I get to write some Rust again. Feature set is roughly the text portion of Discord for now. So wait, how is, can you give me the quick rundown? In like a sentence or two, can you describe Rust for me? What is Rust like for a fully, like, I'm a big language nerd, I'm a big language learner and stuff, when it comes to spoken languages. However, when it does come to programming, I am very much a monolingual. So I don't know too much about any other languages. Well, I know a little bit about like Python and GDScript, for example, which I think you call loosely typed languages. Or like dynamically typed languages, something like that. I know the general gist of that. Like you can kind of change a variable to another type or whatever. That's something I know. But mostly I don't have too much information. I know SQL or SQL is used a lot for databases. And you can do SQL injection to do naughty stuff. Yeah, that's it, like as much as I know about other languages, basically. For anyone who doesn't know, I am fully self-taught, so sometimes I might say stuff that sounds kinda dumb, but hey, we're learning every day and that's what matters. Is someone helping you with localization? Yes, I have a few people who are helping me out. If anyone is interested and you want to help me localize the game into your language, I do have a little form where you can apply, which is very much appreciated. So we currently have like 4 or 5 people, I think, that's helping out to translate and localize the game, which, you know, is very generous. Someone needs to have a commit lint. If you don't start using conventional commits, you will be missing on semantic versioning and auto changelog generation if you care about that. Semantic versioning, that's kind of what I use here, right, isn't it? Isn't this semantic versioning? I use it for my actual updates for the game. I think that's what it is. Yeah, major minor patch. Yeah, I use it for the actual game, but not in my commits. Unless I publish, unless like when I finish a new thingy, when I finish a new update, I might do it. So here you have like build version 0.3.0. That was just me. You know, I had finished that update and then this is the commit after building the game basically. Auto changelog generation, I don't really know what that is. Frankly speaking, from my own experience, if you don't have somewhere a lot longer info besides 1 or 2 of a commit title after 2-3 years commit messages is only barely helpful. Yeah, just there is the thing where you can add like a description as well. I never fill that out. Like I just list up basically the overarching stuff that I was working on, like the high level things that I was working on in the summary or the title or whatever you call it, and then I just push that and I call it a day. That's my current strategy. I should also say that I've been on the same branch for like 6 months or something, which I know some people have complained about as well. Yeah, I think we sorted this issue though, which is good. It seems functional. So if we change language into Russian, then don't get any errors here. Last but not least, we just need to see whether the text is lit. So I'm doing some shader stuff here to make sure that like the text here reacts to the flashlight, so that it looks like it's an actual part of the world or whatever. Yeah, we're missing some key stuff for this language. Hey, it seems like it's working now. Probably need a new sound effect for the garage. But then you have a long standing ticketing system, and I've lived through 2 impossible to migrate history and tickets. Oh my goodness. Imagine if you did a patch, then you have to write every single thing you changed in the changelog. But with conventional commits, you just press 1 button, you get a full changelog plus version bump automatically, depending on if it's minor or major updates, depending on commits. Wait. So are you saying that it would even automatically calculate whether this will be considered a major or minor update. How does that work? Because the way I do it... Oh, does he have to do something... Does he have something to do with backwards compatibility? Is that what that is? Because the way I do it is that I just type the version number depending on whether or not I thought it was. It seems major. Basically the way I do it, I think, is... Mine is just like any small things I worked on. As soon as I add a new feature or new content, then I bump up the major number. No, minor. Wait, what? Now I'm confused. Major, minor... Semantic versioning. Major, minor patch. Okay, no, I said it wrong. I do my patches, and then if I add new content or new features to the game, then I bump the minor number. Most of the time I bump this. If I add new features, mechanics or content, then I bump this number. And then this is still 0, because I don't plan on pushing it to 1 until it's released, I suppose. Then even driving with the flashlight, game is insane, true. Unless you actually start the game. It's here before, but it will get automatically removed once you start. I see that I'm getting new errors here though, which is a little bit spooky. Objects are trying to be loaded during domain backup. This is not allowed as it will lead to undefined behavior. Unity editor graphing. Graph object on before serialize. No fucking link or anything, no code line. This is a weird one though. Because it's an error, but it doesn't stop the game. So I don't actually know what that means. How you doing, Kula? I smell AI by following conventional commits. This is standard for writing commit messages. Interesting. What is this? Is this something I need to care about? Doesn't break the game. Did that happen every time I started? No. Did it happen immediately? I think it happened immediately. Was it because I had the shader open? Can I not have the shader open? Because this seems functional. Yeah. Seems good. I guess we're fine. Don't know what made it. I wonder if that could have been because I had the shader open. This is my armchair theory. In reality, I have no clue. Okay, I don't like that my buttons change position when I switch language. Just let's be honest here, most of my buttons are vertically ordered. And you can see here that if I switch to English, then nothing happens. Oh, there you can see it. Here it's all good, and then when I go Chinese, oh, is this one of those issues again where I need to wait a frame for the content size fitter? By following conventional commit standard, you unlock a lot of potential, such as having good version control history to find out why, how we did it, and utilizing tools like auto changelog generators like Cliff, I can speak, which parse your commit messages following conventional commits. So wait, Imam, am I understanding this correctly? Are you saying that stuff as a commit message is not good? Am I understanding this correctly? Are you saying that that's not a great commit message? Okay, this is a little bit weird. Because now there's a big gap here, right? But I think that happened because of the Chinese text. Wait, I can actually... Shouldn't I check this? Oh, yeah. Because I only change in awake. That is an issue. Initialize content size fitter. No, but that should be fine. That should update automatically. Wait, play button. Yeah, that looks correct. And then if I switch to Chinese, it adds a bit... It has like padding on the top. I wonder if I should just remove that. But then now it's weird because it didn't push it. Oh, that's because of the layout group? But if I now switch back to English, then these get pushed down. Isn't that a bit weird? Well, right now it's perfect. A year from now, maybe not, yeah. That is probably fair. That is a bit weird. But what happened if I switch language here instead? That looks fine. No matter what, I think I have the solution, which is to not do anything with the vertical. We leave that one as is. We only change the horizontal. This is basically, you know, we made this new thing where we add a content size fitter automatically to any button in the game, so that the hitbox of the button always fits perfectly with the actual text. So if the text is wider, then we make a wider hitbox, and so on. But I don't think I need to change the height, because now, if we switch to Chinese, it doesn't move. Which is nice. Yeah. I think that's fine. What is up, Saxidak? How you doing, man? Welcome in. All good, how about you? Same here. Been struggling a little bit with this stuff today. Been trying to sort out more localization, but for languages that might need different fonts and stuff, but I think we finally got it sorted. So we should now be able to start having Chinese localization as well as Russian. It seems fine. No, I see. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's going to be very important, especially Chinese. It's almost a must. The current plan is to hopefully release the demo at the end of October for the Horror Fest. And I don't know if I can release a demo without Chinese localization. Like, the Chinese audience is like 25% of Steam. It's like a big market to not try to tap into. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I don't manage to find someone to localize the game into, like, I don't know, Italian, which is a, you know, relatively big language, that at least that isn't like the end of the world. Just, what is Italian? Like, around 30-40 million speeches or something? Okay, it's a bit more. 68 to 85 million. Quite a lot, right? Definitely something you want to localize for. However, in comparison, Chinese has 1.39 billion speakers. So, like, if there's any language I should make sure to localize for, it's Chinese, right? I bet it's your string file for localization approximately, if I would be interested in helping for Arabic. Currently for the demo, I have just above 200 entries with a total of, in English, it's about somewhere around 1,000 words. So it's not massive. It's not nothing, but, you know, it's not like a, you know, heavy story-driven game with like 25,000 lines. The full game is probably gonna have more. Maybe... I mean, to be fair, I don't have that much. I would probably have more inspectable items and stuff. Maybe like 2,000 words. 3,000 max maybe for the full game. I'm very much guesstimating here, but yeah, it's not gonna be massive. But yeah, Arabic would be... I mean, it's a big language. I don't know how popular it is on Steam, but like I've said before, I am a very big language nerd, so I just think it's really cool as well to have my game in a lot of languages. So I really want to localize as much as I possibly can. Like, these are like the most important languages, I suppose, but, you know, I want to... Okay, according to this, Arabic is 0%. Oh, it's probably rounded though, I suppose, to 2 digits. Because it can't be 0, that's impossible. I was fairly surprised that Spanish from Spain is so much bigger than Spanish from Latin America. That I found quite surprising. Compensating contributors to localization. Do you mean if I'm paying them? Is that what you're asking? Currently I am not. So far everyone who is helping me to localize is doing it voluntarily. Right now we have people localizing for Polish, German, Russian, Czech and Spanish, as well as French we got the other day. All of those so far have been voluntary. However, that doesn't mean that I won't potentially pay someone. Like Chinese, I don't have anyone that has applied for, and since it's such an important language, if I can't find someone to do it, I probably need to actually hire someone for it. But yeah, for the most part, it is people who have chosen to do it voluntarily, because, you know, in the end, I am, you know, a full-time developer. In other words, I am unemployed. I don't have a salary, so obviously I try to keep my costs as low as possible. But in the actual form for applying, you can basically select whether or not you want to be paid for it. And in that case, also enter like what your cost would be. Yeah, I thought German was superpower for sure. Yeah, I think German is big. Like, it's the 7th biggest language, so that one is an important one to localize for as well. But I mean, compared to Chinese, 26% of Steam. Like, this is... yeah, we have to do it. There's like no discussion about it. Russian is big as well, 10%. However, that one we are currently working on. Currently have Lyomotech helping us out with the Russian one. We have Vinny doing the Spanish one. I've done Brazilian and European Portuguese. I'm just gonna need someone to double check it. I've done Swedish. Spectacular is doing Czech. We have Soap is gonna do Polish. And Ijoyan did French the other day. So yeah, the big ones that we are still missing out on is Simplified Chinese, Korean, Japanese. Traditional Chinese wouldn't be bad either. But yeah, I'd say the most important ones are like the, ironically, the CKJ, CJK or whatever you call it. The typical big Asian languages. Simplified Chinese, Korean and Japanese. Those would be nice to find localizers for. If you want a suggestion, since you have a strong connection with Portuguese language, you can try to talk to some people from Macau. Oh yeah, that might be a good shout actually. Quite a lot of them either talk Portuguese or have some connection to Portugal from parents or grandparents. They love business-oriented type of people, yeah. No, that is a pretty good shout. However, Macau, in terms of Chinese, I think they might use traditional Chinese. The official languages are Chinese and Portuguese. No specific variant of Chinese is official, but Cantonese is the most spoken one, so I'm gonna assume it is indeed traditional. Portuguese-based Creole language, Patois, is spoken by 50 people. Damn, that is not a lot. The official writing system for the Chinese is the traditional Chinese characters. So it might be good to check. Simplified Chinese is definitely the priority. But that could be potentially a good way of finding someone for the traditional one. So thinking EU, now a bit of a power, they have that China out of topic. Kinda interesting to see how big the Asian languages are on Steam, yeah. And like, especially Chinese, it's such a big audience. Okay, we should make these so you can actually select them in the language selection. And I need to fix the description boxes. But I think I have a fairly good idea for that. Because the issue right now is that my boxes for like descriptions for items and so are fairly small. So for longer languages, especially something like, you know, German, is gonna be a big issue. But then I think what we could do is put a content size fitter on the actual text so that that one changes size. And then instead of having one box, we have two sides of it. And what we actually do is that we anchor one of these sides to the end of the content size fitter, and the longer the text becomes, the more we slide this one outwards. Because it's also gonna look weird if you have like a box that's this big and then it says like battery. It's like, it feels like there's so much unnecessary space. Whereas, but if you have a language that's very long, then obviously we need it. Because we can't have it look like this. So I think this would be a fairly good solution. We have like a minimum size, like it can't get smaller than this maybe. And then the longer the words get, the more we just slide this out. I think that would work. Have you tried it? No. This is my armchair theory that it would work. I don't know for certain if it's gonna work, but it feels like it should work. That's that's what I think. What is up, Jotson? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Wait, what? What have I done? Oh, did I accidentally disable that one? How you doing, Jotson? Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up for any non-subscribers. Appreciate your patience. Sounds good if you can make it dynamic. Yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna end up looking the best. It might not be pixel perfect, but... Doing good, busy localizing, I see. Yeah, I've been working on getting support for Chinese characters and the Cyrillic alphabet and stuff. It's been a little bit of a hassle, but I think we finally got it working, which is exciting. Got some translations for my Steam page from my community yesterday. Nice, man. Yeah, I did figure that, because, you know, obviously it's quite good to localize the Steam page as well. So, you know what I ended up doing? I thought about this little idea. So what I did is that in my localization sheet, which, you know, has all of the keys and stuff for the game, sorry for the flashbang, I just added keys for the Steam store as well. So, because if people are localizing the game, good opportunity to get the Steam page localized as well. So we basically get everything done in one go. Does the Steam API tell you what language the user prefers so you can switch automatically? No. I mean, potentially it does. Maybe you could do it. I don't do it that way, is what I'm trying to say. Ads, sorry about that one. I can show you how I've set it up. Let's see, these are never translated, so this one actually has to be set to where are you? This one. Language simplified Chinese in simplified Chinese is as follows. Yeah. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make you interactable. Locale will be set to Chinese simplified, and you're gonna call settings UI change language into, no, not paste here, Chinese simplified. I wonder if I should, you know what might be a smart idea? Why if we just order this by how popular the language is? Doesn't that kind of make sense? Like we basically look at the Steam data and we just order the languages by how many users have them. So most are probably gonna start scanning from the top, so most will find their language. The majority of people will find their audience early. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Traditional Chinese. I assume I don't have support for this with this font. It'd actually be interesting to check. If I select the same one here, can I do... I mean, that seems to work. Okay, so I think we should just have this... I think we can use the same font for traditional Chinese. That is fairly... sweet. Content size filter plus layout groups for dynamic button size depending on content width. That's what we started doing now in all of the other menus and stuff. I haven't enabled it on this one. Oh, yes, I actually have. Because I instantiated automatically, or I add the component automatically with my menu button script. So these will get custom, or maybe not, because it seems like you might be controlling these from the parent. Oh yeah, I think I have to, because this is a grid technically, which it doesn't have to be. I could do multiple vertical layout groups. That would solve it. And Jotson, if you're still around, currently I don't use the Steam API to know which language they should have. What I do is that the very first time you boot up the game, you will immediately go into the language selection menu. That is how we currently do it. And then of course I save the fact that I have chosen a language, so next time you boot up the game, straight into splash screen. I can show how the new... I did it slightly just the other stream. So if I clear my player prefs and we go into the initialization scene, which is the first one that boots up, this is what happens the very first time that you start the game. It will boot up immediately to language selection, so you are prompted to choose your language. Because the issue is that if we don't do it automatically, and if we don't do it first thing when you boot up the game, the issue is that you might force someone who doesn't speak English on a very high level to navigate through all the menus to find how to change the language, and we don't want to do that, right? So what I opted for here is just to immediately force them to select language. Once they do, I now immediately boot them into the brightness calibration, because that is fairly important in this game. And then we get the splash screen, and the game starts. And then the next time you start, since we now know that I have selected all of that stuff, we just go straight to the splash screen, so you never have to see it again. Unless you want to, of course, which you could just go and recalibrate this stuff. But yeah, that is how we currently do it. How's playtesting going? When do you push them out? Remember you said you would do it in different intervals? Yeah, so currently we had a big playtest for the experimental testers that test the versions first for the full game. Oh, well, for the half game, because obviously it isn't completed yet. But currently the plan is that I'm gonna try to finish this some type of demo build as soon as possible, basically. And then I will basically push that to all of the playtesters. So everyone who has signed up for playtesting can try the demo out. And yeah, so we can iterate, polish on that part before we actually publish this. That is the current idea. From UX, it's better to let me choose like you have it now, in my opinion. Interesting. How so? I guess you could argue that just because you... I mean, it depends on what information you would get from Steam. But you could argue that just because someone has Steam in one language doesn't necessarily have to mean that they want to play it in that language. You never know. Are you going to support Mac OS? Unsure. Probably not for the demo. For the full game, I don't know. I know there is a little bit more issues with getting Mac OS support compared to like Linux and Windows. So we'll see. I haven't looked too much into it yet. Basically what I'm saying is I am not saying no and I am not saying yes. I am leaving it unsaid for now. However, I will admit that it is very much possible that we will not have Mac support. Because the thing is, like, if you look at the audience on Steam, it's a minority. And on top of that, it's a hassle to do it. I think it's not even free to do it. I think you have to like pay Apple to even be able to do it properly, if I'm not mistaken. Because you need like you need to sign it as a Apple developer or something, which I think you have to like pay for that. Like license or whatever. Yeah, you could correct me if I'm wrong. It's very possible that I haven't like deeply researched this, but it seems annoying. And you can't like properly build it on a Windows machine, whereas like building for Linux is just switch platform in Unity, click build, and you're basically done, right? So Linux I will most likely do. macOS, unsure. Yeah, that's exactly the reason. Someone might be using someone else's PC as well. Yeah, that is true. For normies, it's usually better to have automatic language. For nerds, we often have different language set in system Steam than in native because of doodling, and depending on the game, we may want to have it in English or native. Yeah, China toss up. Yeah, like I have my PC in English. I was gonna say I might want to play in Swedish. I don't know the last time I played in Swedish, so that's not really true. But I do have YouTube in Swedish, which is funny. I mentioned that before, but that is not because I want to have it in Swedish. I would have it in English if it wasn't for the fact that they shorten numbers. Like, if I switch to English on YouTube, it will say that I have like 4.9k subscribers. Whereas if I have the language set to Swedish, it will say that I have 4,911 subscribers. And same thing with views. In English it says that my last video has like 12.5k views. In Swedish it says that I have 12,538. And you know, I don't know, I might be like slightly autistic or something, but I like it being specific. I want it to be specific. So I get very annoyed by the fact that if I have it in English, it keeps shortening those numbers. So, yeah. I'm not playing Swedish 100% to see what is going on, but that's good. Because then you know, for testers, it's almost preferred if you do play in your native language, because less people are gonna do it, so it's almost more important to test it in some regard. Because it's much easier that I have missed something in Swedish or whatever it might be. Or that something isn't set up correctly, whatever it might be. So, if anything, that's just good. Okay, simplified Chinese. Let's put you like right about here. Boom. Okay, what other languages are we currently localizing for? Well, we also have Czech on the way, which we now should have full support for these characters. We do indeed. So let's enable this one as well. Check. Change language, of course, to Czech. Is Czech bigger than Swedish? It probably is. How many speakers are there in Czechia? 12 million, yeah, it's just above. $100 a year for Apple Developer Program to have your game in the App Store. Although I meant Steam macOS, but do you not have to... Is there not something you kinda have to pay for? Or is it the fact that you almost need a Mac, like a MacBook or something, to be able to properly build it and like... whatever? There is something. I don't remember. Let's see, Spanish. We are doing Spanish. Have I made a locale for this? Oh shit, I don't have a Spanish locale yet. Okay, so Spanish is going to be among the top. According to this little list I'm looking at, it should actually be... It should be... above Portuguese, but below Russian. Oh shit. Let's see, now we should be able to... Oh, do I even need to switch font here? I shouldn't technically, because we're using fallback anyway, right? Yeah, so it becomes the same font. I actually don't need to... Wait, I think all of these can use the same font. Since we're using fallbacks anyway. Have a hard time seeing you didn't do good. Gonna be interesting for sure. Is it fully in Swedish right now? Yes. Right now, I think we have basically full support for Swedish. As well as Portuguese, but that one is obviously with the caveat that it might be a little bit iffy, because I've done it myself, which means that there's probably a few errors here and there, but like there's Portuguese text everywhere at least. And Swedish. So yeah, those we should have basically full support for right now. As well as French, since Joyan ended up sorting that out like yesterday? 2 days ago? Something? Yesterday? I think it was yesterday. So yeah, this time you should be able to play the game fully in Swedish. Heard they still learn Swedish in some northwestern part of Finland. Find that outrageous. I don't think it's just in some northwestern part. Aren't they like still teaching, like mandatory teaching Swedish in like most of Finland? I'm fairly sure. I think it's more common that you have actual Swedish speakers up in the north, but I think they teach it pretty much all over Finland. Which is, yeah, it's quite outrageous. I am surprised as to why they still do it. And I also kind of think that it's bad. Because the issue is that I think a lot of people just, they feel forced to learn Swedish, which I think makes it so that they just, you know, they don't want to do it, and it also almost gives them more of a bad connotation to Swedish. Do you know what I mean? Alright, I need to make this locale. Oh shit, do we have the first row done now? Are these all of the languages that we are currently localizing for? Let's see, we have English. Well, simplified Chinese we are not localizing at the moment, but we need to do it, so I'm gonna put it here as a reminder that I cannot miss this language. Russian we are doing, Spanish we are doing. I've done Brazilian and European Portuguese, French is done. Czech we're doing, I've done Swedish. Yeah, I think that's it. Time to catch up on my sleep before I fall down on my chair. Good luck. No worries, Aline. Thank you very much for hanging out today, and have a good night. I need to get out of here as well. It is getting a bit late, and my sleeping schedule has been absolutely fucked the last days. And my hands are getting worse too. I really need to take care of these little hands of mine. I am in like... I'm in that position where it's highly likely that I'm gonna end up having like proper carpal tunnel syndrome or like RSI. It's not great. It's not great. Yeah, I was in Stockholm some weeks ago and met a Finn. Apparently I had 2-3 years of it in school, 15-20 years ago, yeah. Now, I've spoken to quite a few people here on Twitch as well. Because we have quite a few Finnish people here in the chat. And like all of them speak like basic Swedish. Because they all had to study it in school. It's kind of mad. It seems like I haven't heard anyone that enjoyed studying it, but they were basically all forced to. Meister de Tunek, welcome in, how you doing? I don't love that I have to shorten this one, but it's not gonna fit if I do the full thing. Like, we can't fit in Portuguese, Brasileiro. Can we? You know what? If the language on the other side is short, we kind of can. Of course, we could do the spacing bigger as well. But it looks more symmetrical this way. I don't know, would it look better to do this though, maybe? Like rather than in parentheses, we do like shortening type thing? Maybe. Looks better like that. Do you mean like this? Or fully written out? Yeah, because they do become a bit too long. But we need to separate them somehow. Ah, we just type Portuguese, but we do the fucking letters in the colors of the flags. So we would do like... This is so stupid. You know, we do this for Brazilian Portuguese. What is it? Red on the right hand side, and then green on the right. Oh, sorry, left and right. We do this. I mean, it could have worked. It would have worked if you would have done it for all the countries, which I'm definitely not doing, but kind of funny. Ah shit, it was the other way, fuck's sake. Yeah. Okay, so it would be... Oh, sorry. It would be green here and red here. There we go. Yeah, that immediately looks more right. Like, Kamali, you would know which one to pick, right? Like, not gonna lie, it kinda could have worked. I mean, it looks like shit. It's I'm not saying that I'm gonna do this, to be very clear. I'm just saying that it would succeed in, you know, explaining the difference. Just do this for all of the languages. Look at that, the blue is a little bit dark, but... Oh yeah, true, for the little crown in the middle. Yeah, look at that. Maniacs TV, welcome in, man. Just do this for every language. Fucking beautiful, isn't it? It gets a little bit more difficult if you have a flag that's divided vertically. If we get like, I don't know, Ukrainian or Polish. Do I not have Polish here? Oh shit, I need to add Polish. Just that I have no fucking clue how I would do. Those are a little bit more tricky. Okay, let's let's get rid of this. Turn the flag 90 degrees. It could work, to be honest. What if someone is colorblind? Oh, that is a pretty good point. It's a pretty good point. Oh wait, I have German too, right? Yeah, we are translating German too. And that one I think I did a locale for, if I'm not mistaken. Change language. Didn't I make German? I did make German. Which should probably, if we're gonna order this by how many speakers they have or how big they are on the Steam platform, then you should be a lot higher. You should be below Brazilian Portuguese. I don't know if I'm gonna do this though. I might just order them in a way that makes sense, because it feels a little bit weird. It feels a little bit weird splitting simplified and traditional Chinese and splitting European and Brazilian Portuguese, doesn't it? You could also do something where you maybe do it by language family, so like Germanic languages, Romance languages, Slavic languages. Alphabetically you could do... The only thing that I don't love about alphabetically is that it's gonna put like English somewhere in the middle, which is like what the... Like, yeah, there is something where I feel like it should be very... It should be really easy to find the most common languages. It feels like those should have a priority in some regard. Are you going to put flags? Flag sounds sick. Could have done that. Is that technically adding more colors to my palette though? Oh shit, what if we do pixel art? Tiny little pixel art flags? What would that be like? Oh wait, we can check. How tall is this? You're 7 tall. So that would be like the highest. Because that is amount of pixels, right? Yeah. 7 pixels. Which we would need because we need to have... We would need to have like middle pixels and whatnot. Theoretically, you could try to make little... what did I say? 7? And then we just pick a length that seems good, maybe something like this. It would be the only place where we have other colors in the game. Also, the colors I might be selecting now could be really off, I have no clue, because I might have my nightlight enabled, which means that my screens basically turn orange. So if it looks like I'm choosing really weird colors, that's why. Can I do it even smaller? It's annoying though, because what about something like Polish? Polish Indonesia. Let's see, which one has red on top? Poland. I think is Poland red on top? But that one will not be completely right. It's gonna look a little bit weird. But then if we make it an even amount, now the ones that need this line is gonna look weird instead. White red, did I mix it up? Is it like this? Okay, so I accidentally did Indonesia then, right? I think it's Indonesia. Yeah, exactly. Indonesia has red on top. Fuck's sake, it was 50-50 and I managed to fuck it up in front of the Polish here. Awkward. Don't cancel me. But yeah, it's difficult because I can't do... I mean, otherwise it would be if you did this for Sweden. But that's gonna look like shit. Unless I do the flag big... Unless you did that. Because now we could get these to be... It's not entirely right, but... I think this looks better than the uneven Polish flag. There's always going to be somewhere, just... Now instead... Oh no, wait, we need to make sure in that case that it's even here as well. Which it is. So you should have done something like that. I don't know though. It should be fun to do it. I don't know if I want to add it. You know, I'm very iffy about having colors in the game that are not in my palette. You might call me silly for it, but... that is the case. Do we have Polish? We don't have Polish. Soap. Do you type Polish in Polish? Sorry, Finland. You are turning into Polish. Polski. I need to make a locale for this as well. Polish, where should that be? I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole... Yeah, I don't know if I like ranking them by amount of speakers. I think we should prioritize it in some way. I just decide that, like, English is at the top, we're gonna do Chinese second. But then, because I don't want to split them, I'm just gonna say that traditional Chinese should be below simplified. It looks a little bit shit now, though, to mix in the ones that we don't have. So I might continue reordering this as we get more languages localized. I might do a little bit like this. I kinda do language families. Except for English, which I'm gonna put at the top. Other than that, we do like Chinese simplified and traditional. We do like the Romance languages. We do like Slavic languages. And then we have the Germanic languages. This kind of makes sense, I feel like. Damn, 40 million Polish speakers. That is not too shabby. Oh yeah, it was in the top 10 on Steam. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something like this. This seems to make the most sense in my head. But let's actually generate some locales for this as well. Oh, but if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna need to pull the sheet. Am I not? To make sure we have everything, because I'm gonna need to do push afterwards to get all of those into the Google Sheet. So we are going to go for the string table. And we are going to pull down any changes. That was interesting. Why did Russian glitch for a second? And then what we're gonna do is... Let's see, is this where can I show this? I can. Yes. Let's see, these are the ones we have. So we are missing a couple. We are missing... Do I have Czech? I do have Czech. We are missing Polish. Polish Poland or just Polish? I guess it doesn't matter. Let's do Polish. We are also missing Spanish, I think. Oh, there's no Spanish Latin America, because I think technically we are going to get Latin American Spanish. I got this like Google Translate and AI translating languages. Not good enough. That's why they're not good enough for me to just have them translate stuff and then call it a day. Like, I feel like it's still at a point where you need a native to at the very least double check it. I wouldn't trust like releasing the game with unchecked AI translations, because it can be a bit weird. I've tried as well. Like a good experiment you can do is just get some text and make it translated into Swedish, and I'm a little bit like, there's a lot of stuff here that doesn't sound super natural. By no means horrible, and you can definitely use it to get like a start. I don't like that this is all countries. I kinda would have liked if they had like a Latin American option. But I might add Spanish Spain, because that would be good to have. But the one that we are getting now, I suppose, is technically Spanish Argentina. There's also just Spanish. I guess we could do... Yeah, I might do that for Latin America, and then Spanish Spain for Castilian Spanish. Okay, am I still missing something? Am I missing any of the ones we are currently localizing for? I don't think so. We have Russian, we added Polish, we have Czech, we have German, we added Spanish. Yeah, generates. Boom. Now, in our string table, we just need to create these tables. So let's do that. We have Spanish. Wait, I can't add Spanish? Oh shit, am I not allowed to add just Spanish if I potentially have another version? Is that how that works? That's a bit shite. Okay then. In that case, we can delete that one. That should remove you here, yup. Then we're gonna add a new one, and I guess we'll just do Spanish from Argentina. Which, to be very clear, you have to say Argentina. You cannot say, like, Argentina, no. Projects, boom, localization, yep. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, we have the locales, we're going to the string table, and yeah, this one we can add. That is interesting. So they don't allow you to add the one called just Spanish if you have another variant of Spanish in there. That is a bit surprising. Okay, now we need to push this. No, we need to add the columns first. So which one did we do? Which ones do I not have columns for, rather? That is... I did French, Japanese... Deutsch... Ruski... Okay, we need Spanish... Oh, it's the same ones we added. Spanish, Spanish, Polish. So, locale column... Locale column... Locale... N is going to be... Spanish Argentina. This is going to be Spanish Spain. I don't know why I'm adding the ones that we don't have localizers for at the moment. We also have Polish. Okay, now we should be able to push this. Sorry for the flashbang. And yes, we now have Spanish, Spanish, Polish. I don't get why this is not working the way I want it to. A quick question, out of curiosity. What happens if I reach the end of the alphabet here? Oh, maybe they do like AA or something? Oh yeah, they do. AA is the last one. Sad to see there's no Danish or Norwegian. We have thought about it, maybe making something where we add Danish and then if you click it, you like delete system 32. And that feels like a pretty funny prank to do, doesn't it? I'm joking, people, I'm joking. I would do if we have someone to localize it. I would be up for adding them. Definitely not on like the highest priority, because you know, low amount of speeches, and I bet a lot of them already play in English as well. But as I said, I am open to doing as much localization as possible. So whatever language I find a localizer for, I will add. Like I think we might even get Icelandic localization, which is pretty fucking cool. But you know, you also have to consider the fact that there's like 300,000 speeches or something. Like it's a tiny language, internationally speaking, or comparing internationally. But it's also just cool to say that my game has Icelandic localization. Okay. English. Chinese simplified. Boom. You should be... Okay, we only have one right now, so I'm gonna do Spanish Argentina. And then here it should be Spanish Argentina. French, Brazil, Portugal. Here we need to add it. Change language. Ruski. We have Polski. Na zdrowie. Do widzenia. Że nie mówię po polsku. Then here we are also going to add boom. Change language. Polski. Yeah, that's good. Czech. German. Swedish. Traditional Chinese. Might as well add it here. Change locale. Chinese traditional. And Dutch we don't have yet. I did make one for Japanese, so why not add it? I'm gonna keep it uninteractable so you can't select it. Then it will be set up later on. Yeah, I think that's every language, except if we're gonna add Spanish from Spain as well. That's the only one I haven't set up right now, but it depends on if we find localize or not. Because otherwise I might just keep one for Spanish. Yeah, sure, Icelandic is a cool language, it really is. It feels like listening to my forefathers speak, do you know what I mean? Which it, I mean, kind of in some regard is, like Icelandic is a lot more similar to Old Norse. Because like, if I heard Old Norse, I mean, I did this test, right? I even did like a little reaction video on YouTube when I watched through this video where people were trying to understand Old Norse. I got like a word here and there or something. There was also, in the video, it was a Danish and a Norwegian guy who also kinda got like a word here and there, sometimes through context managed to kinda guess the sentence. And then there was one Icelandic person who got every fucking sentence immediately, no issue whatsoever. So you could very clearly tell how much closer related it was to our mother language, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's double check that all of these up to traditional is set to be non-interactable. they are, and then from here on upwards everyone should be interactable, and they are. Okay. So let's make sure that actually switching the language works too. Might as well double check it. What is up, Wolfeet? How you doing, man? What's up? We have been working on a lot of localization stuff today. Had some issues getting the other fonts to work for the non-Latin alphabet languages, but I think we got it sorted. So, feels good. Okay, we're currently in English. We can switch to English. Why does this one say language? This one says nothing. Oh, I wonder if there might be a space or something in that key. Which one was it? Spanish? It's out of curiosity. Sorry for flashbang incoming. That was Spanish, Argentina. Then we need to find the languages. Wait. What do I actually use? No. It's language. I need to. There must be a key for language somewhere. What? Now I'm slightly. I must have a generic key for language. Yeah, I do. And then here, if we check Spanish from Argentina, is it possible that no, that one is empty. That's interesting. Language title is set up correctly. Local Spanish Argentina. Ah, interesting. Because like the language title here should update for each language. You see here, language, long, idioma, or idioma. But if it doesn't have one, it should default to English, like here. So why Polish doesn't, but this one does? That is very... Oh, does it do it on the ones that are not interactable too? Oh, I don't know if I like that. I mean, it does default to English though, which is kind of fine. I would still say that listening to Norwegian is such a nice language to listen to. Don't understand it all, but funny. Yeah, they sound like very happy Swedes, don't they? It's the whole thing about ending every sentence on a high note, on a like they go up in pitch at the end of the sentence, and it ends up sounding like very, like slightly silly, kinda. It sounds very happy. It sounds like they're very happy when they speak it. Do you know what I mean? You need the separated fonts for it? Yes, I did, because the default font I have, this one, did not have support for like Chinese characters and so on. And not Russian either. I do happy vibes, love it, yeah. Very interesting why this happens. Oh, I know why, because I haven't set up a fallback language, have I? Yeah, I'm being silly. Okay, we need to go through the locales. We need this. Fallback locale English. I mean, English doesn't need it, obviously. So Polish fallback locale is going to be English. Spanish fallback locale English. Yeah, I think that should be all. It does have for as well as the Slavic languages with accents and stuff, and like the cedilla from Portuguese, like all of those weird Arabic slash Latin alphabet letters or whatever, it did have support for, so that's nice. Yeah, like the ñ, yeah. You can see this one is the same font. Yeah, the cedilla C or whatever. The circumflex on the E. The reverse circumflex in Czechina, in Czech. All of those it worked for, but for Cyrillic and Chinese, Japanese, Korean, those we're gonna need different fonts for. So most fonts are gonna be okay, to be fair, but there are a few that we're gonna need to switch for. Okay, now it should always say English if we don't have one, yeah. Nice. Okay. Chinese simplified. Spanish. French. I know those work. Russian. Polish. Czech. German. Swedish. Sweet. Not gonna lie, I'm kinda hyped to see how my game looks in Chinese. I just seeing all of the menus and everything, see everything being Chinese. So guys, we do have some ads coming up. Do the default fonts work for all languages? I don't think so. I don't think it does. Feels like it should have, but I don't think it does. I'm fairly certain that you would have the same issue at the very least with like Chinese and stuff. Swedish also, yeah. You know, we could probably add a little bit of... It would be fun, maybe adding just enough Chinese to fill this up. And like I said before, I'm kind of thinking about potentially, for a language like Chinese, maybe even localizing the title of the game. So we actually have like a Chinese title. Could even change this art, depending on language. You can also localize Steam capsules on Steam, so you could have like, on the Steam page, if you have Steam in Chinese, there would actually be like a Chinese logo on the game as well. I'm kinda thinking about it. I think it's not something you need to do for most languages, but I think if there's any language that you should do it for, it would probably be something like Chinese. Possibly Japanese as well, I think could be a big one. Maybe Russian? I don't know. We'll see though, we'll see. I guess you could argue it might not be as good for SEO. Like, people are gonna be searching for different names, they're not gonna, like, accumulate. Okay, let's see how this looks if we add language. I think I trust ChatGPT enough to say how to say language in different languages. That should be simple enough. Okay, it's this one. How do I write language in simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Japanese, Czech, let's see, French we already have, Russian, German, and Polish. Traditional Chinese, Jazik, I think. Russian, Sprache, Spreche du Deutsch? This is nice. So I could go either idioma or lengua, similar to idioma and lingua in Portuguese for Spanish. I think, according to ChatGPT, idioma is more common in UI context. I would kind of prefer to say lingua, because otherwise I'm gonna have 3 languages that say idioma spelled exactly the same when you hover them. How would you say your title in Swedish? I'm definitely not gonna localize it for Swedish, but I think that's the main thing about localization, that localization is technically not the same thing as translation. So, I don't know how I would localize it to Swedish, but I probably wouldn't literally translate it. Because what would that be? A shroud is like something that surrounds something. Gloom is like, I think gloom could be maybe translated to like dysterhet or something, potentially. So it's like, how do you say? Shroud could be like skull, but that's not really what we are looking for here. Hölje. Yeah. It would be something like a hölje av dysterhet or something. Some shit like that. But like that would sound horrible in Swedish, like, right? So like in Swedish, if we would have localized it, we probably would have done something like, I mean, I don't know, I'm trying to freestyle this now, but say that you would have you know, it could have been just something simple like herrgården or something. You know, that would kind of have been more like localized, like you don't literally translate, you make it actually sound good in the language too. So that would be probably the case if we end up localizing the title for Spanish. Like, I would probably end up having like a different title, like it wouldn't mean the same thing. Jezik. Is that good? I have no idea. What is up, Vintage? How you doing, man? Is that translation for cloak or cave? Yeah, you could do that as well, because that is certainly another meaning of shroud. Because you can... It can be like a veil or a cloak or something like that. Omgiven av mörker. That actually sounds pretty good, to be honest. That is a fairly literal translation, but doesn't sound too bad. I think that sounds way better than fucking... What did I say? Ett hölje av dysterhet. Like, that doesn't sound... Like, it still sounds shit, because everything does in Swedish, right? But that technically sounded better than I thought it would. Anything in Swedish sounds terrible though? Yeah, it does. Same thing, like, have you ever tried speaking about a game and not using any, like, Swinglish or English loanwords or anything? Like, actually speak full on Swedish while talking about a game? It sounds so fucking silly, man. Like, häromdagen så spelade jag Världen av krigskraft och min trollkrigare är nu nivå 80 och därför har jag nu låst upp en ny grotta jag kan springa igenom. Like, how fucking horrible does that not sound? Like, if you're speaking about a game, you have to do Swinglish. You have to say... you have to be like... du vet, jag spelar som en troll warrior och jag är level 70. Men vi ska köra en dungeon. Like, that's how you speak, right? Like, every other word ends up being English. Because it sounds fucking horrible if you do it in Swedish. Yeah, I've tried it in World of Warcraft, not a good experience. Yeah, kind of funny. Yeah, like, it sounds funny, but it just ends up sounding too silly, man. Okay, let's pull all of our changes and see if this works. I saw the Swedish in-game translation for Diablo dialogues. It's terrible but kind of funny. Have you not seen, like, the... Wasn't it the original Diablo that actually had voice lines in Swedish as well? Like, they had localized the voice lines and stuff into Swedish. I'm fairly certain that was Diablo. Yeah, Diablo 1 in Swedish. I missed that? You gotta hear it, man. We're not gonna... I think it's fairly long, so we're not gonna like the entire thing, but... It is pretty funny. Svenska. That is Swedish, he is indeed. Sorry if that was loud. I'm laughing already, it's fucking fantastic, man. And this once again proves the point that Swedish sounds so fucking weird in the wrong context. Or in the wrong context, but in these contexts, Swedish just sounds very odd.
Häxan Adria är en avvikare här i Tristram. Hon anlände kort efter att katedralen skändats, då de flesta flydde härifrån. Hon byggde sig en liten stuga i utkanten av staden och tog henne bara något dygn.
Is the fact that it's not like it goes in with like full on immersion and like at least it should have been like hon anlände kort efter att katedralens... Like, couldn't you have done that? No, you know. Hon anlände kort efter att katedralen... Like, no fight... Like, no... Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, at least fucking immerse yourself a little bit.
Adria har samlat många konstiga och gåtfulla reliker.
Många gåtfulla reliker? And like, yeah, it's so fucking funny. Hon byggde sig en stuga. Carries the weight of those words for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it just fucking... At least it would probably sounded more cringe. But I think it would have sounded better if it would have gone too far with like trying to sound cool or whatever. Like going from like, hon byggde sig en stuga ute i skogen. Like, at least it would have been fucking... I think it would have sounded less weird in some regard in this context, you know.
Vad kan jag stå till tjänst med?
That one kind of works. That one also sounds a bit silly, but because it's an NPC, it kind of works. Because an NPC could talk more silly. The other one was like a narrator, and it felt like you would have wanted a bit more, I don't know.
Jag måste nästan smuggla in metaller och verktyg från handlarna som drar förbi utanför staden. Men häxan Adria verkar alltid få tag på vad hon vill. Om jag bara visste lite mer.
I couldn't play this. I couldn't play this, man. I actually couldn't. So, yeah, it's... I think, though, it is true that, like, a big reason as to why, right? I think, is because we are just so unused to it. Because I think it's fairly uncommon that a Swedish person today actually plays games in Swedish. I think if, like... You know, if I would have played World of Warcraft localized in Swedish, it probably wouldn't have sounded weird to talk about it, right? Or would it? Maybe it would have still. Narrative sounded of note, huh? Yeah. I don't know, it just... They're like... The way they ended up like enunciating the stuff, just... It feels like it doesn't fit the context. This is the only thing that feels a bit weird. Idioma. Damn, you know what? The Chinese... with like the red drop shadow and the slight little outline or whatever, actually looks pretty sick. That's what I mean, like, if I localize the title, like the logo would look something like this. It actually looks very cool. Oh shit, I didn't get to that part. I remember it now when you say it. Du behöver mer stålar för att kunna handla den här grabben. How you doing, Vintage? Hope you're doing well, man. But yeah, I think we should have these be automatic hitboxes too. This feels a bit weird. Which I think they try, because these should instantiate or add the content size fitter. But I think since I'm using a... Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Language buttons. Since I'm using a grid layout here, I think I'm forcing the cell size. So I think we have to do multiple vertical layout groups instead. Good, friends, buddy. Finished my Jam game. Oh, did you? Just need to come up with a name. Well, you didn't... It's like a wood-cutting idle game, isn't it? Some Mullemek. I did probably play Mullemek in Swedish. That is probably true, yeah. No, yeah, I definitely did. Like, when I was, like, a proper young kid, I definitely played games in Swedish. But, you know, it's been, like, I don't know. It's probably been almost like 20 years or something since I actually played the game in Swedish. Retelling of Sisyphus, but instead of a boulder, it's a giant regenerating tree. That's pretty poetic. Okay, do we have any ideas, chat? Ah, now when you say that, now it sounds so much more poetic, so now it got harder. Otherwise, you could have done some play on words with, like, I don't know, lumberjack and done, like, idlejack. But that now it feels like it would suit it better to have a little bit of like a kind of poetic name too. Oh, the main character is called Jet, which is of the Lumberjack? Damn. What is this idle game? Oh yeah, such that is big on idle games. How many hours do you have in... what is it? Click Heroes, I think? Tremendous? That is pretty good, Wolfate. Not gonna lie, that is pretty good. Tremendous? That is actually pretty fucking good. There is some website for some company that I think make artificial trees called Tremendous. Oh, there's something in RuneScape. Everything is tremendous is an achievement. I can't seem to find a game called Tremendous though. That is actually, dude, I kinda like it. There might be something called Tree-Mendes Memory. But I added another word, so... Yeah, definitely share the link, Vintage. Throw it in the Discord as well if you want to. Yeah, I actually like that name. From what I can see from my quick 1 minute Google, it does seem available too. $36K, got achieved it up, holy shit, man. I like the small stories you get on upgrades, so you get some info about the character you're upgrading. This one is more about you get info about felling access. Would felling tremendous be too much? I don't even know what felling is. Oh wait, do you mean felling like... as in like what, making fall, chopping, wait. Yeah, like it's a coordinate with fälla in Swedish. Yeah, to fell something. The art of cutting down a tree. Yeah, we could use that here as well. Att fälla ett träd is to cut a tree down. Well, it's weird, right? If you want to be really hyper-specific... To fälla någonting in Swedish is not necessarily to cut it. It's more about the act of making something fall, right? But then in the context, when you say att fälla ett träd, it's obvious that you would cut it. Like you would cut a tree to make it fall. But you can also like fälla a person. Like if I, you know, if someone is, if a little kid with an ice cream is running on the pavement and I like put my foot out to make him fall, we would also call that to att fälla someone in Swedish. Yeah, to trip, yeah, that's what you would say in English, exactly. We would use the same word to say to trip in Swedish. On pointer enter. Use it to change the title. Okay, so then we just take the... I should make the menu button disable its own rate cost. Oh, no, you know what we do? Yeah, no, we do this. We select Turkish up to traditional Chinese. And then we remove the locale of these in the language button script. Now, in the on pointer enter. Oh no, it's fine. Because now even if you enter, locale will be null, so you won't do this. We can just leave it like that. I was thinking about like disabling the raytoss target or something, but I don't even need to do that. There's an upgrade called wide hat trims. Then you get the flavor text, just like a tent, except it's on your head, the small things. Oh, are you taking notes, Vintage? I mean, it makes sense though. I can see why those might actually affect the game more than one might think. Because it's like you said, generally speaking, the small things, they do add up in it. One of the reasons why I put a lot of emphasis on like small details in my game as well. Like for example, just small things like if you take the hammer and you smash a window, then obviously the window should crack, but then you have the small details like there should be some glass shards on the floor, right? Like those kind of small things, it's not gonna make or break the game, but I feel like it does add a lot of polish. Oh shit, what was the... Spacing 5, okay. Wait, I should be careful. Sometimes Control Z and stuff in Unity has actually crashed it for me. Language button groups. I'm gonna have this not be a grid transform so that the hitboxes can be assigned correctly. I feel like that's gonna be nicer. Which means that we're instead going to have a vertical layout group. We are not gonna do anything there, but on height we're gonna use child scale. And then spacing should be 5. And then I'm gonna duplicate you. What did I do? Select all of the languages, remove them, and then we're gonna take all of the check. Boom, and we're gonna put you here instead. And then on this one, we are now going to add a horizontal layout group. We're gonna use child scale. Yeah. We are going to align you middle center. Oh, do I need to make this wider? With the 320. That doesn't look right. Oh. Because these are not centered. Oh, because you also need to be middle center, don't you? Middle center. Yeah, like so. Okay, so we have too much spacing now, because these are too wide. Let's make these like 45, sure. And then we add like 15, 10, 5 in spacing maybe? He has a lot, yeah, I think so. In animation, we call that bumping the lamp. Oh, interesting. Animating the glass falling. Okay, now we shouldn't take it too far, Wolfate. Let's calm down now. Calm down now. There's limits to this stuff. Is when it comes to doing a bunch of animations, that's where I like draw the line. Named after the film Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Make sure to share it when it's up. It'll be a day or two. Nice. Yeah, feel free to throw it in the Discord. Yeah, look at that. Now all of these. Oh shit. You see what's happening? The animation ups the scale, which moves the languages around. Okay, we can't have that. But that is an easy fix. I think, at least. On these, we're not gonna use child height. That's not gonna do anything. I think that should be a fix. Yep. Interesting. You can actually go too quick. Because I must be pausing over English there. Doesn't have time to update. That's not a proper issue though, it's not something I really not care about, but interesting to notice. I am quite happy with this. Just need to get a... Oh, is this gonna be broken now? Yeah. We don't get any titles. Whoops. That's fine. I don't need... Because those I get those strings through code for these titles. But I do... Like, we're gonna add them for languages anyway, so it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I don't think that's something I'm gonna worry about. Shit, I really wanna sort Chinese, simplified Chinese out. I need to find a localizer. I think it could be worth checking with my community on like Instagram and TikTok and perhaps see if I could find someone. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to muster up and actually hire someone to do it. Because I think, I'm gonna say that I think Chinese localization is important enough to the point where I don't even think it's worth publishing the demo if we don't have it. Time to do some Duolingo, yeah. Yeah, and this is what I mean. These type of descriptions just need to be way wider for a lot of languages. I think even like French right now, yeah, is immediately too long. Now, how did you get the map start with? You start with the map now. So what I did instead is that you only see the rooms you've actually been in. So then if I go further, then it updates. If I go to a new floor, it updates. It gives you a new map, and then diegetically you can switch between the different maps. And you know, the more we explore, the more of the map you see. I think it turned out pretty good, I'm quite happy with it. Took a lot of inspiration from Resident Evil. It's almost a full-on copy of the map in Resident Evil. Like, you explore it, and there's these little markers and stuff to like give you information. The player doesn't need to remember everything they've seen, they can like double check what... It kind of becomes a little bit like objectives, if you know what I mean. You can kind of see like points of interest and so on. Whoops. Yeah, this is like the 3rd edition or something of the map. If not even more, it might be the 4th, actually. It's possible it's even the 4th iteration on the map, but I'm really happy with it. I think it turned out good. For real, this looks like a different game than before. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm very happy with where it's going. It does feel, in general, just... Like, obviously, you could argue that I spent a lot of time just, like, almost madly polishing this game. But I think it's all been worth it. These little small particle effects, looks like little flies and shit. You know, once again, those small things, but I feel like it adds quite a lot. Little glass shards on the ground. Doors shake now, if they're locked. I think that was an idea from Mothership, which I think... I don't know why I didn't think about this before, it's so fucking clever. It looks so much better. Basically anything that's locked will do a little shaking animation, so it actually kind of looks like you're trying to get it open, right? I think the rain turned out really nice too. Very simple little thing, but it adds a lot to the ambience. To actually see the rain as well. yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about where it's going. And you know what? Soon we might even have the demo out, which is why you people should go and wishlist the game. Click that little wishlist button and get a notification when the demo drops. Hopefully in like a few weeks, or exactly 1 month pretty much. I think the fest starts the 27th. I'm gonna need to do a bit of research though. I don't know if maybe it's better to potentially release the demo even a little bit before the Horror Fest. You be presented at the fest, how does it work? So it's basically a... Every now and then, Steam has these different types of like fests and so on Steam. I don't know if they have one right now. But it basically just makes it... Well, it brings some extra attention to certain types of games. Sometimes you see a little banner when you go into a game, which is I think technically anyone could make a fest. Technically speaking. But obviously they won't be as pushed as when Steam does it. So yeah, it's just gonna hopefully bring in a lot more traction. Here. What's this? Yeah, okay, so this is a sale event, which I suppose is similar. Because often with a fest you will see that a lot of those games are on a sale. But this is like not one that Steam has done. This is like this specific publisher, I suppose, has like a kind of similar to a little fest or whatever. So a lot of games here specifically made by or published by the same thing. So then the one we're doing instead, which is like a proper Steam Fest, is like, you know, for horror games, horror themed games and so on. Which is good as well, because that means that the people who are gonna be the most likely to look at the fest are the people who are gonna be most likely to be interested in the game. And then if we're lucky and we actually get some traction, the better the game performs, you know, the more they are gonna push it up into the list, so more and more people see the game. So it could potentially have a quite big impact on the, you know, long-term success of the game. So it's pretty exciting, pretty nerve-wracking. Screamfest is an official Steam thing, but technically a theme sale, so I don't know how much it's going to do just for demos, which is probably fair. But I don't know, I know that Codrad said, I don't know if I'm leaking now, but nah, he'd be fine with it. He said he ended up getting, what? He was part of a Endless Fest with his game, and he got 500 wishlists. And that was without a demo. He didn't have anything playable whatsoever. According to him, he said that he would have expected it to be closer to a couple of thousand if he would have had a demo. So like, if you can get 500 wishlists, even without a demo, if you're lucky in a fest, you know, it still feels like it by no means am I like going into this like expecting that, you know, I'm gonna perform amazingly and we're gonna get thousands of wishlists. But I think it's possible that it could have a big impact. It's not guaranteed by any means, but it is possible. Just wish you like that, cheers man. Just can't wrap my head around it. Fest is like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I've never, when I was just a player, is not really anything I ever paid attention to. I don't even know. I'm actually even unsure if I knew what, I'm unsure if I even knew what Next Fest was before I started making games, which is like the big one 3 times a year where they push like demos for new games and stuff. I don't think I ever paid that much attention to sales before I went into game dev. Like, I think then it was like, oh, this game happens to be on a sale. I guess I'll buy it now. You know, but I don't think I thought about like, oh, there's a fest going on and whatever. Of course, you can have a sale without a fest, to be clear, but yeah. I managed to localize it all, just have to go over it again tomorrow to see if everything sounds good. Super soap, let's go. Okay. I mean, we have to try it. We have to try it. Really do appreciate you, man. Okay, we're gonna copy this. I'm just gonna do this as a little test here. It's just cool being able to see how it looks in a different language. Shadow Bloom localization. We are going to go to Polski. That didn't work. Give me a second. Let's see here. Polski. Copy that one. Select it here and we paste. There we go. That looks right. Okay. So that should be done. That's a really good result, yeah. I mean, for not even having a demo, getting 500 wishlists, not too shabby. How many wishlists are you at the moment? I am currently sitting at like the high 500s. So this is not real time, but last time I checked, we were at 582 wishlists, which is not too shabby, since I can at least kind of say that like I haven't done that much like proper marketing yet, so I'm quite happy with it. Like, of course I'd like to be higher. Who wouldn't? Like, my main goal is, it would be fucking amazing if we could get into, you know, around the like 7 to 10k range before release. Don't know if that's possible, but if we can at least get like, I don't know, a few thousand maybe, that would be pretty sick. 1:30 AM, good night. Wait, where are you at, Vintage? Oh, where are you at? Oh, you're in the UK? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what I thought. It's getting late here too, man. It's 2:30 AM. I need to get out of it too. Just show me, I could have looked that up myself, thank you very much. Oh, no worries, man. Remember me when you're a millionaire? I was in chat sometimes, of course, man. I can check exactly what we're at, but it's not. We might not have gotten any more. You never know. Oh, you know what? I've gotten 2 wishlists. Look at that. Fuck yeah! Thank you, whoever wishlisted the game. We are currently sitting at 584. Okay, let's. Before we head out of here, though, we have to see how the first edition of Polish looks in the game. So what are we doing? I need to download the thingy. So string table, and I throw that in correctly. Oh, that's funny. I don't know why it's funny, but we did end up getting Polish. Oh, you guys can't see this. This is proof that I'm tired. Polish ended up in the P category. I don't know why I thought that was interesting, but you know. What do you call it? Not condition, it's a it's a happenstance. It's a, what the fuck is it called? It's con something. When something happens out of happenstance, it randomly aligns or whatever. It's a, not condition, not convention, it's a, Coincidence, thank you. Yeah, it's not con, it's coincidence. Thank you very much. That's the word I was looking for. Did you do it all just now? Yeah, I sent it to him just a few hours ago, yeah. Took me about 2-3 hours. Yeah, really do appreciate you, man. It does truly mean a lot. Did I pull it? Pull. Okay. Let's see if we can switch language into Polish. Polski. Is it like Czech, where this E, is that a Y sound? Is that what that is? When you have the thingy on it. Is that a Y? So is this like Język? Is that what that is? Commit, pull, push, what are you pulling? Basically, I have set up a, I don't know, some Google Sheet service thing. Is really fucking convenient. So my game in Unity is literally connected to this Google Sheet where, you know, if I do any updates here, I can just click pull on this sheet and it will load down the entire localization sheet with all the different languages straight into Unity. It's also a lot easier to work in a Google Sheet than it is working here, because like here if I click tab I do like an indent, whereas like, you know, you want to click tab to go to the next one, and you know, I can't copy paste multiple rows. So it's a lot more convenient, and it means that I can just give sheets to people, paste it from that into that sheet, click one button in Unity and everything is in. So basically now with one click we now have the game in Polish. Is that not pretty fucking sick? Not really, don't even know how to write it. Oh, interesting. Because I'm fairly certain that one, I could be misremembering. Oh no, is it the one with the circumflex thing? Is that the yes sound maybe? There's like a diphthong on it. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this the... yeah, it's the feedback button, right. Napisy kontrowy. I have no idea how to pronounce this stuff. Uzdawienia. Video. Oh shit. We have issues. Need to change a few bits. No worries, man. It seems like borderless is quite long. So we could do a little cheeky thing here where maybe specifically for this language we minimize the font size or something. We might have to do something like that. Jasność ekranu. And all of the letters seem to work now, right? There's no weird... yeah, it seems like we have everything. Does it look good? I can change this to be shorter, or you can. Otherwise I will sort it out. Like, if there's not a way to have it shorter and still make sense, like I could just slightly minimize the font size specifically in this language. So there are ways I can get around it. What's this? Oh, controls. Yeah, I mean, I know what this stuff says, sort of, because you know, I know what the base thing says, but it looks good, even though I don't understand it. Credits? Oh, I need to add you to the credits as well. So, how do you want to be credited? koncepcja, produkcja i oprawa artystyczna. I cannot... CZN. Yeah, I have no idea how to say that. Portugalski, brazylijski. Szwedzki. It's so cool. It's the something where it's just so fucking cool to see the game in a different language. Naziżny dowolny klawisz, aby kontynuować. Shouldn't it make sense? Some languages take more space than others. Yeah, it does, it does. I guess maybe there's something I could do where the Text Mesh Pro thing automatically minimizes the size if it gets too long. I think it's possible to perhaps do something like that. Dziennik. Znazobo... To nikt nie da. Radzenie. Nikt zje something. Man wystarcza jako. You sound Russian when you speak Polish. I cannot speak Polish for shit. The one thing I know how to say is "Ja nie mówię po polsku," which literally means I do not speak Polish. I hope at least. That is what I think it should mean. Tutaj to zje nie something. Yeah, this is like the biggest issue I have right now. These, and this is not just for Polish, this is for a lot of languages. These like description boxes we need to sort out. They are far too small. It looks mostly good, to be honest. Let's go. You sound well done. Cheers, man. Yeah, look at that one. We need like almost twice as large of a box here. But I think I'm gonna do something where we automatically make the box bigger when it needs to be. I guess this one could have been 2 rows too, though. Because this would almost have fit if it was 2 rows. Zabezpieczone... There's no way. That sounds so good, just wonder if it will fuck up the UI somehow, if it takes too much space. Yeah, because you definitely don't want it to end up being too big either. The good thing is that you can never go outside of the screen, since it's always to the right. But it would look weird if it like crosses half the display or something. But I think we are going to need something like that. Because like this, bateria, which is a very short word, that would look silly if the box was twice as big. It wouldn't look like it made sense. So I think the best way to do it is to maybe have this be the default size, but then if the word gets too long, like this, then we just make the box a little bit wider. So much easier to correct it when I actually see it in the game. Yeah, I'll make sure as soon as I get the demo build up soap, I can send you a key for it, and you can try it yourself and actually see everything in action. Because I know it is a little... I've tried to include as much like comments and stuff as possible in the localization sheet, but I know it's difficult when you don't have like the full context and so on. I think what I really should do is that I should have implemented more photos as well, or like screenshots in the sheets. I think that that would be a pretty good thing to do. Obviously a lot more work on my end, because I'm gonna have to print screen like the entirety of the game, every section. But it would make it a lot easier for localizers, I think, because then you could actually just see on the sheet as well. Yeah, I don't think I can teleport inside here. No, it's broken. Gravs... This is fucking insane. WSTRZ. Now I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think W is more of a vowel in Polish. Correct me if I'm wrong, Soap, but I think it might be. So, but still, like 4 consonants. STRZ. Is this more like an O thing? Kind of. Ovzdrzy mana. Mana. Yeah, good shit, man. Whoa, sound for W. Strz. Is that is why it is, right? Strzi. Uzdrzymana. Uzdrzymana. Something like that. And the doors on the map probably would look better if it was like Drzwi zamknięte. Okay, so is that like, that's door in parentheses locked? Is that what that is? What do we do now? Zamknięte drzwi. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Is basically whether you say door is whether you say like locked the door or whether you say door parentheses locked, right? Oh, but you don't read it with this word. It's difficult. Yeah, I don't know. With that kind of stuff, it's whatever you think is best. What you think makes the most sense and would suit the game best. This is why it's difficult to translate it, as there is like 30 words for one item, yeah. What's up, Devious Oatmeal, how you doing? Does specifying if it's a door or window matter? Couldn't just say locked? That is an interesting question. Sometimes I think you need to specify. There are certain things you need to specify. For a door, I do suppose it's fairly... It is fairly obvious that this is a door. So they probably... I might even add that as a note in the sheet. That like, oh... If it's very long, you could choose to just say locked here. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have a point, Devious. Oh, also, Soap, just a quick little thing, as we're speaking about stuff here. Some of the keys in there now are for the full game as well. So try to be a little bit low-key with what you mention, like publicly in the chat and so on. Because there might be certain things that we potentially are gonna want to keep a little bit secret until the full release. Just a little side note. Yeah, like if it connects to a door, then it's a door. If not, it's a window. Yeah. No, I do see what you mean. I think there are certain things that, because there's a lot of things that should be locked, right? So it does depend a little bit. But with doors, I think you have a point, because like looking at this map, I think it's fair to say that it is very obvious that this is a door anyway. So I do see your point. No worries, I keep it to myself. Cheers, man. Yeah, that, I mean, you have a point, Xavius. You do. It could just say locked. Yeah, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. In door locked is better for clarity. I don't think it's bad doing like this, saying locked door. I don't think there's a problem with it, but I do see the point that like it would be functional to just say locked as well. I would say that I am relatively indifferent to it. Like right here, whether this says locked door, door in parentheses locked, or whether it just says locked, I think all three can work. So what I might do is put all of those examples in the localization sheet and basically just be like, pick the one you think is best for your language or whatever. And maybe with the caveat that like, if it ends up being a really long sentence or word, then maybe opt for just having locked, you know? Will it fit better if not in the map, since you don't know what you look at? But in the game, locked still works in my opinion, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. If you put a pixel for a doorknob on the red locked doors, it might be more obvious. I wonder how big... I wonder how that would look. It might work. I mean, now we wouldn't have a... Oh, but this is the bigger... The doors inside are actually smaller. I think 1 pixel would end up being too big for a door inside a house. Let's see, I can show you. But since my debug tools are not working, I just have to cheat a little bit to actually get inside. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah. Here, 1 pixel would be like this big. I think it would be too big here. But still, even with just the layout, I think it is fairly obvious that it is a door. Yeah, like I said, I'm... Why couldn't I click there? Oh, is this map? Oh, I need to make this not a Rachel's target. Let me actually write that down so I don't forget it. You navigate between the rooms in another manner than doors. Wait, what? Oh, in another manner. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, there are other things than doors in the game. But this one is shown quite early anyway, so it does technically not a door. And there's also just more things that are what do you call it? There's more objectives too. There's more points of interests and so on. So like, even if I go here. Now I have clock. You know, there's a lot of these things other than doors. Welcome back, Soap. Because I think the one issue is, like, even here, this should have had a marker that says locked. I think it could be a little bit weird if you, like, look around on the map and, like, everything just says locked. That's interesting. Oh, I thought I chose Polish, but I chose Czech. Yeah, these work. Sweet. Gotten yeah. Will the clock say something too, like clock locked or clock unsolved? No, it just says clock. It's just a point of interest. It does. I do have like updates and stuff. So, for example, things on the map might change color, whether like it's still a point of interest, but because I don't know, I wouldn't like saying clock unsolved. That feels a little bit. That feels a bit too. I feel like that feels a bit too gamified, if you know what I mean. So, but you know, there's a lot of. We have quite a few markers, and some of them serve different purposes, if that makes sense. Repet, lurk kommer snart, no worries man. We need to make some stuff for this shelf. We can't have empty shelves in the demo. Unlock door, change color? Yep. You have... Chaser. Like... there's actually 3 colors of doors. Can I show this right now, I wonder? Yes, I can. Oh, shit. If you allow me to cheat a little bit, I can show you. There's 3 different states of doors. There's 3 different states of almost anything. Almost every type of like map marker, as I call them, has like 3 different states. Okay, that should be enough. So, if we have... If we have a look here, you can see. This is a locked door, right? This is no door. This is a door you haven't interacted with. Which basically means you know there's a door here, but you don't know if it's unlocked or locked, because you haven't touched it. This is an unlocked door. Does that make sense? And same thing goes here. You see now, the clock is grey. Grey basically means there's something here, but you haven't done it. Red means you have found something, but it's not completed, or you haven't solved it, or it's still something important, basically. And if it goes like dark grey, that's basically like, you know, this is not something you have to care about anymore. It took me a long time to figure out how to do it, and it isn't perfect, because there's some things that are a little bit, you know, there are some inconsistencies with this system, but in general I think it works. It took me a long time to figure out because my color palette is so limited. So it was not an easy feat figuring out how to solve like the coloring of the markers. Little lock symbol is difficult. A lock is pretty big. A lock is pretty big. At the very least, to make it look like a proper lock, you almost, like if you want it to look really good, you almost need to do something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 pixels tall. Like that lock is bigger than this square. Like it almost covers like an entire corner of a room. So it's a like those type of like symbols and stuff is a little bit tricky since we are playing around with such limited amount of such a limited canvas, you know. It's very easy for, I mean, you could probably try to make it smaller, but the smaller you make it, the less it's gonna read. Like, you could argue that that might be close enough to a lock, but otherwise it should do. But that's not good enough. This doesn't clearly read as a lock. That's kind of the smallest you can do it. So it ends up being like fairly big. But I think it works. I think what we're doing right now is right. Whether it's door locked door, or just locked, I think all three work. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with either one. Okay, so this turned into a question. That's interesting. So is this like... Is this something like... Do you want to give feedback? Or something like that? Is that what that is? I assume it's something like that. Oh, what do you think about the game? Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. Last thing, before I forget it, and then I think I really need to get out of here. Let's make sure you're in the credits as well. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck, what did I do? Okay, that's fine. Feedback sounds bad in Polish, okay. More like a rating, okay. Young man, why are you still streaming at 3 AM? Yeah, I need to get out of here. I really do. Did you say something, by the way, Soap? How would you like to be credited? Do you have any preference? It is completely up to you. Soap 2K will do, let's do it. Language Polish, Soap 2K. That should work. Just popped in to say good night, by the way, so good night. Have a good night, irregular. Thank you for popping by, and I'll catch you next time.
Cheers.
Oh. Cheers, man. Did I misspell it? Oh shit, did I forget to add? Did I not have a line for Polish? Oh fuck, I might not have had that in the key. Yeah, shit, we don't have Polish in there. Scheisse. Okay, I'll sort that out. To be honest, we could probably leave feedback. It is whatever you think is best. I trust your opinion. Ooh, you can slightly see the text here. Oh, is that because it's capital letters as well, maybe? I wonder if I could just do this. I wonder if that would work. Or if it's gonna mess up the end now instead. Just want to make sure everything fits the game's theme, yeah. The Polish title is still gonna be messed up here, but we shall sort that out. So it should say Polski. Yeah. But wait. No, I have język, that's different. That's language. And I'll give you the extra points so that you end up in the supported list as well. Since you were generous enough to donate your time to localize the game. Okay, so I need all of the credits to go up before it stops. Let's see if that works. That looks fine. Dziękujemy. Sweet. You know what? Oh shit. Where is my settings? This is credits. This is settings. Yeah. No problem, happy to help. It gives me a break from C++. Yeah. Sick. Absolutely sick. There's also something, like I mentioned before, something about being a proper language nerd as myself. I just find it so fucking cool to see my game in a different language. However, ladies and gentlemen, I really need to get the fuck out of here, so let's see if we can find someone to raid out to, but please stick around for the raid. Who should we go to today? Let's head on over to... We do have Captain Onosa doing the Jern Jam as well. Yeah, let's head over to Captain Onosa. I think it was a little bit since I raided him. Is yet another developer here. Mind if I link a pic real quick? Yeah, sure, do it. If anyone hasn't, make sure to go and wishlist the game. Would very much appreciate it. And of course, if you want to connect more with the community, make sure to join the Discord. Starting to have quite a little community there. Yeah, so the thing is, Davius, this looks good and everything, but I think you're underestimating how small my canvas is. Like this is almost like a quarter of a room. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot bigger than it seems to be here in the game. Like, the problem is not that I don't think you can do the symbols in pixel art, is that they end up being way too large in my game. Especially for something like the map. Mapper's Quest, what's up, man? I was just about to raid you. Oh shit, I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, I really need to get out of here as well, unfortunately. We're 9 hours in and it's 3 AM, so I need to just get some rest. But still, I appreciate the thought, man. You know what? Before we head out, just for the thought as well, let's give a little shout out to Matt's Bird's Quest. Go and check him out if you haven't. Late nighter, indeed. I mean, in tooltip, I don't know how big is my tooltip. Actually, I can't see that right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pixels. I think that might even be too big for the tooltip. Well, see, the good thing about doing stuff like this though is that you wouldn't need to localize it, right? But yeah, like I said, it's time for me to head out of here, but as always, thank you all so much for hanging out today. I truly do appreciate every single one of you. It means a lot to have you guys just hanging out here. But for now, this will be it for me, so let's head over to the one and only Captain Onosa doing the Jern Jam. And I will see you guys on Monday again. I'm gonna try to have a bit of a resting weekend, because my hands are getting proper bad, man. But we'll see how much I manage to do that, because it's fucking hard staying away from working on the game, especially with the launch of the demo coming up. But yeah, good times. As I said, thank you all truly from the bottom of my heart for hanging out. Extra thank you to Soap as well for sorting out helping out with the Polish translation for the game. We had a few raids today. We had Moonis, we had Pons, and we had Maya Reina. Shout out to them lot as well. Yeah, that is it for me today. So I'll catch you guys on the next one. Until then, have a great one. Cheers.